Hey guys, this is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter was kidnapped by Draco Malfoy for revenge. Here is short summary. Draco Malfoy swears vengeance against Harry Potter for his father's imprisonment, and this time, he takes action. Abducting Harry and delivering him to Voldemort, Draco believes he's finally won their bitter rivalry. But when Voldemort's plans take a darker turn, Draco realizes he's in over his head. Now, trapped in a dangerous web of shifting loyalties and dark magic, Draco must decide whether to abandon Harry to his fate or fight alongside his old enemy for a chance at redemption and survival. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Darkness had never bothered Harry. After spending most of his youth locked into a cramped cupboard without so much as a light bulb, he'd adapted to it. The shadows of the Hogwarts corridors at night were familiar territory to him, and he generally moved through them with the surety of a man on his own ground. However, frustration over his potions assignment and irritation at having to be away from the warmth of his own bed had left him a bit edgy. Tonight, he had the peculiar sense that something new was concealed in the dark corners. Almost as if something was breathing too close to him, eating into his territory, violating his space. "Stop that, Harry," he told himself. "You're going to become paranoid if you keep on like that." The Marauder's map didn't show anyone in the corridor. "There's nobody here. Just get to the dungeons, find the bloody parchment, and get back to bed." Thoroughly focused on his mission and finding yet another curse to add to his growing mental tirade, he made his way down flights of stairs, through long corridors, and towards the dungeons. There was no sign of Filch or Mrs. Norris, Peeves or the Bloody Baron. Harry welcomed the silence, but then, so did Draco. The invisible man and his shadow. Draco had followed Harry at a comfortable distance of 30 feet or so, carefully noting the exact location of each of Harry's footsteps, the even sound of his breathing. He stalked with trained precision, stepping toe to heel. Down in the dungeons, Potter was out of his element, and Draco was in his most familiar territory. Draco knew each stone on the floor, every shadow, every doorway. In silent company, Harry and Draco passed the turn that would take them to the Slytherin dormitories, and continued in a straight path to the potions classrooms. There was little to nothing of any academic significance beyond Snape's dungeons. Those corridors had been abandoned years ago, but Draco had felt it wise to explore them. His explorations had led him to an old passageway, dusty with disuse. At the time, his ventures had seemed little more than an amusing pastime. Now this knowledge was going to prove its value. The soft shuffle scraping sounds of Potter's footsteps stopped in front of the door to Snape's classroom. Draco heard the cloak rustle and the heavy click of a locked handle as Potter tried the door of the room. "Of course it's going to be locked, you fool." Potter's intelligence dropped a few points further in Draco's estimation. However, the delay was all the cue Draco needed. He slunk along the wall opposite the door until he was directly behind Potter. So this is how a serpent feels when it sniffs out its prey, preparing to strike. His father would be so pleased if he could see him now. Finally, acting as more than a thorn in the lion's paw, he was about to score a much deeper blow. Draco would be accepted with honor into the ranks of the Death Eaters. Hardly daring to breathe lest he quell his chance, he drew up behind Potter. Harry reached up and grasped the handle of the classroom door and gave it a pull. It didn't budge. He rattled it again, even though it was obviously locked. Pausing for a moment in annoyance, he fumbled through his robes for his wand. Harry heard a faint rustle behind him only a split second before something grabbed his cloak and whipped it from his body. He spun around in shock, instinctively bringing his arms up to shield himself. "Malfoy," he hissed. Draco sneered at him. "Shouldn't be wandering around the corridors at night, Potter. You could get caught. And you have any more right to be here than me." Harry snapped back. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" "Just a little potions homework." Draco reached into a pocket, extracting a rumpled piece of parchment. "Look familiar." Through the dim glow of the corridor, Harry could make out his own haphazard script. His mouth opened and closed a few times noiselessly, shocked and surprised, before he finally sputtered, "What are you doing with that? Don't you have other people you could waste your time bothering?" Malfoy took a step in towards the smaller boy, pulling himself up to his most menacing stance. Harry could feel Malfoy's warm breath on his cheek. He tried to back away, suddenly feeling even more uncomfortable than he usually did around the Slytherin, but the wall was directly behind him. It suddenly occurred he was trapped, pinned between Malfoy and the wall. Malfoy smiled, and Harry decided then that it was the most unpleasant smile he had ever seen, save perhaps for Voldemort. "Am I wasting my time, Potter?" he asked, a strange glint in his eye. "Really, I suppose I had best not waste any more, then." Even if Harry had the space to duck away, he wouldn't have had time. Draco moved at lightning speed. Harry saw the flash of metal in Malfoy's hand only an instant before he felt the blade plunging into his shoulder. The shock of it left him unable to cry out, but he gasped sharply. The steel felt like pure ice burrowed in his flesh. Grinning maliciously, Malfoy twisted the dagger before pulling it away, but the freezing sensation didn't disappear. In fact, it was spreading, fast. The ice flooded through Harry's veins, down his arms, across his chest. "What did you?" The ice had reached his neck, freezing the last words half-formed in his throat. He sagged to the floor as his legs went numb. Malfoy stood over him, triumph written clearly across his face. "It's a special brew of my own, Potter. A fair bit beyond your skill. Too bad you never paid much attention in potions. And oh, your assignment was terrible by the way." He leaned down so that his face was inches from Harry's. His voice was deceptively soft. "Don't worry, Potter. It won't kill you. The Dark Lord would be most displeased if I were to take that pleasure from him. I told you I was going to make you pay." Harry tried to yell, but everything was becoming hazy. His heartbeats slowed, and sounds echoed hollowly in his ears. He could barely force his chest to rise to take in the next breath. The ice gripped his heart and wrenched it sharply. With a last strangled gasp, Harry watched as the deep shadows of the corridor drew in tightly around him, smothering him, then fading completely to black. Draco picked up Potter's limp arm and felt for a pulse. The beats were faint and nearly a whole 10 seconds apart, but it was enough. With a nod of satisfaction, he slid the dagger back into its sheath and stuffed Potter's potions assignment into a pocket. He reached his hands under Potter's arms and pulled him towards the entrance to his secret passage. Draco found himself somewhat surprised at how light the boy was. Perhaps he wouldn't do Potter the favor of levitating him down the tunnel. He could drag the diminutive Gryffindor easily enough, and leaving pretty little Potter with a few minor bruises would be properly satisfying. Draco had already told his father about his plan, and Lucius Malfoy would be waiting to meet him at the exit. If Draco had failed, there would have been punishment, but the risk had been worth it. His father would greet him with praise, and the Dark Lord himself would honor his success. He had accomplished a task which was the envy of all Voldemort's senior Death Eaters. He, Draco Malfoy, had caught Harry Potter. Draco had only been in the dungeons under Malfoy Manor a few times in his life. The first time, he'd been 8 years old. His father had decided he was old enough to be brought on a grand tour of the place, weaving tales of horrors that had been held there and mudbloods they had tortured during the height of the Dark Lord's influence as he went. It was then that Draco had received his first small lesson in power, what it was and why it was so important. The power to control people, the power over life and death. Draco saw and began to understand these things. In that dungeon, Lucius Malfoy owned people's lives. In that dungeon, Draco had begun to learn the value of power. The second time Draco had seen those dungeons had not been so pleasant. It had been another lesson in power, though the moral of the tale was very different. On that occasion, Draco had learned the lesson from the other side of the cell bars. Draco had been 11 years of age when he had tried to sneak into his father's drawing room, planning to steal a few select items from the cache under the floor there, whilst his parents played gracious hosts at one of their world-renowned, glittering dinner parties. He had wanted to bring something, anything, to school with him to show off to his friends and increase his own influence and power. He knew better than to disobey his father, but the temptation had been too great. Of course, He had triggered the room's protective charms and wards, which had brought his father bearing down on him immediately. Lucius Malfoy had been neither sympathetic nor vindictive as he had chained Draco to the dungeon wall, and Draco had not cried aloud. Emotion was for the weak. This was a punishment, and a fair punishment at that. Both father and son knew it. As he had locked the cell door for the night, Lucius had said simply, "You don't take power like that, Draco. You have to earn it. Now, you will have to pay for it." When the doors to the dungeons had slammed shut, leaving Draco alone for his night of contemplation, he had finally broken down, tears streaming freely where nobody could see him. His father, whose dealings with both friend and foe had been laced with deviousness and greed, had pressed a hypocritical lesson on a mind which was far too young for such things. In many ways, it was a harder Draco who emerged the next morning, and perhaps that had been Lucius Malfoy's intention. Thus had his father shown him what it was like for someone to have power over him. Now, all these years later, looking through the bars of the same cell at the limp, dark-haired figure lying on the floor, Draco felt that elusive thing called power. This time, he had earned it. Draco allowed himself a small smile as his father fastened the lock on the cell door. Lucius Malfoy turned to Draco with a flourish and caught that small smile. For perhaps the first time he stood and truly saw his son, mentally appraising him. Draco had indeed learned his lessons well, and now he had brought even more honor to the Malfoy name. He was a worthy child. A strong heir. Lucius' face unconsciously echoed Draco's satisfied smirk. "Draco, this will please the Dark Lord immeasurably. He was not entirely convinced that your plan would succeed, but you certainly made a very elegant job of it. Simple, yet cunning. Salazar Slytherin himself would have been proud." He held out a hand. "May I see that dagger?" "Yes, father." Draco knew it to be command more than question, and obediently withdrew the blade, turning it to his father, handle first. He knew when to speak and when to hold his tongue, so he stood in respectful silence as his father examined the small blade. It was still coated in dry blood. Lucius turned it carefully over in his gloved hands, murmuring to himself as he examined the piece. Very impressive. To think, all it took to bring down the unstoppable Harry Potter, after all this time, was this. He ran his fingertips along the flat of the blade, some flecks of blood sticking to the glove. His face was contemplative as he rubbed his finger and thumb together, letting flakes of the blood drop to the floor. "And this, the thing the Dark Lord has sought for so long. This time, it will be completed." He handed the dagger back to Draco. "I must contact my master and inform him of your success. If he is as pleased as I expect, you will soon have the privilege of calling him master, as well." He flicked his eyes briefly towards the prostrate form in the cell. "Stay here and keep an eye on him. Potter may look helpless, but he's been inordinately lucky his entire life. We should take no chances." Draco bowed his head slightly. "Yes, father." Without another word, Lucius Malfoy spun around on his heel, and strode towards the stairs leading from the dungeons. Draco congratulated himself silently. That was as much outward praise as his father had ever shown, and he had rightfully earned it. His father was proud of him today, and that pride was best displayed with decorum and class. Even in matters of a positive nature, Malfoys did not lower themselves to empty displays of emotion. It would be a sign of weakness, just as tears would be. Weak, just like that little slip of a boy lying in the cell. Draco turned and leaned against the wall, just outside the bars of the cell, observing Potter at his leisure through the gaps. The Gryffindor was lying awkwardly on one side, exactly where Draco had dropped him upon arrival. His face was paler than usual, and his lips had an unnatural bluish hue. Draco narrowed his eyes and carefully observed the faint rise and fall of Potter's chest. The boy was still alive. The pallor was just a side effect of the potion, and would wear off soon. With his eyes closed, Potter appeared almost peaceful in his oblivion. Soft lines and gentle curves spoke of youth and naivety, and belied the horrible things the boy had experienced in his life. Without his glasses, something about Potter's face had a different quality, as though a mask had been removed, taking with it the image of the boy who lived, and leaving merely an innocent boy in its place. It also left Draco staring, inexplicably captivated. For a moment, He almost found it difficult to remember that this was the face of his enemy. Draco shook his head to clear it. That was the face of the boy who had snubbed his outstretched hand on the first day of school, choosing instead the company of the dregs of Wizarding Society. That childlike face had smirked in triumph at far too many Quidditch games, as Draco left the field empty-handed. That face had graced the covers of the Daily Prophet and Witch Weekly, while the name, Harry Potter, had been on the lips of every witch or wizard across Britain, if not the entire world. That was a face which had haunted Draco for far too long. Now it was the face of weakness, Draco told himself staunchly. Potter was behind the bars, and Draco was on the outside, looking in. The haughty Gryffindor was unconscious, in a cell under Malfoy Manor, under Draco's power. Power over life and death. It was almost intoxicating, addictive. Apparently, the more you loathed your enemy, the more intense the feeling. All the things he had wanted to say to Potter, and now he had the perfect opportunity. Here, Potter couldn't go running to Dumbledore. His little muggle-loving, mudblood friends weren't here to help him now. Here, he was alone. Draco watched the almost imperceptible rhythm of the boy's breathing, carefully tracking it for some slight change. Anyone but Draco might not have noticed the first tiny twitch of an eyelid, the slight stirrings of limbs, the trembling of the other boy's lower lip. As though in slow motion, Potter's face scrunched up in an expression of agony. Draco leaned forward for a better view, folding his arms across his chest. The potion was wearing off. Cold, so cold, must have kicked off the blankets. Too cold, terrible nightmare. Malfoy. Malfoy attacked me. It's too cold in here. Why can't I move? Frozen. Harry tried to force his eyes open, only to be rewarded by stinging prickles of pain racing across his face. He tried to recoil, which only increased the sensation. Gradually, the sharp bite of pins and needles spread across every inch of his body, as though reviving after circulation had been stopped for far too long. Eyes tightly shut, he gritted his teeth and held every muscle tense, trying to block out the possibility of making the pain any worse. He rode it out, unable to think past the pins and needles. His mind was still far too numb for the effort that would require. After an immeasurable length of time, the prickling dulled to the point where he could allow himself to move. With a shudder, Harry sagged against the floor, gasping desperately for breath. The surface under his cheek grated against his skin. Cold and rough pebbles, digging small channels into his soft flesh. He cautiously reached out and spread his palm against the floor. This was most certainly not his bed. Nor did this feel like the floor beside it. With a leap of mental terror, his heart stuck in his throat. It barely seemed possible, but the last few hours hadn't been a nightmare. He cautiously pried his eyelids open, dreading what he might see. The floor beneath him was composed of rough stone, lightly strewn with gravel and sand. Beyond that, he could make out heavy bars, starkly silhouetted by a few torches lining the walls. Bars, so he'd been captured. He couldn't see much else. Everything was blurred beyond the stones and gravel within a foot of his face. A second wave of panic threatened him as he realized his glasses were gone. With a groan, he pushed himself to his knees. His shoulder was throbbing where Malfoy had stabbed him. Blood roared through his ears, threatening his tenuous hold on consciousness, and he tipped his head forward into his hands, begging for it to subside. Beyond the rushing sounds, he heard a voice that nearly made his frigid blood boil. "Did you have a nice nap, Potter?" The voice drawled. Harry forced his head up and turned towards the sound of the voice. He'd completely missed the irregular silhouette of a body tucked neatly against the other side of the bars, and now he wished he'd never noticed it at all. Although he couldn't see the other person's features, and the blood was still pounding through his ears, he'd recognize that drawl anywhere. "Malfoy," he spat in reply. "That's right, Potter." The blurred shape pushed closer to the bars, leaning up against them. "Didn't the professors always warn you not to wander around the school at night?" "But no, the great Harry Potter is above the rules. You stole my bloody potions assignment, you bastard," Harry snarled, still trying to regain some strength in his legs. "A minor detail. You could have rewritten it." Malfoy pulled something out of his pocket and waved it through the bars. Harry recognized the cracking sound of wrinkled parchment. "You should have rewritten it." I'm surprised you managed to pass your potions owl with the crap you hand in. Well, maybe I should have asked for your help, seeing as you're such an expert. Sarcasm dripped from each of Harry's words. Attitude isn't going to help you, Potter. Draco tucked the parchment back into his robes lazily. But of course, you're the famous Harry Potter. Too big to ask for help. Certainly too big to follow the guidelines everyone laid down to protect you. Now look where it's got you. Dumbledore's not here to hold your hand anymore, Potter. I need someone to hold my hand. Potter asked incredulously, his disgust in the statement evident. Even doubled over on the floor as he was, the conviction and spite in his tone was enough to make Draco cringe slightly. You hid behind Crabbe and Goyle for years, you hid behind Umbridge, and now here you are, clinging to your father's robes. He bought your way onto the Quidditch team, is he buying your way up the ranks with the Death Eaters now too? Draco was grateful that Potter couldn't see his face right then, because if he had, he would have seen the sting of that comment written clearly in his captor's expression. However, Draco was quick to reassume his carefully poised manner, outwardly ignoring the comment about the Quidditch team. Oh, I'm earning my keep with the Dark Lord for myself, he drawled smugly. You were the key. Of course, Father's influence has been beneficial. Too bad all your parents ever did for you was get themselves killed and put you firmly on the top of the Dark Lord's shit list. Fury sent Harry lunging at the bars, hand outstretched for Malfoy's neck. You. Harry just missed the edge of Draco's cloak, as the blonde boy jumped backwards in surprise. Harry's arm was thrust through the bars up to his shoulder while the other hand clenched one bar, white-knuckled. His breath hissed audibly through gritted and bared teeth, but it was the eyes that caught Draco off guard. Draco had never actually seen Potter without his glasses before. Even under normal circumstances, behind the dull glare of the lenses, his eyes had always shone with a peculiar intensity which Draco found disconcerting. His mind flashed to the minor disaster during his charm's owl, when Potter's gaze had caused him to lose control of his levitation charm, and his wine glass had shattered. Nobody else would have been able to cause him to falter like that, nobody else could cause his emotions to flare violently like Potter did. However, if that had been disconcerting, this was 100 times worse. Now, that fierce emerald gaze drilled straight into his own eyes, blazing with anger, pain, and something else that Draco couldn't quite decipher, and he wasn't entirely certain he wanted to. Whatever it was, Draco felt his own heartbeat freeze momentarily in his chest. Their eyes stayed locked, barely an arm's length apart, and for a split second Draco could taste a hint of fear on the tip of his tongue. It was insane. Potter was behind the bars, without his wand, without even his glasses. He was helpless. Yet if that were true, then why did Draco feel at that moment that the Gryffindor was more in control than he was? Draco finally tore his eyes away, thoroughly shaken. Potter was under his control, his prisoner. He couldn't let the balance of power change like that again. He had to keep the upper hand next time. And there would be a next time. Potter always had a talent for getting under his skin, but here in the Malfoy dungeons, that sort of thing was simply unacceptable. When he turned back towards the cell, he found that Potter had withdrawn his arm and was now gripping the bars with both hands. His slender wrist seemed almost stronger than the metal bars, and Draco had to remind himself that the cell was magically reinforced. The boy's face was still pushed between the bars in defiance, hair standing in every direction, appearing for all the world like a wild creature that should never have been captured and would never be tamed. You leave my mum and dad out of this. Harry kept his voice deceptively calm, refusing to lower himself to further outbursts. That would be exactly what Malfoy wanted. If you have an issue with me, deal with me. Malfoy opened his mouth as though searching for a comeback when the heavy clacking of heeled boots drew both boys' attention. Draco. Lucius Malfoy emerged into the passageway. Draco, I do hope you are conducting yourself properly down here. He appraised Harry. Mr. Potter, so nice of you to have joined us. Harry dropped his hands away from the bars, but carefully held eye contact with the older wizard. If he was surprised by Lucius' appearance, he hid it well. You're supposed to be in Azkaban. You really thought they'd be able to keep me there for long, Potter? Oh no, boy, I have powerful friends. You would have done well to remember that before interfering in things you can't possibly handle. It's not as though I've had much of a choice. Harry glanced around, even though he really couldn't see much without his glasses. Where am I? This, Mr. Malfoy spread his hands invitingly, with just a hint of the grandiose, is my humble home. Well, the lower regions of it, more specifically. I apologize for the accommodations, of course, but we suspected that you might not take too kindly to our invitation, and might decide to leave before it was polite to do so. The oily tone of Mr. Malfoy's voice was more appalling than a blatant insult. Harry resisted the impulse to gag at the words, but his nose wrinkled up in distaste. And just how long do you plan to keep me here? Ah, that's the question, isn't it? A twisted smile played across Lucius' lips. As you know, my master has some unfinished business with you. He may have regained his physical form, but you have something else he desires. A decade and a half ago, some of his power transferred to you. Had he killed you the night he was restored to his physical form, he would have regained much of it. Unfortunately, you seem to have an uncanny attraction for luck. Harry snorted. Right, I'm rolling in fate and fortune. Mr. Malfoy raised an eyebrow. Indeed, as fate would have it, an opportunity which was unavailable at that time has now presented itself. In a few short weeks, there will be a full lunar eclipse. Such astronomical events are times of high magical potential, Mr. Potter. It was an event far too useful to miss. What's that supposed to mean? Astronomy. Why hadn't he paid more attention in Sinistra's class? Mr. Malfoy let out something that loosely resembled a short laugh. I wouldn't want to ruin the surprise, Mr. Potter. The Dark Lord himself will be more than willing to explain it to you. He's rather pleased with this event, as are we all. Harry's head spun. There appeared to be no way out. Voldemort had obviously planned some disturbingly heinous way to kill him. Better yet, he was Malfoy's house guest. Well, house might be pushing it some. Could the day get any better? He blinked against the haze over his eyes. Give me my glasses, he said flatly. Mr. Malfoy feigned surprise. Draco, where are your manners? Give young Mr. Potter here his glasses. A Malfoy is always gracious, remember that. Yes, father. Draco reached onto a small shelf cut into the stone wall and retrieved the glasses. They had been slightly bent during the abduction, but they were still quite usable. Staying as far back as possible, as though feeding a dangerous animal at the zoo, he reached over and offered the glasses to Potter. Potter's hand came whipping through the bars and snatched the glasses from Draco's fingers faster than he could blink. Quidditch reflexes. Potter really was born to be a seeker. Draco wasn't, and that simple fact disgusted him no end. Whether he was disgusted with Potter or with himself, well, he'd never quite been able to answer that question. Harry jammed the glasses back on, and glared back at Draco, then Lucius. Now Potter, where are your manners? Lucius Malfoy asked with mock horror. It's proper to say, thank you, when someone does you a favor. I have nothing to thank you for. Potter's tone was icy. Oh, but you do. You're still alive, and relatively undamaged, are you not? And I stress that all these things are relative. Sure. Potter tipped his head up. If you call poisoning and a stab wound undamaged, I'm just peachy. Draco only then noticed that Potter had been favoring his left shoulder the entire time. He hid the injury well. Draco was almost impressed. Come now, Potter. Mr. Malfoy narrowed his eyes. All I ask is a little gratitude. That's surely not so difficult. The corner of Draco's mouth curled up in a slight smile. His father was toying with Potter. This should be amusing. It would make a change from his toying with Draco, at least. The dark-haired Gryffindor pressed his lips shut in defiance. I told you to say, thank you, Lucius hissed. With one swift motion, he whipped out his wand and leveled it at Potter. Imperio. Outside of defense against the dark arts classes, this was the nearest to hand Draco had ever seen one of the unforgivable curses used. The suddenness of his father's action startled him, but still, he took a small step forward to observe more closely. After all, this wasn't an everyday occurrence. Behind the smudged lenses of his glasses, Potter's eyes lost focus, and his face became blank. He teetered unsteadily on his feet briefly. Slowly, he opened his mouth to speak, and Draco waited expectantly for the hollow, "Thank you." It never came. Potter's mouth snapped shut and he squeezed his eyes tightly closed as though blocking out a bright light. He tipped his head forward and shook it as if trying to dislodge something from within his ears. When he raised his head again, his eyes were clear. "You know, Voldemort tried that too. You were there. If it didn't work for him, what makes you think it would work for you?" Draco was shocked. Potter had not only thrown off the curse, he had also insinuated that the Dark Lord himself had tried the same thing, and had likewise failed. Draco's only relief was that Potter was staring at his father and not at him. Lucius Malfoy, too, was visibly ruffled. Covering it quickly with a grimace, he snarled back, "You'll learn some respect in time, Potter, but it doesn't much matter. It'll all end the same way. You're a fool, but I suppose you can't help that. It's inherent to your surname." "Go to hell." "I think not," Lucius sniffed, "but you'll be taking your holiday there soon enough." He quickly turned a cold shoulder to his captive, facing Draco squarely instead. "Now Draco, the master shall be arriving late tomorrow to examine our guest. In the meantime, he has given you a particular task, and a great honor. As the person who caught Mr. Potter, the Dark Lord feels it fitting that you should also be the person to guard him. We wish to take no chances. Do you understand the importance of this task?" Draco met his father's gaze and saw the cold pride written there. He flicked his eyes at the boy standing quietly in the cell not 3 meters away. He thought of the blazing ferocity in Potter's eyes, the defiance, and most particularly, the way he had thrown of the imperious curse as though it were nothing more than a cloak with a tricky clasp. Potter was not to be underestimated, but Draco felt more than certain he was up to the task. The smaller boy was unarmed and imprisoned, and, after all, was Draco a Malfoy or not? "Yes, father. Potter isn't going anywhere." "Excellent," Lucius proclaimed with a sharp nod. "I'll have one of the house elves bring down food and bedding for you." He hesitated, then pulled the corners of his mouth into something vaguely resembling a smile. "I'm proud of you, Draco." And with that, he left. Draco watched him go, mouth hanging slightly open in shock at the unexpectedly lavish praise. "You really did such a very proud thing, Malfoy. Sneaking up on an unarmed classmate and stabbing him. How very noble of you." Draco gaped at Potter, who was now standing with his arms folded across his chest, mocking him. The Dark Lord himself had failed to kill Potter on several occasions. Death Eaters whose plans for Potter's capture failed often forfeited their lives to Voldemort. Draco had been the person who had finally succeeded in that apparently impossible task, and in one statement, Potter had reduced its significance to nothing more than a cheap prank. Draco felt his face flush. How did this boy manage to infuriate him so easily? "You're in a bloody fine position to talk. You're just lucky I didn't decide to finish you off myself." "You couldn't have." Potter sounded quite sure of himself. "Only because I had to bring you back alive." "That's not what I mean." Those vivid green eyes leveled themselves at Draco, who found himself blinking involuntarily. "Then what exactly do you mean, Potter? Do you think I actually give a rat's ass about you?" What was Potter playing at? "No, think there's some sort of inner good in me." This was starting to become damned uncomfortable. Potter scoffed. "No." Draco could feel his heart thudding nervously. "Well then, what are you getting at? I don't think you're strong enough to kill me yourself." Potter turned his back on Draco and made himself busy finding a spot for the night. It was a good thing he did turn away, because Draco's stomach had coincidentally chosen that moment to twist itself into a knot. How dare he? How dare? "Don't push it, Potter. You're just tempting fate, and you really don't want to make things harder on yourself than they already are." Draco shot at him, but the comment was lacking its usual edge. Harry glanced briefly back over his shoulder. He'd heard the slight shift in Malfoy's voice, and he liked it. "Voldemort is trying to kill me. Again. I'm not too worried about anything you're going to do." He returned his attention to his inspection of the floor, but he could still feel Malfoy's eyes on the back of his neck. The Slytherin's presence in such close quarters made him just a little bit edgy. All right, so he was uncomfortable with it. No, it bloody bugged the hell out of him. Forget that Voldemort would be paying him a visit in a few short hours to divulge his diabolical plan for Harry's demise. Those hours would be spent in the same room as Draco Malfoy. Somehow, that almost seemed the worse of the two. Good night, Malfoy. Harry didn't need to peek again to be certain that Malfoy was furious at being casually brushed aside. The lack of verbal response was enough to confirm it. He knew Malfoy well enough to anticipate the boy's reactions, just as Malfoy seemed to know at least a bit about him. All Harry had to do was to stay one step ahead, keep Malfoy irritated to the point of distraction, continue pushing the other boy's buttons, and hopefully he could find a way out. Malfoy was probably more than ready to devote all his time to driving Harry mad. It shouldn't be too difficult to turn the tables. The floor was cold and hard, but it was welcoming enough. Apparently the poison had taken more out of him than he'd realized, leaving him lightheaded and somewhat nauseated. He tucked his left arm carefully against his body and drew his knees towards his chin with his right arm, all the while keeping his shoulder turned towards the bars. He didn't want Malfoy to see his face. Somehow, if he kept that hidden, it would almost feel like a touch of privacy. A sharp cracking noise almost caused Harry to relinquish that tiny shred of seclusion, but he held his ground, awaiting the next audio clue. Master Malfoy, sir, your father is sending Biddy here with young Master Malfoy's things. A house elf's high-pitched squeak greeted his ears. Put the chair and blanket down there. Malfoy's voice was flat and impassive. Where is Master Malfoy wanting his tea, sir? Mistress Malfoy is not wanting young master to catch cold. Just put it down next to the chair. There was a soft clinking of dishware, then a pause. Aren't you going now? Malfoy spat at Biddy. The house elf squeaked. Master Malfoy, sir, Biddy is wondering, is that Harry Potter? The elf's voice was bursting with poorly hidden awe. I said go. Malfoy yelled. Harry heard a heavy, sickening thud and knew that Malfoy had just landed the pitiful elf a kick. Vivid memories of Lucius Malfoy's hideous treatment of Dobby broke to the surface of Harry's thoughts. Ignoring his body's protests, he dragged himself to his feet and threw himself against the bars. You lay off her, Malfoy. Startled by the outburst from his previously subdued prisoner, Draco nearly forgot about Biddy, who was slowly picking herself up from the ground. What did you tell me to do? I said, lay off her. Why should I? She's a house elf. She's not supposed to go about asking questions of her masters, sticking her nose where it doesn't belong. It's not for her to question me in anything. And so her masters have to prove they're in control by beating up defenseless house elves. A house elf must be totally loyal. That's its job, Draco sniffed. I always figured it was better to earn loyalty than to beat it out of a person. Draco's mouth was already open, preparing to dish out the next retort, but his voice choked in his throat. His father's voice echoed through his head like some sort of Pavlovian mantra. You have to earn it. Earn it. You can't just take it. You have to earn it. Those words had danced circles in his head for hours the night his father had left him there, and he'd never forgotten. His eyes wandered over Potter's shoulder to the chains hanging unused from the cell wall. He subconsciously rubbed his wrist, remembering the cold metal that had cut them all night, leaving ghastly red marks. You have to earn it. House elves aren't people, Draco said flatly, but his words sounded hollow in his ears. They owe their loyalty to the family that takes them in. They have to learn their place, the hard way if necessary. They would actually prefer for you to punish them, rather than have you give them clothes. Harry's mouth turned down in a very unconvinced frown. So you kick them around like vermin, or force them to punish themselves. I thought Malfoys were always gracious. Well, sometimes we merely lock them in a cupboard for a couple of days, or in the dungeons, or we don't permit them to eat. As many times as Draco had seen a house elf being punished, and had even inflicted the punishments himself, he'd never actually put it to words. Standing under Potter's harsh scrutiny, in a place where he, himself, had been punished, it sounded absolutely brutal. Barbaric. Not the gracious, distinguished behavior of a Malfoy. He had never considered quite that way. No. That was nonsense. His father had taught him better. He was not going to let Potter's sanctimonious speech get to him. Draco fixed a scowl on his face in a vain attempt to keep Potter from seeing his reaction, but the other boy wasn't even bothering to look at him. Potter's face had gone a shade paler, and he seemed to be wavering on his feet a little. Harry swallowed as the sick feeling in his stomach from the poison had intensified at least tenfold. He tried to ignore it, but he was so tired that Malfoy's description of the milder forms of house elf punishment quickly brought vivid memories boiling to the surface, and he was unable to push them away. He could almost feel Uncle Vernon's meaty hand clenching his shirt at the nape of his neck, shoving him roughly into his cupboard. He could hear the harsh voice bellowing in his ear, and no meals for a week. And then the sound of the cupboard door slamming shut behind him. The Malfoys were no better than the Dursleys, and ironically, they were each the one thing the other most despised in the world. Did the Malfoys see the same punishments as being suited to people? Probably, but not for actual members of their family. House elves, nephews, and blood enemies, lock them away and force them into submission. At least this dungeon, unlike his cupboard, gave him space to stretch out his legs. Quickly berating himself for even beginning to consider the merits of the Malfoy dungeons, Harry shook his head to clear it. Malfoy was regarding him oddly. "What's the matter with you?" It was the usual Malfoy drawl, to be sure, but there was a strange lift to his voice. He was curious. Well, if Malfoy wanted to know something, why on earth should Harry give him the pleasure? Sod off, Malfoy. Harry heard no attempt at a response as he made his way back to his spot on the floor. Every part of him hurt now, even the pieces you couldn't find on any anatomy chart. He just wanted to curl up and let this wretched awareness disappear. He couldn't let Malfoy see him in pain, wouldn't let himself show any sign of weakness. With no help at hand, completely alone, he needed to stay strong. It was all he had, and it was his only chance to get out of there alive. Suppressing a grunt of pain, he settled himself back into a tight, fetal ball, his injured arm cradled in his lap, wishing against all odds that he would wake up back in Gryffindor Tower and this would all have been one very strange nightmare. And a rock feels no pain. And an island never cries. Draco watched the still form of Harry Potter, curled up against the wall of the cell, and shivered. The dungeons were cold, that was just the way things were, but it didn't mean that Draco had to like it. He tucked his feet underneath him on the chair and pulled his blankets in tighter. It had been a long night, and it wasn't over yet. His tea had gone cold hours ago, left untouched on the floor by his feet. His mother had always refused to let him sweeten it, sweetened tea being simply not proper, and despite its fragrant aroma, Draco had never appreciated its bitter edge. Besides, he would have much preferred a stronger beverage to keep him warm, one that would have drowned out the ridiculous thoughts that kept swimming unchecked through his head. For a fleeting instant, in a fit of momentary insanity, to be precise, he'd almost slipped and uttered an apology to Biddy, before she'd disappeared from the dungeons. He, Draco Malfoy, apologized to a house elf. Preposterous. But worse still, Potter had instigated the whole thing, only to turn his back on Draco and curl up apparently sound asleep on the floor. Nobody turned their back to a Malfoy, and here was Potter, calmly doing just that, like there was nothing to worry him in the world. Draco considered turning his wand on the obnoxious captive, but to what end? Torture him. For some reason, the idea had lost its appeal. Control him. Apparently that wasn't going to work. No, he wanted to beat Potter at his own game. No matter what the situation, Potter had always managed to come out on top. Oh, it wasn't just Quidditch. There was the House Cup, the Triwizard Tournament, media coverage, fame and fortune. It was enough to make Draco sick. Now that fluke of a boy, asleep on the cold dungeon floor, was winning in a game of wits. Draco set his jaw firmly. No, this was only the first round. There would be plenty of time to turn the tide of this contest. He just couldn't let Potter get to him. He certainly wasn't going to dwell on it. But that was exactly what he was doing, and he knew it. Draco shifted in his seat, turning his back so that he couldn't see Potter in the cell. Potter couldn't possibly know the effect his comment about earning loyalty was having on Draco. As a Malfoy, he had spent his entire life trying to earn respect, prestige, and most importantly, power. Loyalty was merely the logical consequence of those attributes, not a quality that stood on its own. His father's loyalty to the Dark Lord, his own loyalty to his father, loyalty was simply given to the person with the most power. Power. That's what it was all about. The final goal. It was the last step, of course, requiring time, cunning, and knowing the right people. It was a remote aspiration for Draco when he was younger, so respect had become his intermediate goal. He had sought it from his friends, his professors, and mostly, from his father. Crabbe and Goyle had been easy enough. Show those goons a card trick, and they would worship you like the second coming of Merlin. Professors were a bit more difficult. He had always earned top marks in his classes, particularly potions. But with mudblood lovers like Dumbledore running the place, the Malfoy name didn't hold the clout it once had. Draco had managed to royally embarrass himself on occasion, had gotten in trouble with a number of professors, and every single time, it had had something to do with Potter. Detention in the dark forest, tangles with hippogriffs, and painful moments as a flying ferret, all of it was courtesy of Potter, one way or another. Naturally, whenever Potter inadvertently instigated something like that, his father made it known just how displeased he was. It wasn't easy for anybody to earn respect from Lucius Malfoy. The task became even more difficult when he was your father. Draco had never quite been good enough, never quite been able to move fast enough, although there was nothing he wanted more. Gods that be, he swore that the harder he tried, the more he fell short of his father's expectations. As the only Malfoy heir, he had a reputation to uphold. He had a destiny to fulfill. Only great things could come from a name like Draco Malfoy. He came so close, too. His father had been pleased with Draco's report card at the end of his first year. Pleased, that was, until he had heard about Mudblood Granger's marks. Draco had watched in shame as his father had removed his report parchment from its frame over the mantle and reduced it to ashes with a flick of his wand. Edged out by a mudblood. It was humiliating. It was disgraceful. It was not the place of a Malfoy. It was nowhere near as bad as the after effects of his first Quidditch match though. Now, Draco, this is the finest broom money can buy. I will not have my son displaying himself on anything but the best broom, nor do I expect anything but the best from his performance. Quote, clearly his performance had not measured up to his father's expectations. He'd been too distracted with antagonizing Potter to notice the snitch hovering just above his shoulder. Not only that, but Potter had beaten him with a broken arm. Everyone had fawned over the little hero, while Marcus Flint dragged Draco aside to hurl insults that would have made a troll blush. Despite the severity of that embarrassment, the letter from his father had been much worse. His eagle owl had arrived the following morning with a letter that read simply, I am displeased. So Draco had focused on next year. The next time around, he wouldn't let Potter distract him. Eye on the snitch, and he was sure to win. Oh, that had been a lovely thought while it lasted. The following year, Potter had burst onto the field atop a firebolt. Draco had relived the last few seconds of that game over and over in his head ever since. He'd been so far ahead of Potter, closing in on the snitch. There had been nothing between him and his golden prize, until Potter had come racing past him, faster than Draco had thought possible. His hand had been mere inches from the snitch when the Gryffindor Seeker had batted him out of the way and claimed the tiny sphere, and the Quidditch Cup, for Gryffindor. It was maddening. The only reason that could have happened was because Perfect Potter had a better broom. Therefore, all Draco needed to do was ask his father for a firebolt, right? He couldn't have been more wrong. His father's eyes had been daggers of steel, tearing Draco to shreds as effectively as his words. Draco, you didn't even prove yourself worthy of the last broom. Now, you want to excuse your incompetence by blaming the fine broomstick I bought you last year. No, Father, it's just that silence. Stop making excuses. You were unable to beat Potter when you had the superior broomstick, so I see no reason to give you another superior broom now. You have to earn it. It all came back to that, didn't it? Well, this time he'd earned it, hadn't he? Tonight, Draco should have been reveling in the victory he had earned. The bane of his existence was held securely in a cell in the Malfoy dungeons, and Draco had put him there. His father had actually been proud of him. He'd said so. Tomorrow the Dark Lord would bestow honor on the Malfoy name, and all to Draco's credit. So why the hell did Draco feel like he couldn't look himself in the eye just then? It was all due to the same cause, his grief. The boy who was sleeping in the cell, not more than 12 feet away, oblivious to the world. The sweet sound of Lucius Malfoy's, "I'm so proud of you, Draco," had been thoroughly drowned out by Potter's sarcastic undercut, "How very noble of you." Why should Potter's words resound more vividly through his mind than the long-sought words from his own father? Bloody Merlin's beard. If it hadn't been for the Dark Lord's express wish to have the boy alive, he would have killed the insufferable little Scarhead himself. Draco would have run the poison-laced blade across Potter's slender throat instead of just puncturing his shoulder like a harmless bee sting. He would have stood there, and laughed at the glory of watching Potter's blood seeping out across his skin, drenching his jumper and pooling on the floor. Relished in the ways it puddled, memorized the exact shade of deep crimson red. It would have been a sweet revenge indeed to smell the metallic tang of Potter's life force seeping through his fingers like sand. He would have reached down and wiped the blade on Potter's sleeve, placing that final smudge of blood to stand as testimony to his victory, and watched as the final ebbing of life drained from Potter's body. He would stare down into the terrified eyes in triumph and Draco glanced down at his splayed fingers and the flattened palms of his hands, lying in his lap. They were shaking. That was just it, wasn't it? Now, thinking about it, he really wasn't so sure he could have done it. The mission had been a success precisely because the responsibility was minor and the rewards great. But what if the mission had been to kill? He hadn't actually considered the possibility, not really, until Potter had thrown the challenge in his face, bold and defiant. "I don't think you're strong enough to kill me yourself." Could Draco take the dagger to Potter's throat? If he'd been told to, could he have actually poisoned Potter instead of merely stunning him? Could he honestly stare down the length of his wand, directly into Potter's piercing green eyes, and say, out loud, "Avada Kedavra"? Draco tipped his head forward into his trembling hands and dug his fingers into his face. More than anything, he wanted to be able to answer those questions with a resounding yes, but he had seen something burning in those eyes, something alive, something very human. You don't think of your enemy as another person, but merely as a means to an end. Could he have killed Potter? He didn't know anymore. He just didn't know. Harry had certainly tried to sleep in spite of his physical discomfort, but every time he'd come close, another alarming thought had raced through his brain, jolting him awake. It would have been so much easier to have simply let the world fade away, but it was too late for that. Reality had finally struck him, irreversibly. The realization of his situation had left him in too much shock to move. He didn't want to think, but his mind was churning around in circles. Like everything else, it was thoroughly beyond his control. Perhaps it was due to the presence of his captor, but most of Harry's disturbing thoughts centered on the blonde boy on the other side of the bars. Given that he was about to face the most powerful evil wizard of the age, again, it was a strange time for him to be brooding about the schoolyard bully. Still, that was exactly what Harry was doing. If it hadn't been for that slimy little ferret, he would be curled up soundly in his four-poster bed back in Gryffindor Tower, with no more worries than his potions assignment. He wouldn't be freezing his ass off on a cold dungeon floor. His shoulder wouldn't be throbbing with an ever-increasing ache where Malfoy had stabbed him. His mind certainly wouldn't be digging trenches in his subconscious. Harry was almost afraid to pull back his robe to check how bad the damage to his shoulder was. It certainly wasn't going to be pretty, but in retrospect, he realized that it could easily have been a great deal worse. Much worse. What if, in his need for vengeance and conquering hatred, Malfoy had taken the knife to Harry's throat instead? It was possible. People like Malfoy didn't need strength to kill. It was simply a part of their nature. People weren't flesh and blood human beings to them. They were obstacles blocking the opening before the final goal. Harry had only insinuated that Malfoy couldn't have killed him because he knew it could never happen, and that simple fact would serve to infuriate Malfoy to no end. Not that the bastard couldn't have done it if he'd had the chance. Harry was quite sure Malfoy would have had no trouble stabbing him in the back, literally. No, Malfoy just wouldn't get the chance to prove he could kill Harry because Voldemort would never allow someone else to do it. Voldemort wanted that final vengeance too much, and Draco would only be able to sit back and watch. In a sick twist of irony, Malfoy actually had to protect Harry, to keep him alive for Voldemort's use. That had to be a blow to Malfoy's ego. Of course, if Harry were to escape, that would be even better. When. There had to be a way out. He was the damned boy who lived. He'd escaped from Voldemort more than once. He could certainly escape from Draco Malfoy. Perhaps, if he played his cards just right, he could manipulate the Slytherin Git. Possibly antagonize him into opening the cell door. Get his wand back. And then what? Well, he'd think of something when the time came. First, he had to get under Malfoy's skin, and, if he was even remotely perceptive, it seemed he'd already started. Harry almost wondered what the look on Malfoy's face had been when he'd turned his back. Strike that. He was dying to know, to see what sort of leverage he might be able to gain over the other boy. Malfoy hadn't said a word, hadn't made a sound, not a clue for Harry to follow, and Harry refused to concede even his curiosity in front of Malfoy. But for someone who always tried for the last word, it had been somewhat surprising that the Malfoy insult vault had come up empty. Even more curious had been the slight change in the tone of his voice. Had Harry struck that deep a blow, Malfoy knew he'd never get to kill Harry himself. Was that really so disturbing a thought to the Slytherin? Harry bit his lower lip. That couldn't be quite right. Perhaps his offhand insult had been a bit too close to the truth. Malfoy had always been a coward, hiding behind his trollish friends, running at the first sign of danger, using his father's name as a shield. That made sense. He really was simply a coward, and Harry had called him on it. Yes, of course. It was absolutely obvious. No, it wasn't. He dug his teeth a little deeper into his lip. When he'd called Malfoy a coward the first time, accusing him of hiding behind his father's robes, there had been an immediate counterattack, and it had been a pretty deep one. Harry felt his throat close a little as he remembered the remark about his parents. If those bars hadn't been there, he would have crushed Malfoy's windpipe with his own hands. 2 more inches and he would have had him. Instead, he'd been trapped, and there was nothing he could do to defend his parents but glare at the bastard who'd insulted them in the first place. If looks could kill. But they couldn't, sad to say. Funny though, Malfoy had appeared for a second as if that was exactly what looks could do. Those gray eyes, which had always been narrowed in a sneer, had been peeled wide open, sparking with tenuously restrained alarm. It was the first time Malfoy's eyes had ever looked alive to Harry, and the spark he saw underneath them had been fear. That served the Git right. Fear was exactly what those eyes should contain. But still, there had been something else too. Harry released his lower lip from his front teeth, and pulled the inside of his cheek between his back molars. He bit down, hard. The pain did little to distract his mind from the minor epiphany that was closing in around it. There had been fear all right, but also some sort of recognition. Recognition. What the hell was he recognizing? How grievously enraged Harry was. That would require an understanding of human emotion. That little prat didn't have enough humanity running through his veins to recognize an emotion as basic as love if it struck him in the face. Harry released the inside of his cheek from his teeth. Where did that come from? He didn't really have time to think on it before his train of thought was interrupted by the sound of a choked cough. After hours of holding his silence, Harry decided to let his curiosity get the better of him. He'd been sitting perfectly still for so long that every muscle fiber seemed to rip apart as he rolled his back flat against the wall and turned his head to look at Malfoy. The sight that greeted his eyes was startling, to say the least. Malfoy was doubled over, wrapped in a lovely embroidered quilt, head in his hands. His normally slick hair was frizzing at the ends. Even more amusing, his shoulders were shaking, just slightly, but definitely shaking. Harry let his mouth fall open in amazement. This was just too good an opportunity to miss. Let the game begin. What's the matter, Malfoy? Lose your teddy bear. The blonde head shot up, revealing the classic Malfoy features warped by something normally foreign to them, emotion. Well, what a concept. The little snake was actually capable of something resembling human sentiment. Harry couldn't quite identify which emotion, but it almost seemed genuine. Almost. What did you say to me, Potter? His voice was low and raspy. Oh, I'm sorry, was I interrupting a personal moment? I'll just leave you to your privacy. Oh wait, I can't. Too bad. Malfoy. What the hell is your problem? The drawl was back. Let me think about that. He paused for effect. Oh yes, I remember now. I'm trapped in a dungeon with you, awaiting certain doom at the hands of a deranged dark wizard. That would just about cover it. He allowed himself a silent snort, which sent a wave of pain shooting through his shoulder, causing him to wince. Almost forgot. Lovely stab wound too. Malfoy hesitated for a fraction of a second, not much, but enough that Harry noticed it, before finally shooting back, "You deserve no better." Harry gaped at Malfoy in disbelief. The Slytherin was carefully avoiding his eyes, putting on a show of stretching his neck like a preening peacock. "I deserve no better." Deserve? And just how are you judging that? You've spent your entire life meddling in things that were too big for you, Malfoy sniffed. You go strutting around like you own the school, and all the professors beat your ass, make special allowances for you, especially the mudblood lover Dumbledore. You picked a fight with the most powerful dark wizard of the age, and most of all, Malfoy turned and looked at Harry, carefully placing his gaze just above Harry's eyebrows. You messed with my family. Never a good move, Potter. Harry swallowed. Where could he even begin to start tearing apart that slew of accusations? He sighed. Start at the top and work his way down, he supposed. Malfoy, I was a year old when I got mixed up with Voldemort. Malfoy flinched at the name, but Harry ignored it and carried on anyway. Last time I checked the history books, he came bursting into my house, killed my parents, and then tried his hand at me. I was too young to remember any of it, and you're saying I picked the fight. That's really funny, Malfoy. Really impossible, but really funny. Not that, you stupid prat. At school, you went messing with the Dark Lord's business on your own. Last year was bad enough, gallivanting to the ministry like some glorious little hero, but you've been pulling stunts like that since the start. My father told me all about them. You just had to go and be the brave little Gryffindor, protecting the bloody stone, then messing with the Chamber of Secrets. The school would have finally been rid of mudblood filth, and you had to get in the way. Harry pushed himself to his feet, steeling himself against any display of pain as his shoulder sent throbbing waves down his arm and across his chest. He walked slowly and deliberately across the floor to the bars of the cell. Don't you call people that? Those were good witches and wizards that monster attacked, a lot finer and more respectable than some I could have mentioned. He glared meaningfully at Malfoy. Malfoy snorted. Finer my ass. A Hufflepuff and that scrawny Creevy kid. And that monster would have done the school a favor if it had actually killed that eyesore, Granger. A burning fury rose in Harry's chest, and he began to reach for the bars as though expecting that he could bend them apart himself, escape, and strangle the bastard on the other side. Don't rise to it, Harry. That's exactly what he wants. Don't take the bait. Stay in control. He lowered his hands. Through a clenched jaw, he spoke in the most even tone he could manage. You're just jealous of her. What are you talking about, Potter? He's asking questions. That means he's being defensive. The only reason you want Hermione out of the way is because she beats you at every turn, even in potions. Humph. You think far too highly of your little mudblood friend. Harry shook his head, the fury melting into determination as he eased into the baiting game. Oh, I think very highly of her, and for good reason, not just the fact that she's much brighter than you. Yes, you're jealous of her. Either that, or it's because she happens to be my friend. Is that it, Malfoy? Just need another little way to get at me. Which is it? Jealous of her marks. Harry paused and raised an eyebrow. Go for the kill, or jealous of her friendship with me. Malfoy's face contorted as though he was choking on some bad cheese. He sputtered briefly, finally snarling out, I have no desire to compare myself to a pathetic mudblood, nor would I ever envy her friendship with the likes of you. The venom in the last word was palpable. Harry narrowed his eyes and regarded Malfoy through the bottom half of his glasses, suppressing a triumphant smirk. Too easy. I'm not altogether convinced. Hermione and Ron are two of the best witches and wizards I could ever want to know. They would die for me, and I'd die for them. That's loyalty, Malfoy, and that's a hell of a lot to be jealous of. Crabbe and Goyle, Would roll over and fetch for anyone who offered them a dog biscuit. Oh yes, that's really something special. Draco hadn't actually realized that he'd moved from his seat until he came to a stop just out of Potter's reach. Crabbe and Goyle would do whatever I told them to do. So would a well-trained Cocker Spaniel. They follow you around like overgrown puppies, although not quite so intelligent, and you use them. Without someone bigger and stronger to hide behind, you're nothing. Draco felt his irritation giving way to fury as he glared at his insolent captive. Potter was his prisoner, under his control, and the boy dared to stand up and belittle him. Draco could feel his hands starting to shake. He clenched them into fists, hoping Potter hadn't noticed. Without your little friends here, you're not much of anything yourself, Potter, he snarled. The dark-haired boy tipped his head to the side thoughtfully, looking far too confident, even as his damaged glasses balancing precariously atop his nose. If you're so sure of yourself, Malfoy, why don't you give me back my wand, let me out, and face me for yourself? Heat was beginning to rise behind Draco's ears. At the moment, there was nothing he'd like more than to have a proper duel with the obnoxious bastard in the cell, just to prove that Potter didn't have a chance against him, but that was something he wouldn't be able to try anytime soon. Besides, it was just a trick. Potter was trying to goad him into allowing a chance for escape. Try harder, Potter, that won't work. Draco forced himself to take a slow, steadying breath. You'd like that, wouldn't you, Potter? Potter blew out a breath through his nose. Actually, I'd like to use a bathroom. Where the hell am I supposed to go? Draco's upper lip curled into a contemptuous sneer. He raised one hand and pointed towards a hole in the floor in the far corner of the cell. All the comforts of home, Potter. I'm sure it's a fair match for the Weasleys' house. He jutted out his chin. Surely he'd won this round. Potter took a step towards the corner with one foot, but the stance of his body remained the same. Nothing of yours could ever be half as good as anything the Weasleys have, Malfoy. Now, do you mind? I'd like a little privacy. Once again, Potter turned his back to Draco, and left him standing open-mouthed. That unbelievable bastard had done it again. How did Potter always manage to catch him off guard? Draco turned away from the cell, still confused and irritated. He had no desire to see Potter doing his business, so he sullenly moved back to his chair and slouched back into the cushions. It was a good thing his father couldn't see him right then. A Malfoy wasn't supposed to slouch. He kicked at the floor absently, doing his best to ignore the sound of a stream of water plinking down a hole in the floor. It had to be almost morning, because he could hear his stomach complaining loudly for breakfast. Funny thing though, he wasn't actually hungry. Draco hardly noticed Potter leave the corner of the cell and move back to the spot where he'd spent the night. Staring straight ahead at the wall in front of him, Draco was doing his damn best to empty his mind. He didn't want to think about how maddening this whole mess was becoming. There would be almost 3 more weeks of guard duty before the Dark Lord collected his prize. If the past few hours had been this bad, how in the name of Merlin was he going to be able to handle the rest of it? He hadn't expected a sleepover with Potter to be fun and games, but at the same time, he'd never thought the heavy hand of the power struggle would come from the other side of the bars. His thoughts were cut off by his stomach growling again, but before he could mentally tell it to shut up, it was answered by a loud crack. Biddy appeared before him bearing a tray laden with pumpkin juice, toast, bacon, some fruit, and, of course, a steaming pot of tea. Master Malfoy, sir. Biddy is being sent by Mistress Malfoy. Mistress is telling Biddy to remind young master that he is to eat a proper breakfast, sir. Draco frowned. I'm not hungry, sir. Mistress Malfoy is insisting, sir. The house elf hesitated. Senior Master Malfoy is also wanting Biddy to tell you that the prisoner is also to eat, sir. Draco noted that there were, indeed, 2 cups next to the flagon of pumpkin juice, and an extra empty plate. He rolled his eyes and nodded. A Malfoy is always gracious, yes, but that shouldn't mean that he had to share the same breakfast as Potter. Probably Biddy had been told to fix breakfast for both Potter and himself, and hadn't been aware that it wasn't proper for prisoners to eat as well as their captors. Draco sighed. He didn't have the energy to correct the ignorant house elf properly right now. Is Master Malfoy needing anything else from Biddy, sir? He shook his head. No, you may leave. Yes, sir. Master Malfoy, sir. She bent down and picked up the tray she had left last night, with the cold pot of tea still full. As she was standing upright to disappear back to the kitchens, Draco caught a proper look at her. Slouching in his chair, it was the first time he had ever found himself on eye level with a house elf. Dressed in a decrepit pillowcase and looking distinctly forlorn, it wasn't a sight a Malfoy should have to lower himself to see. However, now that he'd seen it, there was no way to pretend he hadn't. Already feeling emotionally bruised, this was just another thing buffeting his brain in directions it had never before swayed. He hadn't actually intended to say it, it must have slipped out from the murky depths of his swirling thoughts. Possibly for the first time in history, a Malfoy actually looked a house elf in the eye and said, "Thank you." Biddy's ears perked up in sheer delight and her oversized eyes watered around the edges. She began bobbing her head in excitement, squeaking loudly. "Oh, Master Malfoy, sir. You is muchly welcomed, sir. If Master is needing anything else of Biddy, just call, sir." She almost dropped the tray, she bowed so low. Still holding the bow, she vanished with a sharp crack. Draco planted his feet against the stone floor and pushed himself a bit higher in his chair as he realized what he'd just done, and what Biddy had just said. It was unexpected, to say the least. His father would never have approved. A Malfoy never thanks a house elf. It would lead to impudence from the creatures. They might get ideas, perhaps even fancy themselves to be deserving of thanks. Biddy had never informed him to just call if he wanted something. Of course, he would have called if he had desired, with or without her permission. And she would have come. No thanks were required. It was the function of a house elf. But still, this was strangely different. It hadn't been raw, forced servitude. Biddy had offered her services willingly. It was highly unorthodox, but it almost felt good. Perhaps, just maybe, Potter had been on to something. Harry stared at Malfoy. He must be delirious, because for a moment, it had almost sounded as though Malfoy had thanked the house elf. That was it, delirium. Malfoy must have realized that Harry was staring, and he turned to him wearing his best mask of contempt. "What are you gawking at, Potter? I had a vision. For a moment, albeit brief, you almost resembled a human being. You don't need to worry though, because then I realized I must simply be losing my mind." Harry leaned back against the wall and closed his eyes, getting ready for the next volley. "What do you know, Potter?" Harry sat up away from the wall and turned back to Malfoy. Whatever kind of verbal attack he'd expected, that hadn't been it. The other boy was still scowling at Harry with disdain, but his voice hadn't been laced with the same poisonous harshness it had always held. It sounded almost bemused. "A Malfoy is always gracious," Draco continued. "I'm just living up to the expectations of my name. That's not something I'd care to brag about. I saw how gracious your father was to Dobby. I had never seen such revolting treatment of a living creature in all my life." The thought finished itself silently in Harry's mind. "Except maybe the way the Dursleys treated me. My father simply expects the kind of loyalty and respect due to a person of his stature," Malfoy sniffed, although his voice had started to waver. "So someone of his stature has to resort to beating helpless creatures and starving them, in order to feel powerful. Your father is sick. My father is a great man." Malfoy bellowed like a wounded animal. "He's a proud and dignified man, upholding a proud and dignified family tradition." Tradition of what? Cruelty. The hot air in Malfoy's balloon had apparently deflated. "I wouldn't expect you to understand." Harry nodded. "That's fine, because I don't think I want to." What was there to understand? Lucius Malfoy was the original evil bastard, and Draco was evil bastard in training. The Malfoy tradition was Slytherin at its finest, the unbridled use of cunning and greed in the unending quest for power. No cost was too high, not even human life. So why had Malfoy thanked Biddy? It had to be another game. Malfoy was trying to wage his own mental war on him, a counterattack perhaps. However, this game seemed different, and Harry found himself curious as to where it might lead. Malfoy was brushing one foot back and forth across the floor, once again curled up in his chair, staring at the breakfast tray in front of him. Harry watched him silently, waiting for the Slytherin to make the next move. "Do you want some tea?" "What?" Harry found himself asking, not being quite able to keep the surprise from his voice. "Are you daft? I asked if you wanted tea. I'm supposed to feed you, remember? It makes no personal difference to me, but you're no use to you-know-who if you starve to death." Malfoy didn't use Voldemort's name. Come to think of it, neither had his father. Somewhere in the deep recesses of his brain, Harry filed away this scrap of information for later use, burying it behind the more pressing issue at hand. "Tea. Don't make me ask you again, Potter, or you're going to be wearing it. Is it sweetened?" "Sweetened tea? Don't be absurd. It's not proper to add sugar to tea." That was his mother talking, and Draco knew it. Harry nodded. "Then no thanks. It always tastes bitter to me without sugar." Draco raised his head just a fraction away from the breakfast tray and regarded Potter out of the corner of his eye. What kind of game was this anyway? Potter couldn't say that. It was just two. He was not going to have even tea drinking preferences in common with his prisoner. He would not. He was a Malfoy. Draco dropped his head back down and shook it, as if he could dispel the similarities through his ears. Without another word, he piled 2 thick slices of toast on one of the plates next to several pieces of bacon and poured a cupful of pumpkin juice. Potter was watching his every move throughout the process. "Let him. Apple or orange?" "I'm not hungry." Draco sighed and repeated, more insistent this time, "Apple or orange?" A pause. "Apple." In silence, Draco carried the cup and plate to the cell. There was one horizontal slot just large enough for a laden plate. That one night he had spent in the cell, he had wondered what that slot was for. Now he knew. Potter hadn't moved from his spot by the wall, and Draco tapped his foot impatiently. "Starving yourself isn't going to do you any good." It was like taking care of a petulant child. The reply came back in a sarcastic drawl that sounded far too familiar. "Oh, Malfoy, I didn't know you cared." Draco almost dropped the breakfast. His brain was screaming protests at the derisive implication. That was the absolute furthest thing from the truth. The boy was his personal sworn enemy, not to mention the enemy of his family. He hated Potter with a burning passion. Looking down his nose, Draco forced the drawl back into his own voice. "Nothing could be further from the truth. I'm merely following orders. We need you alive." Potter leaned forward and eased himself to his knees, then to his feet, clearly favoring his left shoulder now. He stared at the floor as he approached the bars, not really seeming to notice Draco. His hands grasped the dishes at the same instant his face came up, locking eyes with Draco. "I'd rather die on my own terms than let Voldemort have me for his purposes. I'd even rather let you kill me." Draco couldn't tear his eyes away. Behind Potter's glasses were balls of green fire, flaming with accusations left unspoken. Harsh emotions wrapped themselves around Draco's chest and squeezed tightly. Anger, resentment, fear. Potter finally turned away and retreated to his place by the wall with his breakfast. Draco was left standing still, inhaling deeply as the iron band around his chest was replaced by a new sensation, this time, a strange sort of smoldering heat accompanied by a different sort of breathlessness. In that horrible burning awareness he realized that this was what being hurt was like. How was Potter doing this? Draco didn't care what the boy thought of him. The Gryffindor was weak, Draco reminded himself once again. He was unarmed and imprisoned, helpless, yet he was still stronger than Draco had ever been. That was what terrified him. Draco had finally discovered that his rival had the upper hand, even under dismal circumstances, and probably always would have, until the day he finally died. Well, at least there was an end in sight, and the responsibility wouldn't fall on Draco. Strangely, the thought didn't reassure him as he'd expected it would. Potter was sitting quietly in his spot, tossing the apple absently from hand to hand with nothing more than a flick of the wrist. Draco set his jaw, willing the familiar loathing to overtake his distress. When that didn't work, he settled for irritation. "It's food, Potter, not a plaything." Without skipping a beat, Harry bit a large chunk out of the apple and started tossing it again. Around the mouthful, he mumbled, "It's both." Draco felt his face getting hot. This was a losing battle, it seemed. The boy was too irritating for Draco to deal with. Still, just wait until the Dark Lord arrived. Just wait. Potter surely couldn't hold up against that, could he? No. The boy would crack, and then, once again, he would be the image of the pathetic little mudblood-loving Gryffindor nemesis that Draco had always loved to hate. Just wait. Hours passed. Draco made a silent vigil of the whole affair, refusing to be pulled into another verbal battle, and mercifully, Potter didn't seem all that inclined to offer him one. The apple had been set aside, and its one bitten spot had turned brown. Steam had long ago stopped puffing from the spout of the teapot. Biddy came, retrieved the tray, and disappeared. All the while, Potter didn't move or speak, and neither did Draco. Draco felt himself starting to doze off when a pained hiss snapped him fully awake. Pulling himself directly upright in his chair, he saw Potter bent over on the floor, the agony on his face partially hidden by his hand pressed against his forehead. Draco was so startled by the sudden change in Potter's demeanor that he didn't allow himself time to think up a smart comment. "What is it?" It took a moment for Potter to pull his hand away from his face to reveal a very grave expression. He whispered one word: Voldemort. The door of the dungeon flew open with a crash, and Draco didn't need to look to know who had just arrived. The glistening toes of black boots appeared under the hem of the robe, swishing steadily down the stairs, then scale-like hands, then the most horrifying face Draco had ever seen. Draco jumped out of his chair. It would not do to be caught sitting in the presence of such a powerful wizard. The air crackled with invisible ripples of dark energy, and Draco could feel the hairs along his arms stand on end. Add another thing to the list of new and disturbing things he had experienced in the past few hours. As Lord Voldemort passed him, he pressed his back against the wall. In the cell, Potter was staggering to his feet. His face was screwed up as though something was painfully blinding him. Draco guessed that it must be the scar causing that reaction. Instead of shrinking back to the far corner of the wall, however, Potter took a step towards the cell bars. He got no further though. Lips pulling back in a perverse sort of grin, Voldemort pulled his wand from his robes and whipped it at the captive. Prohibito. As though swept aside by an enormous hand, Potter went flying against the back wall of the cell, spread-eagled. The manacles dangling there jumped to life, snapping themselves around his wrists and ankles. As he struggled against his restraints, the chains retracted into the wall, securing him firmly in place. With another casual wave of his wand, Voldemort sent a thick band of cloth wrapping around Potter's mouth, effectively gagging the boy. He tucked the wand back into his robes. "Malfoy, unlock the cell." Voldemort's voice dug sharply into Draco's ears, thrillingly terrifying and powerful at once. He turned automatically to remove the key from the shelf but found his father had already done so. Lucius did not look at Draco once as he moved to the lock and turned the key. He bowed deeply as Voldemort walked past him into the cell. The Dark Lord moved up on Potter as a spider approaching a gnat caught in its web. "Mr. Potter, so good of you to join us for this extraordinary occasion." The voice was dark, sibilant, and held no trace of mercy. It was easy to see just how powerful the Dark Lord was. Now Draco understood exactly why his father had chosen service to such power. Although restrained, Potter was doing an excellent job of showing precisely how pleased he was to be there. He strained against the metal cuffs, and Draco could see the blunt edges almost cutting into the skin on his wrists. Writhing frantically, his eyes flashed defiance, pain, contempt, and pure unadulterated hatred. It made the looks he had given Draco over the years seem almost affectionate. Draco wondered just how securely the manacles were attached to the stone wall. "Oh, come now, Potter. This will be a glorious event. You should be honored to be a part of it." Voldemort began pacing back and forth slowly in front of the struggling boy. Draco snuck a sideways glacé at his father. Lucius was standing still as a sentinel, observing the occupants of the cell with detached attention. Draco swallowed and pulled himself up a bit straighter in imitation of his father. In the cell, Voldemort continued his monologue. "You almost did me a favor the night you escaped with your shiny little portkey. At the time, regaining my body and most of my power was a sufficient goal. I would have killed you and have been done with it. However, once I had my body and my loyal Death Eaters returned to me, I could bide my time. He stopped pacing in front of Potter and took a step towards the boy. Beads of sweat started to form on Potter's face and his glasses slid to the end of his nose. You took something from me, Potter. Power. I'm well aware that you are a powerful wizard, but much of that ability does not belong to you. Now, I shall have it back. He reached up with one hand, extended a long finger, and pressed it against Harry's scar. Eyelids squeezed shut over brilliant green irises and Potter's body went completely rigid against the restraints. His teeth bit down on the cloth gag, and the muscles of his jaw bunched and strained. Still, he didn't make a sound. Draco's amused smirk fell into a startled frown. He had known Potter's scar had some strange connection to Voldemort and that it had caused episodes of a sort at school, but he had been totally unaware that it was so significant. It was an unnerving display to watch, to say the least. Finally, Voldemort pulled his hand away. Potter sagged against the wall, breathing heavily. The Dark Lord resumed pacing as though nothing had happened. In 20 days, there will be a full lunar eclipse. Such astrological events are times of high magic. I discovered an ancient spell used by warlords and wizards of the past to absorb the powers of their enemies. The spell centers around the magic released by the eclipse and a potion using your blood. Isn't that lovely, Potter? You shall be bleeding for my pleasure yet again. Potter made another violent lunge against his restraints, and Voldemort laughed at him. The laugh wasn't the pleasant thing a laugh should be. It sent sharp, icy chills along Draco's spine, and he felt himself shrinking further against the wall. On the night of the eclipse, Voldemort continued his sermon, I shall consume the potion. As the light begins to bleed away from the moon, your magic and your life shall begin to bleed away from your body. As the darkness grows, my power shall grow with it until the moon fades from the night sky. He spun around to face Potter, his cloak billowing. The Dark Lord certainly had a flair for the dramatic. His face pulled up in a tight sneer. When the last of the light is gone, you will die, and my power will be fully restored. It's almost poetic in its simplicity. The sneer changed into a hideous excuse for a smile. I will enjoy watching you die. A low growl began in Potter's throat. With the power I will have retrieved from you, I will be unstoppable. Now, being unstoppable, what would I want to do first? His tone was almost sing-song, taunting his helpless captive. Potter growled a bit louder. Voldemort laughed again. I will take my Death Eaters and I will destroy Hogwarts. Potter's eyes went wide and he shrank back momentarily before lunging again. Oh yes, Potter. Hogwarts will fall. Every last brick. And every last mudblood. Just think, you've made it all possible. The growl in Potter's throat became a muffled wail. He thrashed violently. Draco could see a bit of blood starting to seep around the edges of the manacles. Voldemort took another step towards Potter. Don't be so upset, he mocked. At least you'll be with your little mudblood friends and parents. Yes, your parents. Now you know their sacrifice was in vain. The fools they were. Fighting against his gag, Potter barked 2 sharp syllables, and Draco was quite certain they weren't, thank you. You still haven't learned any manners, boy, Voldemort spat, whipping his wand from his robes. Crucio. Harry's back arched sharply, throwing his head into the wall, but that was the least violent part of the spectacle. The muscles along the sides of his slender neck bulged unnaturally and his hands contorted like grotesque claws. Every limb began to shake as though pulled by invisible strings. Like some bizarre puppet, Potter danced in his restraints. Sweat had soaked his hair, which was plastered to his forehead and neck in dark clumps, and his blast flew off from the convulsions. Through all of it, his mouth was pulled open around the gag as though he was trying to scream, but not a sound escaped him. And Draco watched in horror. The Dark Lord laughed in fiendish delight as the display continued. Seconds stretched into minutes. When it seemed as though Potter most certainly should have died, Voldemort turned his wand away. The boy's body seemed terribly frail as it collapsed limp against the wall. The Dark Lord nodded in satisfaction. Perhaps now you'll learn to keep a civil tongue in your head. With that, he whipped around and strode from the cell. Lucius automatically locked the cell door behind him. Draco swallowed and pulled himself as straight as he could stand. Suddenly, the idea of being honored by Lord Voldemort seemed to be much more intimidating. Draco took a steadying breath. This is what he always wanted. This was his time to be acknowledged. Potter had only gotten what he deserved, and Draco was soon to receive his glorious due. Voldemort approached him and looked down his nose at the blond boy. Draco bowed his head in respect, knowing better than to look up into the Dark Lord's eyes. His stomach tried to lurch in place, but Draco forced it to lie still. "Young Malfoy," Voldemort began slowly, "you've accomplished a task which will eventually restore my full power. For that, you shall be rewarded. The Malfoy name has long been in my service, and you have served to increase its honor." Out of the corner of his eye, Draco was watching Potter's wilted form, searching for some sign of life. Was he insane? Lord Voldemort himself was addressing him, and he was too busy watching the body of his sworn enemy to care. He squeezed his eyes shut and focused on the words of his future master. He opened them again and stared at the shiny black boots poking out under the bottom of Voldemort's robes. "When Potter is dead, you will be inducted into the ranks of my loyal Death Eaters in acknowledgement of your contribution. You will be the youngest Death Eater in my service. I was hesitant to consider it when your father originally made the request, but you seem to have proven yourself." His voice dropped a level. "Be certain that my confidence is not misplaced." Draco realized he was expected to respond. Without lifting his head, he said as clearly as he could, "Yes, my lord." This seemed to please the Dark Lord well enough. The robes whirled as Voldemort turned away. Draco raised his head and watched as he marched to the dungeon stairs. Lucius nodded at Draco in approval, handed him the key to the cell, and fell into step behind his master. Without looking back, Voldemort pulled out his wand and waved it lazily over his shoulder. In his cell, the restraints around Harry's wrists and ankles dropped away, the gag disappeared, and the lifeless boy collapsed to the ground. Draco listened as the footsteps of Voldemort and his father faded away, disappearing as the dungeon door slammed shut. Draco stared at the limp figure sprawled face down on the floor and began slowly walking towards the bars with scantily clad trepidation. Potter had stood up to Lord Voldemort. Even bound and gagged, he had actually looked Voldemort in the eye and defied him. Of course, it had done him no good. Voldemort was the more powerful wizard, much more powerful. Potter deserved what he got. You don't go up against the most powerful wizard of the age and not expect to come out on the bottom. He deserved no better. He deserved. Draco reached the door of the cell. Biting his lower lip, he beeped in a deep breath, caught in a moment of indecision. Glancing down, he saw the key jumping around on the palm of his shaking hand. Draco had known the boy was a high-security prisoner because of how badly the Dark Lord had wanted him, but it never struck him that Potter was actually a threat, until now. With a shock, Draco realized that he had just admitted to himself that Potter was undeniably powerful. He had always known it was true, somewhere in the back of his mind, but it's never something you want to admit to yourself about your rival. The implications of such an admission were just as undesirable. Power. The boy, lying face down inside the cell, had it. Certainly he was no match for the Dark Lord, but still, there was power in him. As Draco's well-conditioned mindset demanded, it was a thing of value which required him to be respected or feared. In Potter's case, Draco wasn't sure which idea scared him more, but both thoughts were already brewing in his mind. He felt himself being pulled harshly in two directions. Half of him was screaming that he had to see for himself if Potter was alive, to make certain he would be okay, while the other half wanted to cower as far away as possible to brood on the demonstration he had just witnessed. The most unsettling part of this was that neither pull was something he had ever wanted to feel. Simultaneous fear for Potter, and fear of Potter. He needed an answer aside from his emotions, which he decided were utterly unreliable at the moment. He took a deep breath. It was his job to keep Potter secure for the Dark Lord. That also meant he had to make sure Potter was alive, right? The trembling in his hands almost made him drop the key as he slid it into the lock. The mechanism caught with a clink and the door swung open. Draco approached the motionless form warily. Potter was lying face down, but his head was turned to the side just enough for Draco to see the hollow of the cheekbone, the gentle curve of his jawline, the faint indentation behind his eye from the earpiece of his missing glasses. What he couldn't see was any sign of life. The fear of a potential threat vanished, leaving nothing but the wrenching anxiety that Harry was dead. Draco fell to his knees next to Potter's prone form and rolled him over. His other cheek was bruised from falling onto the floor and there was a trickle of blood at the corner of his slightly blue lips. "Damn it, Potter, wake up." He held his cheek over Harry's mouth and could feel the faintest trace of warm breath against his skin. With his own heartbeat pounding in his ears, he reached down and seized Harry's wrist. The beats were weak, but he was alive. Draco breathed a sigh of relief, only to sit up in shock at the fact that he was relieved. Why should he care about Potter? Why? Oh, that's right, because Lord Voldemort needs him alive. Draco's future glory depended strictly on Potter's usefulness to the Dark Lord. That was it, perfectly acceptable. "Keep telling yourself that," whispered a little voice in the back of his mind. "Shut up," he snapped. He pulled a clean handkerchief out of his pocket and aimed his wand at it. Aquero. A small jet of water squirted onto the cloth. Draco leaned over and brushed Potter's sweaty fringe away from his forehead only to recoil in shock. The familiar lightning bolt scar stood out like a new fresh cut. Had the Cruciatus curse done that? Draco watched as it slowly faded back into the thin line he remembered. Tempted by a strange curiosity, Draco reached out to touch it, the legendary scar, then stopped inches short. He couldn't understand why, but he somehow felt that to touch it would have been an unforgivable violation. Admonishing himself for even giving a thought to the issue, he quickly pressed the cloth across Potter's forehead, covering the scar. Harry was laying back in a thick patch of grass, wet with nighttime dew. He could feel the cool breeze across his skin, hear the trees rustling. See Draco Malfoy's face lean over his with worry creasing his features into a deep frown. Why was Malfoy worried? In the sky, over the other boy's shoulder, the moon was full, brightly illuminating the night sky. No, it wasn't full. There was a small bite out of the lower edge, then a larger bite. In the fading light, he could make out the worry on Malfoy's face turning into pain, and it seemed as though he were about to cry. However, it wasn't just the light fading away. Harry felt as though he were fading away with it. As the dream dissolved, he felt Malfoy's hand cupped against his cheek. A cool pressure pressed against his forehead. It was a pleasant contrast to the burning that was flooding through the rest of his body. Where was he? It was so hard to remember. How did he pass out? Where did all this pain come from? Then it came back to him. Voldemort. The Cruciatus curse. How long had Voldemort kept his wand turned on him? It had certainly seemed like an eternity. Gradually, Harry felt the floor stop tilting beneath his back and he realized he was barely breathing. He tried to beep in a deep breath, but only succeeded in racking his body with a coughing fit. There was a strange bubbling sensation in his lungs, and a metallic taste in his mouth. Oh, wonderful. The coolness on his forehead was removed briefly only to be replaced by something cooler. Something else dabbed at the edge of his mouth. At first, in his disorientation, it hadn't occurred to Harry that there must be another person next to him, but finally the thought broke through the haze around his brain. Malfoy. It could only be Malfoy. Harry opened his bleary eyes, but even the dim light of the dungeon sent his head spinning again. He beeped and squeezed them shut again as the floor rocked underneath him. Potter. Snap out of it, Potter. Malfoy's voice was forceful, but with no trace of its usual drawl, and what almost sounded like anxiety. Harry beeped again in response. Potter, in the name of Merlin, wake up. That was an order, pushy to be sure, but it still wasn't the drawl. More slowly this time, Harry pulled his eyes open. Malfoy was leaning over him, his face lined with concern. In itself, that was enough to cause Harry some alarm. It shocked him even more when Draco reached up and wiped his face with a damp cloth. Harry opened his mouth to ask just what the hell he was doing when he was shaken by another coughing fit, followed by the heavy flavor of blood. He felt Malfoy's hand against his chest. Lie still, you'll just make it worse. Too dazed to argue, Harry nodded his head dumbly, which only made his head spin again. He closed his eyes and grimaced. Malfoy's hand felt along the back of his head until it came to the spot where he had cracked it against the wall. Harry shied away from the touch, but Malfoy repeated firmly, lie still. Harry opened his eyes again and watched as Draco pulled out his wand and aimed it at the offending bump. Harry felt a wave of panic, but Malfoy quickly muttered something too soft for Harry to hear, and the pain from the welt disappeared and the foggy ache in his temples faded. "Where did you learn that?" Harry asked weakly. "Long story," came the flat reply. "I'm not going anywhere." Malfoy rolled his eyes. "Even when you're half dead, you just can't drop the sarcasm, can you?" He peered down at Harry, then sighed. "During summer holiday, I used to come home with bruises after playing outside, and my father told me that I looked like a common servant all bruised up. So I learned how to get rid of them. Happy now." Harry tried to shrug, but his shoulder protested the motion and elicited another wet cough, so he settled for twisting his lips. "Do I look like I should be happy?" Draco ignored his reply. "Here, sit up now. Otherwise, you'll choke on the blood." Harry tried to comply. He really did, but halfway up, the blood started to rush from his head. As he fell back, a strong hand caught him firmly between his shoulder blades and held him still until the dizziness had passed. Malfoy gradually pushed him up the rest of the way, his hand lingering just a brief moment longer than necessary. Harry sat numbly, not wanting to believe what his brain was telling him. Was it only the head injury, or had Malfoy just treated him like a human being? Helped him? No, Malfoy didn't want to help him. Malfoy was the reason he was in this mess in the first place. He was only doing this because Voldemort's prize couldn't die on them. Despite the fact that he was a mess and nothing he could do would really make a difference, Harry vainly reached around to adjust his robes, to have some semblance of presence in front of Malfoy, but the shifting caused his shoulder to throb even more, and he grimaced. Malfoy's eyebrows knitted together. "Your shoulder." He pointed towards the offending joint. "What about it?" Harry asked, suddenly defensive. He shrank back, defensively turning his shoulder away from the other boy. Draco rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Let me see it." "Wait, you're the one who stabbed it in the first place and you want." Another coughing fit, more blood. Malfoy scowled, but not at Harry. "We need to do something about that, too." "State the obvious," Harry said in a rush between labored breaths. "God, Potter, even when someone tries to help you, you've got to be such a stupid prat." Malfoy's voice was edged with frustration. He reached across for the edge of Potter's robes only to have his target twisted out of his reach yet again. What was the matter with this kid? Draco took a risk and searched Potter's face for himself. What he saw there was eerily familiar. When you hit an animal once, it will never willingly let you touch it again. It was the look on the house elves' faces whenever he had brought his foot back to dole out some discipline. Now, its same distrust was openly displayed on Potter's face. That was fair, Draco supposed. He had caused the injury. Why should Potter trust him to fix it? Harry forced his breath to hold steady enough for him to speak. "Sorry. The whole concept of a Malfoy trying to help me for altruistic reasons is a tough potion to swallow. The only reason you're in here instead of sitting under your blanket laughing at me is because I'm no good to you dead." Draco's eye twitched. God, Potter was actually perceptive, but for some reason, it sounded different when he'd said it. "You're no good to yourself dead either. It's only a flesh wound. It's not going to kill me." Malfoy frowned. "It's been getting progressively worse since yesterday, and likelihood is that it's infected." "Yes, an infection can kill you quite nicely." Harry's eyes widened at the blonde boy. Had Malfoy really been paying enough attention to him to notice that? True, it had been getting worse, and he was probably quite right about the status of the injury, but Harry just didn't want the Slytherin anywhere near his shoulder. Of course, it's not as though many other options were open to him. He nodded. Without another word, Malfoy eased Harry's arm out of the robes, causing him to wince. Draco paused mid-motion, waiting for the pained expression on Harry's face to fade a little before continuing. He peeled back the collar of Harry's jumper, and Harry found himself shocked when he noted that Malfoy had quite impressive hands. Seeker's hands, calloused from holding a broom, but delicate and quick. They looked like his own, although less knobby. The next thing he saw put Malfoy's hands completely out of his thoughts and nearly made him pass out again. The wound in his shoulder was an ugly thing, to use a gross understatement. The edges of the open wound were cracked and inflamed, and shocking red lines streaked away from it under his skin as blood poisoning started to spread. Trails and smudges of dried blood covered the whole area. Harry felt his stomach turn and quickly looked away. "Biddy!" Malfoy's voice echoed through the dungeons. A split second later, the house elf appeared. "Master Malfoy, sir," she squeaked happily. "You is calling Biddy sir. What is Master Malfoy wanting?" Her questions ran to an abrupt halt when she saw the look on Draco's face, then turned to see Harry's shoulder. Her huge eyes widened in shock. "Master Malfoy, sir. Har. The prisoner is hurt, sir. Is Biddy to get Senior Master Malfoy?" "No," Draco cried, a bit too quickly, before reassuming his more usual tone. "No, this is my duty. If Father knew that anything had gone wrong, he would be displeased with me. I can fix this for myself." The house elf bowed in agreement. "Biddy is not wanting to have gracious Master in trouble, sir. Biddy is keeping Master's secret." Malfoy nodded. "Good. Now, go to my private potions supply. There's a box labeled, Medi Potions. Fetch it at once." "Yes sir, Master Malfoy, sir." She vanished. The two boys were left in silence. Harry finally broke the standstill. "How long did he have the Cruciatus curse on me?" Draco's head snapped up and he considered the question. Potter spoke of it so casually, when the incident had almost killed him. It would have left most fully grown wizards catatonic. 2 minutes, maybe 3. Draco kept his voice flat. Harry nodded slowly. "It felt longer than the last time." "Last time?" Malfoy's eyes widened just a bit. "Oh right, at the end of the Triwizard Tournament. All your father probably told you was that Voldemort had me, but I got lucky and escaped, conveniently leaving out the part where he had me tied up and under the Cruciatus curse. You lived through that twice." Malfoy's voice was skeptical, incredulous, but under that, plainly amazed. "Yeah, sure. The incredible, unsinkable Harry Potter. Just keep pounding on him because he keeps bouncing back." Harry's voice was bitter. "I deserve no better anyway." Draco wasn't quite sure how to respond to that. Of course, that's what he thought, and it was true, wasn't it? The Git deserved every bit of torment the Dark Lord had dealt him, and it was now Draco's duty to keep him alive for the next round. There was nothing about being nice in his contract. Draco Malfoy doesn't put his name to any deal like that. Well, after that performance and all the stuff you did over the years, how could you expect anything less? Draco leaned back from his knees and settled himself cross-legged on the floor. You disrespected the Dark Lord to his face. What kind of a stupid stunt was that? Harry was staring poker-faced at the wall ahead of him, unmoving. He lowered his voice, but the bitterness only grew deeper. The kind of stunt you pull when it's the only weapon you have. Draco furrowed his eyebrows. Weapon? You don't honestly believe you were fighting back at him that way? You couldn't move and couldn't talk. Perhaps not. His voice lightened somewhat, but Voldemort got the message loud and clear. And what message is that? Draco tried to inject some haughtiness into his voice to cover his flinching at Voldemort's name. Harry glanced casually at Malfoy. The other boy's face was just far enough away that it was slightly blurred without his glasses, but Harry could still see that Malfoy was unmistakably confused, and was still shying away from Voldemort's name like a horse bucking in front of a snake. Everyone was afraid of Voldemort, even those who rode in his wake, struggling for a scrap of the same power but receiving nothing but a perpetual cycle of servitude. Yes, even Draco was afraid. Harry was now certain of it. Harry looked up to face his enemy fully, catching the wide, gray pools of his eyes with his stare. Draco, for one, was determined not to blink this time. The message, Harry said softly, is that I'm not afraid of him. If I'm going to go down, I'll go down with Voldemort knowing that he's never completely defeated me. That makes no sense, Potter. If he kills you, obviously, you've lost. It won't matter if you cowered or not. I think you did more damage to your head I initially thought. Underneath Malfoy's impassive face, Harry could that something in what he'd said had made sense to the Slytherin, despite his claims to the contrary. Harry shook his head, never taking his eyes from Malfoy's gray ones. As much as Voldemort wants my life, he wants my fear just as much. Fear is nothing more than a perverse form of respect, and I have no respect for him. He's stronger than you, Potter, Draco stated definitively. More powerful than any other living wizard. That's why anyone with a shred of sense knows better than to cross him. Everyone except you. He'll get exactly what he wants from you, your fear, and your life. He can get anything he wants. That's strength. Potter shook his head. His voice was still soft, but it was anything but weak. There's a difference between power and strength, Malfoy, but I wouldn't expect you to understand. Draco's nostrils flared at the insult. Try me, Potter. Speaking evenly and rationally, the other boy responded. It's the difference between forcing people into submission to satisfy your own greed, and being willing to stand on your own 2 feet, even if you have to sacrifice everything to do it. Power disappears, it has no loyalty, no value. Strength is a virtue, not a prize. It's something nobody can take from you until the moment you die, and I'm not going to let Voldemort take it from me. He can't have power over me if I refuse to fear him. Somewhere in the depths of Draco's gut, a tiny shiver began building upwards, climbing through his chest and along his spine. It crept up the back of his neck and over his scalp, making each hair stand on end. Of course he understood every word Potter had said. He wasn't stupid. But then, he wasn't crazy either. It was only natural to fear the Dark Lord. Only those foolish enough to oppose him needed to fear him, and fear him they should. Potter was powerful. Yes, Draco had admitted that to himself, but he was no match for the Dark Lord. How could Potter be so brazen? Brave words for a dying man. You're scared of him. Draco shrank back. That's utterly ridiculous, Potter. He tried to sound tough, but failed. It's not ridiculous. It's obvious. You won't even say his name out loud. Out of respect for him. Malfoy protested. Then why did you flinch when I said Voldemort's name? Again, Draco cringed at the sound of the name, unable to stifle his reaction in time. It's not that. It's just that I. Say it. What? Draco felt his pulse speed up. Say his name. Potter, you're just digging for trouble now. Quote. Voldemort. The intensity in Potter's glare turned up a notch. Don't do that. Draco scooted back an inch. Voldemort. Stop that. Say it. Harry's voice was unrelenting, but the outburst caused another deep, wet cough, bringing another warm rush of blood to the back of his mouth. He swallowed on it, trying to keep his stomach from turning. This time, Draco was too distracted to notice. You can't, can you? It wasn't a question. Draco balled his fists and leaned forward. My father taught me better than to disrespect the Dark Lord. Harry nodded. That's because your father is scared of him, too. He is not. Draco fussed. My father knows well to pay proper respect where it's due. Someone of the Dark Lord's status has earned that honor. Potter closed his eyes and took a slow, careful breath. Voldemort's followers don't respect him. They fear him, because they know if they cross him, he'll kill them. Your father is more of a servant to Voldemort than Biddy is to you. Draco's jaw jutted out in indignation, but his words sounded like a plea even to his own ears. The howl of the predator was now the cry of a wounded animal. The Dark Lord gives his followers power and honor. No, he only takes it from them. He uses you, your father, everyone. You're worthless to him beyond your usefulness, just like me. Draco's face was set in stone, but his eyes were haunted. No, he whispered. You know it's true. I can see it in your face. Draco turned away quickly. Don't do that. Angry. Be angry at Potter. He's just causing trouble because that's what people like him do. They know nothing about the way anything works, about power, about honor and making a name. He's a Gryffindor for Merlin's sake. Potter's trying to take advantage of the fact that I'm not letting him die. He's jealous. He is going to die by the hand of the Dark Lord, and I will have power and prestige. Voldemort will give me honor. I, the Death Eater who caught Harry Potter, will be one of his most favored servants. Servant. No, that's what Potter wants you to think. It's not like that. The Dark Lord's follower. Yes, that's it, his follower. The Dark Lord's followers will be richly rewarded, Potter. You just can't admit that you picked the losing side. Harry shrugged with his good shoulder. Believe whatever you want, Malfoy. At least when I die, Whether it's sooner or later, I'll know I won't have died as a SL ******. Potter returned to staring off at the wall, and Draco took the opportunity to search his face. As hard as Potter's expression was, his skin had a grayish undertone and was coated with sweat and dirt. The lips were a shade too pale, slightly parted, and Draco realized he was still not breathing easily. With the force and conviction behind everything the boy had said, Draco had forgotten how terrible his injuries were. Draco almost had to admire the boy, but not quite. Biddy would come back soon. In the meantime, a wet cloth landed in Harry's lap. "Wipe your face. It's filthy." Draco watched as Potter took the cloth in silence and ran it across his cheekbones, wiping carefully around the bruise on one cheek, and over the bridge of his nose. The cloth moved back and forth along his brow, then back through the mess of black hair, pushing the sweaty strands away from his forehead. It continued down to the nape of his neck, and came to rest there. Potter's head bowed slightly, letting drops of water squeeze from the cloth and soak the collar of his robes. Potter shifted slightly, and the sleeve of robe fell down his arm towards his elbow. It exposed his slender wrist, which itself was encircled by shocking bands of raw skin, abrasions, and smudges of blood. Draco swallowed and glanced down at his own wrists. He had delicate skin, and although he hadn't been thrashing like Potter, the night he had spent chained to that wall had left more than just an emotional scar. On his pale white wrists were the faint brownish smudges where his skin had chafed raw that night and scabbed the next day. Although he prided himself on his elegant appearance and smooth, aristocratic skin tone, Draco had chosen not to heal those scars with magic. He wanted to be able to carry a reminder of that lesson as long as he lived so that he would never again find himself in such a position. He had never considered that it would someday present a commonality between him and a prisoner under his control. Harry sat still for a moment, then without moving, asked, "What happened to my glasses?" Although there was no reply, he heard the sound of Malfoy's feet scraping along the floor of the cell. The requested pair of glasses were placed neatly in his hand. Harry held them up and squinted through them in the dim light of the dungeons. They were not too badly scratched, but the earpieces had been bent askew. Harry sighed and folded them over the neck of his jumper. He'd try to fix them later. Apparently, there would be plenty of time for that. A loud crack announced Biddy's return. "Master Malfoy, sir, Biddy is finding all of these." "Is Master Malfoy needing anything else of Biddy?" "No, just set the box there." Malfoy sounded strangely detached. Glass bottles of all different sizes clinked as Biddy placed the box on the floor. "Yes sir, Master Malfoy, sir." "Thank you, Biddy." The house elf beamed at Malfoy in grateful adoration. "Oh, you is welcome, sir. Let Biddy know if there is anything Biddy can do to help you, Master Malfoy, sir." She bowed deeply and vanished. As Draco began to dig through the box, he caught Potter looking at him again. Potter's eyebrows were raised in mild surprise and approval. Draco felt a flush of pride wash over his cheeks before he caught himself. He was not looking for Potter's approval, nor did he want it. His father's approval was his goal. Potter was a thing to toy with until the Dark Lord had his way with him. That's it. Draco was merely using the opportunity to play head games with Potter, confusing him by thanking the house elf and pretending to be generous. Gryffindors are trusting. Potter would just become more open to future attacks, bait and switch. Draco was simply using a new predatory tactic. "Still trying to convince yourself, aren't you?" The little voice was back. "I thought I told you to shut up." He fished a small cobalt bottle out of the box and held it up to the dim light. It was half full. Setting it aside, he found a slightly larger red bottle and checked the label. Harry watched in curiosity, but was starting to feel a bit nervous. He made another attempt at a deep breath, only to be rewarded by another bubbly spasm, and knew it would only get worse without help. However, his already shaky faith in Malfoy's medical care practically vanished as the Slytherin pulled off the corks of both bottles and topped off the small blue bottle with the contents of the red one. He handed the blue bottle to Harry. "Drink up." Harry nearly choked. "You expect me to drink that? What did you mix together?" He knew Malfoy was good with potions, but that seemed too careless. "The blue bottle is a potion for general lung maladies and breathing trouble," The red bottle is for internal bleeding. Trust me. Harry gawked. His mind was reeling with a million insolent ways to explain exactly why he shouldn't trust Malfoy, but if he were to speak his thoughts aloud, his chances of receiving that help were slim to none. He needed the boy's help, true, but to trust Malfoy. The person whose hatred for Harry was second only to Voldemort's. The person who had spent every spare moment of the past few years trying to find ways to torment him. The same Malfoy who, just yesterday, had poisoned him and handed him over to Voldemort. The same person who had flushed with pride at Harry's approval of the way he'd thanked Biddy. Harry downed the potion in one swallow. It smelled like turpentine and tasted worse, but the effect was instantaneous. Harry beaked in great gulps of air as though he'd just surfaced from too long underwater. The ferrous taste of blood disappeared from the back of his tongue and the sickening bubbling in his chest was gone. Draco noted the immediate improvement in Potter's facial tone, the emergence of a faint blush in the hollows of his cheeks. He reached towards Potter. "Okay, now your shoulder." Once again, Potter jerked away, the same spooked expression haunting his eyes. Draco dropped his hand. "Potter, let me look. I'm not going to hurt it." "You caused it." Draco sighed. "I know." It wasn't an apology, not by a long shot, but Harry heard a subtle change taking place with that admission. Not guilt, but responsibility. Malfoy had admitted responsibility for his action. Slowly, Harry turned his shoulder towards Draco. Draco brought up his hand slowly and pulled Harry's clothes completely away from the wound. He allowed himself a moment of amazement that Potter had been able to function with such a grotesque injury, showing while so little indication that he even had one. This was certainly not something that could heal on its own. He didn't have many potions on hand that would heal a wound this grievous, and only one that would do it quickly. Unless he missed his guess, he had only a few drops of that potion left, but it should be enough. Selecting a tiny frosted glass bottle from the box, he tilted it to the side and frowned at the insignificant reserve of liquid remaining. It would have to do. He leaned over and rested one hand gently on Potter's shoulder to assure himself that he'd hold still, and used the thumb of his other hand to pop the cork from the top of the bottle. This shouldn't sting. With that, he upended the bottle over the center of the wound and let a half-dozen fat, pearly drops land squarely on the puncture. At first, Harry thought it hadn't worked, but then with surprising speed, the potion took effect. The red streaks of blood poisoning retracted towards the actual laceration, which was also shrinking. The hideous cracks around the edge of the wound melted away. Less than 10 seconds after the potion had touched his skin, all that remained of the terrible wound was a faint white scar standing out against his pale skin. He lifted his arm and rotated his shoulder joint once. The pain was gone. He glanced up to look at Malfoy, who, for the first time since Harry could remember, was actually smiling. Not smirking, not gloating, not sneering in someone's face for his own pleasure, but actually smiling. He startled when he caught Harry staring at him strangely and rapidly changed the smile back into his well-practiced smirk. "I told you I knew what I was doing, Potter." He folded his arms across his chest proudly. "Actually, you told me to trust you." It was a very simple statement with no undertones. Draco slapped his hand on the floor. "You know full well what I mean, Potter. My potion skills are second to none. I'll bet you wouldn't even have a bloody clue what the key ingredient in it is." Harry didn't hesitate. "Phoenix tears." The smirk disappeared. "How the hell did you know that?" "Phoenix tears are expensive and quite hard to come by. You don't cover potions using the tears as an ingredient until 7th year, and then you only use them in the advanced class and the medicinal potions class." Harry's pleasure at going one up on Malfoy faded at the memory. His face dropped and his voice became impassive. "That wasn't the first time I had to be healed using Phoenix tears." Draco was honestly curious, but he tipped his nose up in the air and looked down along it. "Oh, and what sort of valiant deed were performing to get yourself that chopped up?" "I got myself into a fight with a basilisk." Draco's nose came down. "That's impossible. First, if you had done that, you'd be dead," he said with attempted conviction, "and second, there are no basilisks left. Not in this part of the world." "Well, not anymore." Draco considered this. Potter wasn't putting on airs, he wasn't trying to show off. He actually seemed pained by the thought. You're not kidding, are you? Harry shook his head. I wish I was. It didn't hurt to ask, did it? Well, what happened? You remember that glorious monster that went about petrifying everyone our second year? That's what it was. Some of the color drained from Draco's already fair skin. There was a basilisk in Hogwarts. You didn't know about it. I figured your father would have bragged about the whole thing. Draco didn't really hear the last comment. He was too wrapped up in trying to rationalize to himself that there couldn't possibly have been a real, live basilisk at Hogwarts. That's impossible. The victims were petrified, not killed. A basilisk would have just killed its victims. It was only luck that kept anyone from actually being killed. Nobody looked into its eyes directly, but caught it from reflections and such. Draco still wasn't paying attention. In fact, he was beginning to feel a bit queasy. Whatever was inside the chamber was only supposed to kill mudbloods. A basilisk, that would have killed anyone. Gee, now you're thinking. Potter smirked. It was in Hogwarts, Draco mumbled to himself, dumbfounded. A basilisk in Hogwarts. It could have killed me. And to think, your father was the one who let that monster loose. Doesn't that make you feel all warm and fuzzy inside? Draco seemed to finally notice the other boy again. My father would never have put me at risk. Your father started the whole thing with that bloody diary. Harry's eyes flashed angrily. He couldn't have known what was inside the chamber, Draco said, trying to convince himself more than anyone else. Otherwise, he never would have done that with me at the school. Sure, he wouldn't have. Draco shot Harry a look of pure venom. Harry merely sighed and shook his head. Whatever lets you sleep better at night. The Slytherin held his breath for a moment, then narrowed his eyes. So just how did you end up in a tangle with the basilisk? Harry tested his weight on his shoulder and leaned back, propping himself up on his hands. Ron and I went down into the chamber after Ginny. We couldn't just leave her there. That bloody Gryffindor courage, right? It has nothing to do with courage, Malfoy, he spat back, and everything to do with just not being able to let a friend die. Ginny was innocent, and got dragged into the whole mess because of an underhanded scheme of your father's. We couldn't leave her, but then, you wouldn't understand things like that. Draco sniffed. It wouldn't be my fault if some silly little girl was too stupid to know what kind of magic she was messing with, and too weak to stand up to it. I shouldn't have to risk my life to go protecting someone like that. And I wouldn't expect a person like you to do that either. Harry tipped his head towards Malfoy. That's what friends are for, Malfoy. They stand up for you when you need them, and you do that for them in return. Friends are a strength, not a weakness. They are when they almost get you killed by a basilisk. I'd risk it again for her in a heartbeat. Potter spoke with such sincerity that Draco found himself blinking. So, what happened down there? Pursing his lips, he took a deep breath and started. Well, when I got there, Ginny was almost dead. Voldemort took my wand and... You know who was there. Draco made no attempt to cover his reaction. Potter nodded. A memory of him, in the diary, was using Ginny's life and draining into himself. He seems to like doing things like that. If he had finished it, Ginny would have died, and we'd have two Voldemorts running around now. Isn't it lovely? That's just more proof of how powerful he is. Whatever. Potter was obviously not impressed. He called the basilisk and turned it loose on me. It would have had me too, if Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix, hadn't taken out its eyes. Draco wrinkled his upper lip in distaste. Saved by a ruddy songbird. That's a tale and a half. Suit yourself, Malfoy. Didn't really matter though. That thing was still plenty deadly. I didn't have my wand, so I ended up in a bit of a sword fight with it. A sword fight? With a basilisk? Draco asked incredulously. Before I even start on how insane that sounds, how in the name of bloody Merlin's beard did you get a sword? Potter twisted his lip. The Sorting Hat. Draco scooted around towards Potter and poked him in the back of his head a couple of times. Hey, what are you doing? Harry batted at him. Just wondering how hard you hit your head. You've bloody cracked if you expect me to believe that. Potter swung around and faced Draco. You asked. I'm just telling you, although I don't have a clue why I'd humor you with the story. Either you want to know what happened or you don't. Draco rolled his eyes at the ceiling. All right, so I want to know. With a brief nod, he continued. It's pretty simple, really. I had no idea how to use a sword, and even less of a clue how to use it on something so large. It lunged, mouth open, and I just reacted. The sword went through the top of its head. Draco's stomach started to twist in a knot. That was impossible, absolutely impossible. You killed a basilisk with a sword. The only reason I'm going to say I believe you is because I don't think you're clever enough to make up such a ridiculous story. Your confidence is overwhelming, Potter said neutrally. Wait, so if the basilisk was already dead, then how did you get injured? I thought you said you were saved by Phoenix tears. Potter snorted. Yeah, well, the bloody thing just had to have a last say, so while I was driving the sword through its head, it drove a fang through my arm. The basilisk fell over and the fang broke off, still stuck in my arm. I'll have to say, it stung a fair bit. You were bitten by a basilisk. Oh, brilliant, Potter. Heroic to the last, Draco mocked. So where the hell did you get Phoenix tears in a pinch like that? You couldn't have had more than a minute. Fox, Dumbledore's Phoenix. Potter shrugged. I had pretty much accepted the fact that I was about to die, but Fox got there just in time. Draco sat back and examined Potter thoughtfully. That story would have seemed ludicrous had it come from anybody else. For some reason, Draco believed him. Potter, either that's the best lie I've ever heard, or you're just the luckiest bastard that ever lived. Do you still have the scar? Harry automatically brought his hand up to cover his forehead. What? Not that one, you prat. The one on your arm, from the basilisk. I want to see it. Harry quirked an eyebrow. Why on earth would Malfoy want to see something like that? To see if the story had been the truth. Fine, let him see for himself. Harry sat forward and rolled up the sleeve over his right forearm. The Phoenix tears had almost faded it completely away, but the traces of the puncture were still there, like an irregularly shaped starburst standing out against his normal skin tone, white over pale. He held out his arm towards Malfoy, and nearly gasped in shock when the boy grasped his arm just above the abrasions on his wrist and pulled it closer so he could look in the soft torchlight. Malfoy's face deepened into a curious scowl as he ran a finger across the scar. Just how big was the fang? Maybe about 15 centimeters long to where it broke off. Draco nodded, but didn't release his arm. Where did you get that one? What? Harry's jaw dropped as he realized what Malfoy was looking at. It was the thin line just at the bend of his arm where Wormtail had cut him. He jerked his arm out of Malfoy's hands and slid backwards a few inches. It's nothing. Draco jumped at the sudden and apparently excessive reaction to his question. It was obviously very much something, and even more plainly something that had Potter upset. Of course, this only served to make Draco even more fascinated. Spill it, Potter. Potter's face was very dark as he squinted back at Draco, still without his glasses. I said it was nothing. Now go on and lock me back in here like a good little captor. Draco's jaw had started to sag downwards at Potter's sudden change in demeanor. He quickly snapped it back up. Had he just been dismissed again? After the pattern of the conversation, that hadn't been what he'd expected, but then, why was he expecting anything? All he was doing was nosing into Potter's private business to satisfy his own curiosities. Know thy enemy, know thyself. His father had often said that, so perhaps this is what he meant. Be that the case, Draco was merely serving to fulfill a lesson his father had taught him so long ago. Still, the exchange had left him wanting to know more. The knowledge that his further curiosities would go unanswered tonight settled dug at him like an invisible splinter, irritating at every movement. He'd spent all his life trying to get under Potter's skin, and here was the chance to get into his mind. There would be more than enough time to pick apart Potter's brain, so why push the issue now? Because he was curious. Merlin's beard, he was actually curious. Hoping to save some face after such an abrupt dismissal, Draco replaced the time-worn scowl of self-assurance and stood smoothly. Most certainly. Good night. He bent back down and retrieved the box of potions, moved slowly out of the cell, and swung the door shut. The sound of metal colliding with metal echoed coldly through the corridors. Draco balanced the box against his hip and reached into the pocket of his robe for the key. As he fitted it into the lock, he peeked up at Potter. The boy was already settled back against the wall in the same spot where he had stayed last night. His shoulders were slumped at his sides, his knees were pulled up in front of him. The messy black hair at the back of his head was pressed straight up against the wall, and his face was tipped towards the ceiling. His glasses were still tucked on his collar, but his eyes were closed. His face was neutral, exhausted, and still covered with streaks of grime from the poor job he had done of wiping it. Physically, he looked every bit the prisoner he was supposed to be, but raw appearances are deceiving. Despite the bruise and the dirt, his features were suffused with a sort of quiet strength, and Draco suddenly remembered what had made him so hesitant to enter the cell in the first place. As much as he wanted to convince himself otherwise, he was dealing with a very strong wizard on the other side of the bars. It scared him to have to admit that. Power deserves respect. Draco had always said it himself, but he had never considered that statement being applied to Potter. It was a healthy sort of respect, Draco decided. One should never underestimate the enemy, and Potter was no exception. That's all. With a sigh, he looked back down at the key. It was then that Potter spoke, very softly, unpretentiously, "Thank you." Draco brought his eyes back up, pressed his lips together, and clenched his teeth lightly. He squeezed his eyes shut, and without really considering why, he whispered, "You're welcome." With that, Draco turned the key in the lock with a light click, and returned to his chair for the night. He set the box down lightly. He would call Biddy to retrieve it later. For now, he didn't want to speak. Even the soft jangling of the potion bottles was too loud to his ears. His mind was numb with a flood of watery thoughts, just beyond the bounds of mental cohesion. He was positively bone-weary in so many ways. Reaching into the folds of his robe, Draco withdrew a flask, filled his sleepless night's draught, unscrewed the cap, and took a swig. Instantly, he felt the weariness in his limbs vanish and his heavy eyelids snap back up, but his mind continued to swirl. Biddy came down with food and another pot of tea. Without really noticing her presence, Draco instructed her to bring the box of potions back to his storage closet and thanked her. He didn't have any attention he could seem to spare for house elves. His flood of thoughts had turned into a churning sea. Now, it seemed his life raft had been cut loose of the shore, and he was drifting without a light to guide him. Draco spent a long, difficult night wrestling with the slew of thoughts, questions, and images that danced unceasingly through his mind. He was desperately trying to make some sense of them all, and failing miserably. There was something strange about Potter, something tenacious, intense, and utterly infuriating, and whatever it was had left Draco dangling from a noose of his own design. Over the years, he'd told himself he wanted nothing more than to see Potter helpless, trapped, tormented, receiving every bit of punishment Draco had ever felt the other boy deserved. Then he could watch Potter break down. It would be all the proof he needed, to see how pathetic Harry Potter really was, how worthy of scorn, how weak without the rest of the world bending down to beat his ass. Not once had he considered that he might be wrong, that Harry might have that strength all on his own, and a tenacity Draco was unable to counter. Harry Potter had been a permanent resident of Draco's most intense thoughts for years. Until now, he had never let himself dwell on the reasons why Potter was such a driving force behind his actions and motives. It had just been the daily routine: wake up, brush teeth, go to class, harass Potter. However, with the current situation weighing heavily on him, he berated himself for not having realized the extent of this problem. It had been a complete obsession, and that obsession was bound to get to him eventually. He had known it all along, he just hadn't admitted it to himself. Somehow, he'd always known. The only way he was going to be able to sort any of this out would be to talk to Potter for himself, question him, get into his head. The official reason for his assigned guard duty became secondary to his new personal mission. He wanted to know why that little scar on his arm was such a sensitive topic. He wanted to know how the hell Potter could be so nonchalant when he spoke of the Dark Lord. Mostly, underneath it all, he needed to know why he found the boy fascinating. Until now, his fascination had been from the outside, looking in. Draco's interactions with others, even his family, had always been impersonal. With Potter, he had bridged that gap, even if inadvertently. Now that he'd had a taste of the inside view, he wanted more. Needed more. He could scarcely admit even to himself that he'd had a conversation with Potter, but that's exactly what it had been. A civil conversation. It had left him jittery, like a child who had just discovered the candy jar hidden in the back of the pantry, afraid that he'd be caught, yet unable to resist the temptation of the sweet things hidden there. He replayed the entire dialogue over in his head, repeatedly, and found that his stomach would jump around uncomfortably at certain points in the conversation. When Harry had dared him to say the Dark Lord's name, it had scared him without a doubt, but thinking back on it made his breath catch tightly in his throat. He had felt a strange prickle along his scalp when Potter had whispered, "Thank you," and a harsh jolt whenever he'd been unfortunate enough to be caught by one of those intense gazes, eyes that seemed to drill through his brain, to a part of him he didn't want to acknowledge. When he'd grabbed Harry's wrist, or as he'd stopped Harry from falling over backwards when the injuries threatened to cause him to pass out again, the physical contact had felt strange to Draco, like touching a live wire. Draco cut off the memory of the touch as quickly as possible. Even with his family, physical contact was limited and impersonal. Closeness just wasn't a part of his life, but who would have expected that such a brief contact, with a person he'd been sworn to hate, could put a vulnerable little crack the barricades he'd erected around the part of him that required warmth, touch, and human emotion. Those things just didn't belong in the life of a Malfoy. There was no place for it. It was a liability. There was a certain way things worked in the world. Draco knew this. He'd taken care to learn his lessons, and he trusted his father. However, his perfect little apple cart was now running into some very deep holes in the road, and who on earth would have guessed that Potter would be the one to dig them? Little things, things that anyone else would have missed, were beginning to turn his world upside down. Or, on second thought, perhaps his world was still upright and he, himself had been overturned. Regardless, he found himself falling inescapably towards a harsh realization. They weren't so different, he and Harry, not really. He insisted to himself that the idea was ludicrous, night and day, Slytherin and Gryffindor. Of course, there were differences, most of which put him at a disadvantage, much to his chagrin, but the similarities were the object of his attention now. His curiosity would no longer let the issue disappear on its own. He had to know more. Of course, if he wanted any chance not to completely blow it, he would have to tread very carefully indeed. Somewhere in this mess, a new valuable lesson was dangling in front of his face, bait on a particularly nasty hook, but he knew that to miss this lesson, not to bite, would be unforgivable. He spent the night trying to decipher the lesson, to get one step ahead. However, as he stared at Harry through the night, he only came to one conclusion with any certainty. Harry had not been asleep the night before. Last night, Harry had been perfectly still, not twitching, not turning over, tucked up neatly against the wall. It would have been a very convincing act too, had it not been for tonight's performance. At some point this time around, Harry must have finally drifted off to sleep. It appeared sleep for Harry was a restless sort of thing, and he was soon tossing and turning on the dungeon floor, muttering to himself, calling out occasionally, caught in the grips of some nightmare. In the slurred words, Draco could make out names, and he began to take meticulous mental notes of the emotions displayed with each new name, each one being a window Potter was opening, unknowingly, into his subconscious. First, Harry cried out for his mother. Oh, the poor little boy, he lost his mummy. Draco had expected tears to accompany these cries, something pathetic and laughable to Draco's mind. He hadn't been prepared for the raw fury he saw instead. Despite a complete and comprehensive lack of proof, Draco was quite certain that Harry was dreaming of the Dark Lord, the cause of his parents' deaths. Tears, he could have laughed at tears. This, on the other hand, scared him. At one point, Harry hissed in pain, his hand snapping up to his forehead, causing Draco to jump. Not long after that, Draco caught the names of Ron and Hermione. Worried about the mudblood and the weasel, no doubt, as well he should be. When the Dark Lord begins his systematic revenge with the destruction of Hogwarts, they'll be amongst the first to die. Where he should have been pleased with that knowledge, instead it left his face pinched and his chest strangely hollow. Voldemort killed wantonly and recklessly, and although Draco had told himself many times that he wanted the school to be rid of mudbloods, the complete destruction of Hogwarts, and the deaths of so many students seemed excessively violent, even to him. It was his school too. Harry's hand slammed against the ground, though he remained asleep, growling, "No. Not them, not them. Me, take me, can't. Just make it worse. No, my fault. All my fault." Draco's eyebrows knitted together and he leaned forward in his seat, hunching over his knees. Harry continued to beep, and as he rolled to his side and back again, Draco could see spots of moisture on his clothes from the condensation on the stone floor. The sleeping arrangements were definitely uncomfortable, but it seemed apparent that the dreams were worse. Although he could only guess at the images dancing through Harry's mind, Draco felt he was beginning to construct a fairly good synopsis of it. "Won't let him use me, get to them. Not goin' to use me, rather die." Draco was unaware that his lower jaw was beginning to drop open, and that his breathing was becoming erratic as he became totally absorbed in watching this unfold. "Not them. Him or me. Alone, up to me. Don't kill, don't want this, my fault. All my fault, serious." With a violent lurch, Harry flipped over onto his stomach and woke up, still gasping. When he realized where he was, he slapped his hands onto the floor with a grunt and raked his fingers across the stone surface as if they were claws, and he were an enormous cat tearing at a plush carpet, before pushing himself slowly to his hands and knees. He kept his head lowered, but Draco could still see the muscles bunching up at the corner of his jaw. As though completely unaware of the rest of his surroundings, Harry heaved himself back to his spot by the wall, rubbing just beneath a lump in his beep pocket. He reached into the folds of cloth and pulled out his glasses, which, after his night of thrashing about, seemed even more mangled than before. He was about to put them on when he realized how badly they were damaged. With a grunt of irritation, he began to delicately bend and twist the frames into something that might stay on his face. All the while, he was completely ignoring the boy on the outside of the cell, staring in at him intently. Draco wasn't going to be the one to speak first. He refused. It would be damaging to his dignity to give in to his curiosities like that, to admit aloud that he actually wanted to talk to Potter. Harry moved the earpiece of his glasses back and forth on the hinge, producing a high-pitched squeak. Draco bit his lower lip. His questions were pushing at him, demanding attention, and much to his irritation, Potter was still ignoring him. Fiddling with the nose pad, then once again with the earpieces, Harry screwed up his face in concentration, continuing to pay no attention to Malfoy. Draco squirmed. Harry checked the lenses of his glasses against the faint light from the dungeon torches, and shook his head. He pulled out the edge of his shirt and wiped the lenses on it, pointlessly, because you can't wipe away scratches and his shirt was as filthy as the glass. When he finally held them out in front of him again, they were every bit as bad as before, but he sighed in resignation and settled them onto his face. He leaned back against the wall with a heavy thud, and the broken glasses fell off onto his lap. "Potter, just give me the bloody glasses." Draco hadn't realized he had spoken until after the words were out of his mouth. Harry had already begun trying to balance the damaged eyeglasses on his face again when he heard Draco's words and froze. He dropped his right hand so he could see Draco without having to turn his head, still holding the glasses to his face with his left. "What? You're driving me crazy messing with those things," he said impatiently. "Just let me fix them and be done with it." Harry let his left hand, still holding the glasses, fall into his lap. "Oh, so now it's Mr. Nice Guy, coming to fix everything. You can't play good cop, bad cop, when you're only one cop, Malfoy." "What's good cop, bad cop?" Draco seemed authentically confused. "Never mind, it's a muggle thing." Draco rolled his eyes. "It figures." Harry leaned forward, challenging. "What's that supposed to mean?" Draco clenched his teeth for a moment. "Don't irritate him if you want to question him," he reminded himself. "Forget it. Do you want your glasses fixed or not?" "I can fix them myself," Harry said obstinately. "Do you have to make something this simple into a bloody debate? Your glasses are broken, and I offered to fix them." Harry snatched his glasses from his lap and shoved them roughly onto his face. "They're fine," he snapped. The glasses tumbled back into his lap. Draco's face twisted up as a laugh threatened to burst from him. Harry tried to scowl. The truncated laugh from Draco should have only encouraged that scowl, but as Harry glanced down at the glasses lying in his lap, then back at Draco who was now laughing openly, the corners of his frown shifted into an embarrassed sort of grin. He found himself chuckling dryly. He had to admit, it was a bit silly. When Draco stopped laughing, he finally asked, "So are you going to give me your glasses or not?" Harry took a steadying breath and let his shoulders droop. What have I got to lose? Raising an eyebrow as he stood, Draco pondered this. Indeed, what did he have to lose? What did either of them have to lose? He took a step towards the cell, but then reconsidering, reached back and dragged the chair along behind him to sit it next to the bars. Harry regarded him curiously, but conceded to lean across and hand the glasses through the bars. Draco appraised the damage as he settled back into his chair. You did one hell of a job on these. I don't think I caused most of the damage myself, Harry said cynically. Draco nodded as he turned the glasses over in his hands, before announcing in a blunt tone, "You caused some of it." He pulled out his wand and prodded the glasses with them lightly. Reparo. With a faint snapping sound, the glasses sat perfectly restored in Draco's hand. He smiled in approval of his handiwork, and then passed them back through the bars to Harry. Settling the glasses back on his face, he thanked Draco with a silent nod. It wasn't much, but it was an acknowledgement. What do you mean, that I caused some of the damage myself? He asked, trying to keep his voice nonchalant, to disguise the curiosity and slight confusion. Draco tipped his head. You weren't even aware of it. Tossing and turning all night while you slept, you probably rolled over on them a few times. What were you dreaming about? If Harry had started to relax at all, he wasn't now. His back and shoulders went rigid and his expression turned to stone. What? He whispered. Of course, Harry knew he talked in his sleep. Both Dudley and Ron had confirmed this, but still, what on earth might he have said in front of Malfoy? He'd rather let Dudley stand over him at night with a tape recorder than let Malfoy hear one word of his private thoughts, but there was nothing he could do. No matter how hard he tried not to, he'd fall asleep eventually, exposing his thoughts unconsciously to Malfoy, stuck there like some animal on display for the benefit of his captor. Now he really knew how the snake at the zoo had felt. You were talking in your sleep, Draco continued, reminding himself to tread carefully if he wanted any sort of answer. Thrashing pretty violently, too, might I add. Well, the dungeon floor isn't exactly the best place for sweet dreams, now is it? Would you like a teddy bear, Potter? He couldn't resist. Shut up, Malfoy, touchy. Draco leaned back in mock surprise. What did you expect, Malfoy? Harry snarled. For me to gush all my dreams to you? Fat chance. I did that enough in Trelawney's class, and all she ever did was remind me of just how soon I was going to die. Well, we already know the answer to that question now, don't we? Draco flinched inwardly. Wrong approach. Definitely the wrong approach. He weighed his next words out carefully. Well, seeing as you were hollering people's names all night, I'll admit I'm a little curious about what you were dreaming about, in addition to whom. Names. I don't remember, Harry replied guardedly. Draco watched Harry's impassive face through narrowed eyes. A little prod, perhaps. Something about your mother. Don't you ever speak about my parents, Harry said with such force that Draco sat back in his chair, verbally stunned. God, Potter, I wasn't insulting her, I was only trying to jog your memory, which is apparently quite short. My memory is quite good, thank you very much. Was that Sirius Black you were yelling for? Isn't he? Shut up, Harry howled, baring his teeth like a wounded animal, and for the first time since he'd been captured, displaying any trace of emotional weakness. Just shut up about him. You have no right, you can't say. His voice broke. Sitting there, at a loss for words, Harry tried to bury the thoughts away, tried to forget. There was nothing he could do, either about Malfoy or about Sirius. Both were currently well beyond his reach, although he would most gladly exchange their places if he could. Just like everything else, all his life, all he could do was stand strong and handle this on his own. One thing was for certain though, that he would not break down in front of Malfoy. That was the last thing he would ever do. He'd held his ground for this long, he wasn't about to give up. Never give up. Not now, not ever. He steadied his breathing and stared at the far wall, wishing he could make himself invisible, waiting for Malfoy to seize the opportunity of this sudden weakness and pounce. Draco, however, had also found himself at a loss for words, but for an entirely different reason. He usually wanted to make Harry upset, wanted to infuriate him, but this was different. This time, he hadn't meant to do it, and had completely failed in his attempt not to anger the boy. Of course, Draco knew Black had died, even though it hadn't been public knowledge. Black had been a relative of his mother's, albeit one who had fallen from favor. He also knew Black had also once been a friend of the Potters, and from somewhere in his memory, he'd been dimly aware that Sirius was Harry's godfather. Was that it? Potter was still in mourning. But hadn't Black been the one who betrayed the Potters? Wait, no, that was the public knowledge. His father had mentioned once that Black had been framed, which made sense, as the man had never supported Voldemort. Did Potter know all this? Was it yet another loss of family for the boy who lived? Strange. Draco's train of thought was interrupted by the arrival of breakfast. "Good morning, Master Malfoy, sir," greeted Biddy cheerfully. "Here is your breakfast, Master Malfoy, sir." And a note from Mistress Malfoy. The house elf indicated a small roll of parchment on the tray. "Will Master Malfoy be needing anything else, sir?" Draco shook his head and motioned with his hand to dismiss the elf. With a deep bow, Biddy left the dungeons. Casting a brief glance at Potter, Draco reached for the letter. "Draco, although officially I still have to claim not to know where you are, the Ministry is naturally quite suspicious, and I expect them to arrive to search the manor tomorrow. You father will be arriving tonight. You will accompany the prisoner to the Dark Lord's base of operations in the north, and will continue to have the honor of guarding the prisoner. Give Biddy a list of the things you will require while there. I am assigning her completely to you for now to take care of your needs. You've made your father and me quite proud. No warmth, just business." It was no surprise. That was his mother's way with things. For her to mention her pride in Draco was an extravagant compliment coming from her. He probably wouldn't see her before he left with Potter. Shrugging that off, Draco focused on the matter at hand. The order to evacuate the manor was also no surprise. It had to happen, Draco knew. His father hadn't been staying at the manor, and with Draco and Harry being the two people missing, of course Malfoy Manor would be searched, and as such, Potter would have to be moved. He hadn't been sure if he would be allowed to continue his guard duties once Potter had been moved, and now he was grateful for this in more than one way. First, it meant he had gained at least a shred of acceptance amongst the ranks of the Dark Lord's followers, but also, and in his mind, more importantly, he would have the continued opportunity to speak to Potter. He rolled the note back up and set it down on the floor. A second later, it burst into flames. Harry eyed him with dark curiosity. "No evidence," Draco tried to explain. Potter merely grunted in reply. Right then, Draco mumbled to himself, as he reached for the breakfast tray and began piling food onto 2 plates. "How did you know?" Harry asked quietly. Draco's head shot up. "About what?" "About Sirius." His voice was weak and choked on the last word. "It wasn't public knowledge." "Well," Draco set the plate down. "My family does tend to have inside information, as you know. Always have. Besides, even though he was labeled as a traitor, he was distantly related to my mother." Distantly? Harry snorted in contempt. They were first cousins. That's not exactly distant, although I'd say he deserved better family. The very thought of being related to you. Me. Don't be stupid. If he was your mother's cousin, then you're related to him too, you know. I suppose. I've never bothered to consider it. Of course you've never considered it, Harry said coldly. He was a traitor to the bloodline, so it didn't really matter. Draco didn't like the fact that he was unsure where this conversation was going. There were only so many possibilities, and none were exactly pleasant. I should have known to expect an attitude like that from you. Harry folded his arms across his chest. To people like you, family is something you can discard the instant it becomes inconvenient, or threatens to tarnish your bloody image. Of course, that concept was all too familiar to Harry, having been told all his life that he was nothing but a nuisance, a burden to his aunt and uncle. He was good for nothing, and should have been ignored the day he was placed on the doorstep. Hidden from the world, verbally disowned. By now, it was easy for Harry to ignore the pain that would hit most people upon thinking that their family cared nothing for them. He had grown up with it. However, Malfoy hadn't. Draco sat there stone-faced, but inwardly stunned. No, it's not like that. No, Malfoy, that's exactly what it's like. If you're not half as brainwashed as I once thought you were, you'd see it plainly. He was a traitor, Draco repeated vaguely, but underneath it, he knew Harry was right, down to the last detail. The honor of the family name must be upheld above any individual. That's just how things work. However, the way Harry had said it, the concept took on a whole new dimension in Draco's mind. He had his own ideas, Malfoy. Mostly the problem seems to be that he actually cared about people. That made him an inconvenience, a blemish, and then his own family saw fit to wipe his name from the family tree. Is that how it is with people like you, Malfoy? They disown their relatives the instant they become inconvenient. Draco's mouth felt dry. He sat back slowly, thinking. Of course a person who brought dishonor to the family would be disowned. Cast aside, because people had no value beyond their particular usefulness to the family name. Draco tried to bury the thought, but it kept bubbling beneath the surface. He had tried to ignore so many things in the past few days that his brain could forget no more. His time of trial was coming soon, and he could feel it. If he faltered, if he made a mistake, if he failed, would be cast aside just as wantonly. Meaningless to his family, no. His father would never, would he? Besides, he was a true Malfoy. He wouldn't waver, wouldn't make any mistakes. He gave the idea one last resolute shove out of his way, and replied. You don't know a damn thing about preserving the honor of a bloodline. Some people haven't earned the surnames they carry, haven't lived up to them. I, however, have. My family does. A name can be a burden. Harry narrowed his eyes at Draco and gave him a thin, nasty smile. So proud to be a Malfoy, are you? Draco tipped his chin up. Absolutely. My surname has a proud heritage. It actually stands for something. And what exactly does the Malfoy name stand for? He looked positively malicious. The finest wizarding traditions, purity of blood, honor. Some tradition. Harry cut him off with a sharp sneer. What good is a family tradition if family doesn't matter? Not wanting to hear this, not at all, Draco snapped back. It matters plenty, but that doesn't mean you still don't have to earn your place. Ah, I see, Harry nodded slowly, as though pondering this profoundly. So, Sirius didn't earn his place by your standards, didn't measure up, so he's worthless. Anyone who isn't the perfect model of a pure-blooded, Muggle-hating, Voldemort-worshipping, Slytherin isn't worth a damn thing, right? You're such a bloody Gryffindor, Potter. Chivalrous, standing up for everyone. Oh, so I suppose it's a Slytherin thing not to care about anyone but yourself. Something like that, Draco replied dryly. And you're a Gryffindor. I wouldn't expect you to be able to understand what it means to defend a family name. Harry froze. The funny thing was, he did understand. He hated the way families like the Malfoys worked. He would never take part in something like that, but he understood what Draco was saying. He was proud of his own family name, too. He'd defended it, and he'd been so hurt when he'd realized that not even the Potter name stood blameless. Looking back on what little he knew of his family, he remembered his own mixed feelings when he had stepped into Snape's memory. Thinking of what his father and Sirius had done, he was almost embarrassed of their behavior, to think that Snape hated the Potter name because of his father's actions. Actions that had seemed strangely Slytherin in their manner. Very Slytherin, actually. He blinked, swallowed. I almost wasn't, he whispered. What are you talking about, Potter? A Gryffindor. I almost wasn't a Gryffindor. His head toppled forward. He seemed almost ashamed of himself. At this, Draco's mouth opened in surprise, and then he slowly leaned forward, watching Harry very closely. How could you almost not be in a certain house? The Sorting Hat just chooses one based on what you have, or don't have, between your ears. It was going to put me into another house, and I'd heard some stuff about that house, and wanted nothing to do with it. Potter, you're not going to tell me what I think you're going to tell me. Harry nodded, and his voice became slightly distant, as though pulling the words from a vague memory, which of course he was. You could be great, you know. It's all here, inside your head, and Slytherin will help you on your way to greatness, he quoted. That's what the Sorting Hat said to me. Then why the hell did it put you in Gryffindor? I asked it not to put me in Slytherin. Why? Draco's voice was a mixture of confusion and disbelief. 2 reasons, I guess. Harry sighed and wrapped his arms around his legs in front of him, staring at the floor. Firstly, I'd heard that all the wizards that went dark had been in Slytherin. Secondly, he looked up and caught Draco with his eyes. You'd already been sorted into that house. Priority not necessarily in that order. Draco looked back at Harry, dumbfounded. There was no reason to believe Potter was lying. He actually seemed ashamed of the prospect of being a Slytherin, as though such a thing was an embarrassment. The fact that Draco was part of the reason Harry was so repulsed by the Slytherin house just made the idea even more infuriating. Simultaneously, the idea of them almost having been in the same house was. The Sorting Hat didn't lie. It knew things about people, things they didn't even know about themselves, and for some reason, it had thought Harry was suited to Slytherin, with Draco. It wasn't a pleasant thought, but it answered at least one of the questions pressing against Draco's mind. He and Potter weren't all that different, not really. Now that he had that answer, he wasn't sure whether he liked it or not. Regardless, the implications were undeniable. Looking at Harry now, Draco was forced to recognize the boy as something he had never seen before, or at least, had never allowed himself to acknowledge. Potter was an equal. He would never admit that aloud, of course, but he knew it. It also forced a card Draco found himself playing more often than he liked these past few days: respect. In another corner of Draco's brain, the other part of what Harry had said was beginning to resonate uncomfortably. He had driven Harry to hate Slytherin before Harry had even been sorted, and it bothered him. He wasn't really that offensive, was he? You barely knew me, and you'd already decided you hated me. Isn't that judgmental on your part? Harry pursed his lips. The first time I'd ever met you, all you did was make snide remarks about Hagrid, and how anyone who wasn't a pureblood shouldn't be allowed to live, never mind go to school. You boasted that you were going to make the Quidditch team, and then you asked my surname as though that decided everything there was to know about me. That was at Madame Malkin's. You actually remembered that. I guess my memory isn't so short after all. No, I guess not. Draco nodded slowly. I remember too. The brief silence that followed was an unspoken admission of something they'd always known. Since the very beginning, they'd established each other as rivals, as marked men. Nobody else dug under Draco's skin like Harry, nobody boiled Harry's blood like Draco. They'd been there since the start, mirroring each other, their rivalry acting as an almost tangible, constant companion. In a perverse way, Draco realized that were he to lose that, he would miss it, like some part of himself would be lost in that parting. He had been playing off of Harry for so long. He felt his breath catch as it struck him that he was indeed going to lose that companionship. Harry was going to die at the Dark Lord's hand very soon. It was his victory, Draco reminded himself. He should be thrilled, but now, he really wasn't too sure. It was crazy. He had won. It was what he'd always wanted, since the day he'd extended his hand to Potter, only to be snubbed. Snubbed, right. Perhaps Potter was always more Slytherin than he wanted to admit. In that moment, Harry had set the balance of the struggle between them with a very hefty load. The scales that had balanced their power play had finally tipped, and it was only now, looking back, that Draco realized just how precariously balanced they'd been, what worthy opponents they were for each other. But Draco hadn't been the one actually controlling this battle. He hadn't won. It was Voldemort's ultimate victory, while Draco was still struggling with his childish rivalry. Harry was like a king that had been carelessly toppled before the checkmate, with no stalemate. Voldemort was holding the power pieces, and Draco was the pawn used to corner Harry. Nothing more. It felt wrong to see it end like this, that something was missing. It felt empty. Draco sighed, looked over at the breakfast tray, and absently inquired, "Tea?" I already told you, Harry replied softly. I don't like tea without sugar, Draco finished for him. You already told me, just being polite. Why don't you drink it? Draco allowed himself a small smile as he looked up at Harry. Because I don't like it without sugar either. Harry peered back at Draco with more than a little bit of incredulity, but finally allowed himself to smile back in amusement. You could call Biddy and ask for sugar, you know. Now why didn't I think of that? Draco muttered sarcastically. Harry tipped his head back. Too busy antagonizing me, probably. Can you think of a better pastime? Draco smirked. Honestly, Harry mused softly. Don't answer that. Draco poured a tumbler of pumpkin juice. Marmalade or berry preserves? Marmalade, Harry said easily. Not fighting every last thing I try to do now, are we? True curiosity nibbled at the edge of his sarcasm. Harry folded his arms across his chest, reclining slightly. Why bother? Draco felt an inexplicably strong flash of hope. Well, perhaps not thoroughly inexplicable, he reasoned with himself. Perhaps Potter was softening up. The prospect of that was quite pleasing. Starting to trust me or something, Potter? He asked easily. No, nor do I like you. Although nothing obvious changed in Harry's demeanor, the undercurrent in his words caused Draco's stomach to twist as though a carpet had been pulled out sharply from underneath him. If he felt he had been gaining ground before, that sensation was gone in a heartbeat. Potter, I figure I've been as cordial as possible under these conditions. You figured wrong. You handed me over to Voldemort to die, and don't think I'm not blatantly aware of it. Every time I see your face through these bars, I remember that you put me here. Potter. I'm just doing my job. Without considering the implications of his words, Draco continued to rant. It's not as though I would even have a real choice in the matter. It's the Dark Lord's work, not my responsibility. I'm not killing anyone here. Harry's hard voice was a startling contrast to Draco's frantic tirade. You really think it's not your responsibility? Grow up and drop your happy little illusion, Malfoy. My blood is on your hands now, no matter how you look at it. That's something you can keep on your conscience for the rest of your life, if you even have a conscience. Which frankly, I doubt. Draco looked down at his hands and quickly looked away again, balling them into fists and clenching his teeth. Worry about your family honor, Harry said in a mock-soothing tone. It's what you're good at. I've got bigger problems, because if I die at Voldemort's hand, then everyone I ever cared about is going to follow. The ones who haven't been killed already, that is. I already feel responsible for enough deaths, but this time, you started it. You're the cause. The moment you stabbed that knife into my shoulder, you accepted the responsibility of not only my death, but theirs too. I hope you're proud of yourself. Harry went silent for a moment and looked down, not so much deep in thought, as simply far, far away. Draco bit his tongue. He hadn't killed anyone, not him. Sure, someday, as a Death Eater, he might kill a few faceless muggles and mudbloods, but he had never actually thought about it. It was something in the far future, and it wasn't actually real. But this, it was blood on his hands, his hands. The knife, in his hands, stabbing, poisoning, killing. This was here, this was now. Finally, Harry broke the silence again himself. Still, you were right about one thing. Starving myself won't do any good. His voice was deceptively casual, but Draco could still feel the tightly contained rage and bitterness hidden beneath the surface. Just when things had seemed to begin relaxing, Draco closed his eyes. He couldn't bear to look at Harry just then. He might have pulled the boy back from being a few centimeters short of death after Voldemort had finished playing with him, but Draco had put him there in the first place. He hated to make the admission, but he had no choice. Potter was right. Damned to die by Voldemort's hand, and Draco was the one holding the bloody chains. But, for God's sake, what was he thinking? It was just his duty. He, Draco Malfoy, was only doing his duty. How could even Potter blame him for that? Once this mess was all over, the confusion would disappear, his tradition-bound fate would be clear again, and he would be able to follow that path with an equally clear conscience. And yes, he had a conscience, damn it, but it was a Malfoy's conscience. He was still a Malfoy. A proud Malfoy. However, it wasn't the Malfoy in him that suddenly found itself saying, "I'm sorry." "No, you're not." Harry's reply wasn't harsh or bitter, just a mere statement of fact, but somehow, that made it much worse. "I said it, didn't I? Ever heard the phrase, actions speak louder than words, Malfoy? You're not sorry. I don't even think you're capable of being sorry. Then what the hell do you want, Potter?" Draco threw up his hands in exasperation. "I think that should be obvious, even to you. I know you can't do it though. You'd never be able to, because your neck is more important than anyone else's." Draco swallowed against his dry throat and attempted his best contemptuous sneer. "Oh, and I suppose I should put your neck before mine. Not just mine, you prat. Anyone's. When Hogwarts is destroyed, and it will if Voldemort has his way, how many of your friends will die? Or do you not have any real friends? Are they just people you use, in the true Malfoy style? Do they mean a damn thing to you, Malfoy?" Draco's mind flashed to his housemates. Sure, they were his school companions, but his friends. He had grown up with Crabbe and Goyle, and had known quite a few of his housemates since they were children, but how close was he really to any of them? On a personal level, closeness had never been part of the equation with his acquaintances, but still, he didn't want them to die. The possibility that they were at risk had never crossed his mind, but now, it seemed unavoidable. Harry appraised the haunted look on Draco's face with cold approval. "It doesn't really matter, though. You're too much of a bloody coward to risk yourself for them, even if you did care. That, and it would deprive you of the immeasurable satisfaction of seeing me dead. Doubtless that's the most important thing. You couldn't prove you're sorry. Even if you are, you can't do it." Draco took a risk and let himself fully catch Harry's stare again. Those eyes were terribly expressive, taunting him, daring him, explaining to him more precisely than words all the hundreds of ways in which he was a coward, but this time, they were also searching him. It was almost indiscernible, but Draco knew Harry's face almost as well as he knew his own, and he could see it. Potter's eyebrows were furrowed just slightly, and his mouth was pulled tighter than it should have been. Under his outward expression of familiar defiance, Draco could see that Harry was begging him, hoping beyond reason, that Draco would say he was wrong. Somehow, Draco might just rise to the heated challenge, might want to prove he was sorry. Mind game or not, Draco felt himself almost wish he could have, but no. He dropped the stare. "You're right, I can't be something I'm not, Potter, so don't try to bloody well fool yourself." "I'm not fooling anybody, Malfoy. I know you can't do it." He spoke flatly, and this time Draco didn't dare to search Harry's eyes for another clue as to what he was feeling. Draco wasn't sure if he imagined the trace of disappointment in the voice. Harry continued, "But don't fool yourself into thinking you can lay the blame on that bloody, Royal Malfoy name. Your choices make you what you are." He laughed bitterly. "You said it wasn't your choice. Bullshit, Malfoy. Even by not choosing a different path, you make the decision to be what you are. I chose not to be a Slytherin. For you, Slytherin was exactly what you wanted, your choice. I've made the choices I wanted, whether I live or die. Your choices are totally up to you." Draco closed his eyes against waves of emotion welling up in them. Of course he wanted to be in Slytherin, noblest of the houses. Pure-blooded, wealthy, powerful, and a Malfoy to boot, there was nowhere else he belonged. Nowhere. The possibility that he could be anywhere else had never really crossed his mind, just as his fate to follow in the family tradition had never come into question. It had never occurred to him that any sort of active choice was involved, and the possibility wasn't comfortable. Without opening his eyes, he hollered, "Biddy." The house elf appeared with a crack. "Yes sir, Master Malfoy, sir. What can Biddy do for you, Master Malfoy?" "Biddy, please bring me a bowl of sugar and an extra spoon." "Yes sir, Master Malfoy, sir." Both boys waited in absolute silence until Biddy returned. "Is Master Malfoy wanting anything else of Biddy, sir?" Draco considered this. "Yes, actually, one thing. Begin assembling a bag of my warmest basic cloaks and robes, and a few lighter ones, plus my basic toiletries. I'll call you later with a list of other particulars I need, but it must all be packed by tonight. Biddy bowed obediently. Yes, sir. Master Malfoy, sir. You may go. Thank you. Biddy disappeared, still holding the bow. Without looking back at Harry, Draco asked, one spoonful or two? Harry hesitated. Malfoy was avoiding any further discussion of the topic, which could only mean he was thinking about what he'd said. It seemed a tough stretch to be putting any sort of hope in the moral pangs of Draco Malfoy, but at the moment, it was the only shot he had. In fact, it almost seemed like a fairly good shot, judging by what he could see. Draco was hunched over the sugar bowl, outwardly focused on the tea, but every other clue Harry could detect in the boy's manner screamed that he was waging an internal battle with himself. Now Harry could only wonder what would win that battle. In the meantime, the tea was beginning to smell quite good. 2. Draco poured the cups of tea, then ladled 2 heaped spoonfuls of sugar into each one. He carried one of the cups and a breakfast plate to the slot in the bars, and waited for Harry to meet him. Harry took his time rising to his feet before walking with slow, measured steps to where Malfoy was waiting for him. As he took his breakfast, he checked Draco's face more closely for clues, hints, and any sign that what he'd said was actually sinking in. It was. Although clouded by a well-practiced mask, it was certainly there. The question was, would it ever be enough? Some spare shred of humanity, if properly ignited, might fuel something that could cause the boy to snap. Malfoy, he could tell, was simultaneously searching him, with one thing in mind. As though answering the unvoiced question, Harry said simply, "No, I haven't given up." By the look on Draco's face, that had been exactly what he'd been wondering. "You've been studying me all this time, and don't look so surprised. I knew you were doing it. So if you've learned anything about me, you should know by now that I don't quit so easily." Harry turned his back to the bars and began slowly walking back towards his spot, still speaking. "Voldemort had me tied to a gravestone, and I didn't give up. Wormtail had cut into my arm and had taken my blood to resurrect Voldemort's body, and I didn't give up." He came to a stop at the wall, standing in his usual spot, but didn't turn around. "Voldemort had cast the killing curse at me, for the second time in my life, and even as the spell was coming at me, I didn't give up. That's the only reason I'm alive now. So, until the last split second of that bloody eclipse, whether or not the moon disappears and takes my life along with it, I still won't give up." Draco, who was frozen in place, hands still by the slot in the bars where Harry had taken his breakfast from, finally let his arms fall to his sides. "I never expected you to," he admitted. "I think I'd be disappointed if you did." Harry spun around. He opened his mouth as though to say something, but seemed to reconsider. He didn't need to ask what Malfoy meant. He understood perfectly. Letting a soft smile pull the corners of his lips, he inclined his head towards Draco. "Thanks for the tea." He sipped it. "Just enough sugar, too." Draco raised his eyebrows at the unexpected shift in conversation from death at the hands of Voldemort to tea, but finally allowed himself to smile in return. He walked back the breakfast tray, retrieved his teacup, and raised it. "What do you say to sugared tea? And to Slytherin and Gryffindor, to never giving up, to good choices and bad choices, to every similarity we've got, and every difference we ever created." Harry raised his own cup. "To sugared tea." The boys tipped their cups back at the same time. When Draco lowered his and looked past the rim, Harry was already settling himself against the wall. He balanced his plate on his knees and set the teacup by his side, then began plowing through his breakfast ravenously. "Not a little bit hungry, are you?" Harry spoke around a mouthful of toast. "I haven't eaten since supper the evening before you kidnapped me. I'm starved." "Oh yeah," Draco said quietly as he settled down in his chair and began poking at his own breakfast. A few minutes passed with nothing but the sound of clinking dishes before Harry broke the silence. "So why did you send Biddy to pack a bag? Going somewhere?" "We're moving you to the Dark Lord's headquarters," Draco said simply. "We knew it was only a matter of time before they started searching for you here anyway, and the headquarters is unplottable, so they won't find us there." Harry leaned back against the wall. "I suppose that makes sense. Is that what that letter was about?" Draco flashed something between a grin and a smirk. "I guess you are pretty observant." "Yes, It was. Your mother sent it. Yeah, so what? You're in the same house as her. Why didn't she just come down to see you herself? I mean, she hasn't been here once since you arrived, or not that I've seen her. Doesn't she care to see you at all? The question held hints of pity, and it was the last thing Draco wanted from his prisoner, but at the same time, it struck a chord. She doesn't appreciate nasty places like the dungeons. It's just as convenient to send a note. Convenient, Harry muttered softly. Yes, too inconvenient to come down to see a member of her family. That was a conversation Draco didn't feel like touching again. More tea. Harry cocked his head, amused by Draco's sudden need to cut short the topic, then smiled. Sure, 2 sugars, if you please. Draco didn't move. He was too busy watching Harry's face. Draco rarely saw smiles which weren't tainted by a sneer, a smirk, or haughty satisfaction, as though the people by whom he was surrounded felt that it was beneath their dignity to smile properly. The few such smiles he had seen had most certainly not been directed at him. Joviality was not something common to people of his status, and never having experienced it, it's impossible to miss something you've never had. However, Potter had just smiled at him, openly. No smirk, no sneer, just a smile, almost like a friend. It was a beautiful thing, and now, Draco realized what he'd been missing. Harry's smile fell a little bit. What's wrong? The question snapped Draco from his trance. Nothing. Nothing's wrong. Hand me your cup. He took Harry's teacup, filled it, added the sugar, and passed it back through the bars without a single word. Harry eyed him curiously as he accepted the cup of tea, and tested it with a sip. Thanks, he said, still watching Draco. Draco merely nodded in reply and set about pouring himself a second cup. Harry had almost drained his refill when Draco finally spoke again. Have you ever had a girlfriend? Harry choked on the last swallow of tea, sputtering and coughing. What? I asked if you'd ever had a girlfriend. I saw you take that Gryffindor girl to the Yule Ball in our 4th year, but you didn't seem that interested in her. Harry started at the very abrupt change of topic. Where did this conversation come from? Small talk, Potter. Draco blew out a sharp breath in frustration. It's what polite people do when there's nothing else to say. In other words, I'm trying to have a civilized conversation with you. If that's too difficult, like swallowing tea without dribbling down your shirt, let me know. Harry wiped his chin quickly, eliciting a laugh from Draco. No, he finally said. No, I've never had a real girlfriend. That's rather amusing, for the famous Harry Potter. Sure, he sniffed, especially considering I lived through months of controversy in my 4th year all over a so-called girlfriend that I never had. It's almost ironic, looking back. Didn't you date that Ravenclaw girl last year? Don't even remind me about that. Draco chuckled. That bad, huh? Harry looked up at Draco pitifully. Worse. They laughed, and for a moment, both of the boys forgot that there were iron bars separating them, but it was Harry who finally pulled himself back to his senses. That's not what you wanted to ask me, is it? Draco's face fell. You're right, it wasn't. So go ahead and ask. You've got me captive audience, so you might as well. What have you got to lose, remember? Draco bit his bottom lip. I wanted to know where you got that scar on your arm. Not the one from the basilisk. The other one. The one you didn't want me to see. Oh, Harry said neutrally. I see. The huge charade, and all you wanted to do was to satisfy your curiosity. Is that right, Malfoy? All right then, allow me to humor you. He took a deep breath, steeling himself. I got that one the night Voldemort got his body back. He was using some sort of spell that required the blood of an enemy in order to resurrect himself. I suppose I've always been the enemy of choice. So, while I was tied to a gravestone, gagged, Wormtail took a dagger and cut into my arm to retrieve the blood. That scar is a reminder of my failure. Voldemort came back, and there was nothing I could do, tied there as I was. It reminds me that Cedric died, and I couldn't stop it. Most of all, it reminds me of the deaths that are probably still to come, just like this other scar, he pointed to his forehead, reminds me about the deaths of the past. Draco stared at him, openly shocked. His mouth moved slowly, as though wanting to say something, but he had no words to offer. Is that what you wanted to know? Dig into my mind a little bit. Does that bother you, Malfoy? He questioned. Of course, it bloody bothered him. It shouldn't have, of course, but it did. It had always seemed to be such a cut-and-dry fight. Draco knew the dark arts were often rather gruesome, but you don't often receive a personal account of someone who had been used in such a manner. Such people don't typically survive after they have been used for purposes like that. Used, like a pawn in a deadly game. Once again, Draco found himself wondering if he was yet another pawn. Averting his eyes for a moment, Draco quickly collected himself outwardly, but when he looked back, he couldn't hold it, and the pretense faded again. He swallowed, searching for something to say. Finally, he settled on a simple question. It sounded stupid to even his own ears, but he had to hear the answer for himself, from a person who had survived so many unbelievable ordeals. He had to know if Potter was still human underneath it all. Did it hurt? Harry kept his face neutral as he studied Draco's reactions, that last subtle shift in expression and tone. The drawl was utterly gone. He'd finally broken through. Letting his shoulders relax, he graced Draco with a brief, pained smile. Yes, it did. Draco nodded slowly. I think, yes. Can we go back to small talk now? He attempted a smile of his own. Sure. Harry grinned lopsidedly, as though the last conversation topic had never happened. So, have you ever had a girlfriend? Potter. Harry and Draco spent the next several hours in surprisingly mild conversation. With such a pleasant change of pace, it never occurred to either of them to pick a fight, and for once, neither of them wanted to. For Harry, life on the inside of the dungeon cell was already unpleasant enough, and after the combination of unsettling thoughts, harsh words, and a particularly lovely visit with a deranged dark wizard, he welcomed the relative quiet. It gave him a moment to breathe, if nothing else, but it also presented an opportunity to see something he'd never seen before, Draco Malfoy, acting like a human being. Who would have expected that? Still, there he was, laughing and talking, asking and answering questions without the sly edge, the thinly masked cunning, or the double motives. Whether or not this was an act Harry didn't know, but if it was, then it was a damned good act, and Harry would take what he could get. Even if it was only a figment of his imagination, he could almost let himself believe that Malfoy was the closest thing to an ally he would find until he escaped, if he escaped, and he could certainly use an ally. Draco, for his part, was both fascinated by the conversation, and also quite tired. Fighting would only exhaust him more, and he had no desire to do that. Sleepless Night's potion could keep a person awake and functionally alert, but it was a far cry from real sleep, and he could feel the fatigue wearing on his bones. He wouldn't leave his post. It was his honor, his duty, and now, it had become something else, almost a pleasure. In spite of his exhaustion, his conversation with Harry had been more than an adequate distraction to make the experience worthwhile. So that's what it was? Draco asked, eyes just a bit wider than usual. Yup, Harry said proudly. A stag. Do you have any clue why yours takes that particular shape? Draco tilted his head curiously. Harry pressed his lips together thoughtfully. Well, I suppose it can't hurt to tell anyone now, but my father was an animagus, and his form was a stag. I didn't know that until after I learned to produce a Patronus though. Interesting. Well, all I can say is that bloody thing was huge. I suppose I've got to hand it to you, it damn near shocked me out of my skin. It's not like you gave me too much of a choice, you know. True enough, but you've got to admit, it was a pretty clever idea. Draco grinned mischievously. We obviously had you fooled, if you had to use a Patronus charm to ward us off. Touché. Harry conceded the point. At that moment, the latch on the dungeon door shifted, sending a loud thud echoing through the dungeons. Draco was immediately on his feet, followed a split second later by Harry. Lucius Malfoy came breezing into the dungeons, cloak billowing. We haven't much time. I suspect the Ministry might try a night raid. Draco, are your things ready? He said in a rush that overrode the usual decorum in his voice. Yes, Father, Draco replied automatically, slipping back into his well-practiced manners, indicating the two small bags next to his chair. Excellent. Biddy. The house elf appeared with a crack. After her bright behavior during her last few visits into the dungeons, it almost shocked Harry to see how miserably she cowered in front of Lucius. Almost shocked, but not quite. Instead, the sight infuriated him, and it was with great difficulty that he kept quiet. "Yes, sir. Master Malfoy, sir," she squeaked. "Take Draco's things to the headquarters at once," Lucius snapped. In a panic-born rush, she grabbed the bags and disappeared. "Now you," he spun around to Harry, "don't try anything smart, or I shall take great pleasure in making your miserable existence even more miserable until the Dark Lord is ready for you." Harry's eyes flicked subconsciously to Draco before he tipped his head to the side, rolled his eyes, and said lazily, "Whatever." Draco had to bite his tongue to keep from laughing. A day ago, he would have been furious to see Potter address his father in such a disrespectful manner. Now, it seemed ridiculously funny. Instead of snickering though, Draco set his face into its familiar mask and remained silent. Lucius continued to glare at Harry, never quite making eye contact, as he instructed Draco, "Unlock the cell." Draco retrieved the key from his robe pocket and turned it in the lock. As the door swung open, Lucius carefully trained his wand on Harry. "Out, now." Standing as tall as he could, Harry obliged the order, but as he walked past Lucius, the older man jabbed his wand at Harry's arm. Harry jerked away with a hiss of pain, as though he'd been stung by an electric shock. Draco felt a strange upwelling of protectiveness. He had spent quite some time patching up Harry's injuries, taking time and care to prevent further pain. It seemed strange now to sit by and watch his own father inflicting such pain. In a sudden flash of inspiration, Draco stepped forward. "Father," he let a devious smirk pull at his mouth, "please allow me to direct the prisoner." Harry's head snapped to the side in surprise, locking eyes with Draco's, and although Draco's face remained cold, an understanding passed between them. "Draco," Lucius smiled as though satisfied, "it is pleasing to see you taking your duty so seriously." "Yes, you may, but I warn you of one thing." "Yes, father. Never look into the eyes of the enemy," he growled. "You might accidentally mistake him for a human being." Draco's breath caught tightly in his throat, and it was probably a good thing that it had done so, because otherwise, he might have blurted out the insane protest that Harry was very much a human being. Her father's stern gaze stifled the thought quickly, pushed it away from his tongue, but it didn't disappear. After what he'd seen and heard, as much as he respected his father, it was impossible to believe that anymore. Reassuming his practiced behavior, he bowed his head slightly in obedience. "Yes, father." He pulled his wand from his pocket and aimed it at Harry. "Very well, Draco. The prisoner is yours." He reached into his robes and extracted a small crystalline pyramid. "This is your portkey. You can't apparate into the dungeons beneath the headquarters. I shall personally apparate at the entrance by normal procedures and will be meeting with you in the dungeons later. If you need anything, call for the house elf. It's yours now." Lucius paused and looked briefly between the two boys, bringing his eyes back to rest on Draco. "You will be under the direct scrutiny of the Dark Lord at some point during the time you were at headquarters." His voice was cold. "Be certain you do not falter in your tasks." Draco jerked his head in a stiff bow. "Yes, father. I will not fail." Nodding once, Lucius placed the portkey on the floor and activated it with his wand. "Now go." Draco's wand was still tightly trained on Harry, but he could feel his hand shaking imperceptibly against the smooth wood. He carefully avoided eye contact as he indicated the pyramid on the floor. "Nice and easy, Potter," he said, his voice carefully measured. "No fast moves." Taking his own instructions to heart, Draco slowly bent his knees and extended his free hand towards the portkey. Simultaneously, he tried to calm his heart, which had begun to pound a wild pattern in his chest. His father was watching him. He needed to be calm, level-headed, in total control of himself and his captive. He had to be every bit the Malfoy that his father expected, not the curious, nervous, uncertain Draco that had begun to emerge in the last few hours. Mirroring his captor, Harry crouched down and reached his hand out for the portkey, not allowing himself to look up at Draco. He could feel the wand pointed at him, but also the barely discernible tension radiating off the other boy. No wonder. Malfoy was probably no more keen on stepping into Voldemort's lair than he was. Who would be? Still, there was another cause of Draco's nervousness, Harry realized. He could feel Lucius's harsh glare on the both of them, realizing with interest that Draco was under more scrutiny than he was just then. Draco's hand was mere inches from the portkey, and he counted aloud slowly. 3, 2, 1. The boys' hands dove simultaneously for the small target. In the short time and space of that motion, their hands collided just a hair's breadth above the surface of the portkey, the tips of their fingers intertwining loosely out of pure reflex. The unexpected contact of skin on skin, hand to hand, sent an alarming jolt running up Draco's arm. Even as he felt his palm contact the portkey, his entire awareness was centered on the brilliant feeling running from his fingertips to the base of his spine. It was all he could do not to gasp in shock as his head shot up, locking eyes with Harry. In the last fraction of a second before the portkey took him, he saw the same wide-eyed look of surprise he felt being displayed perfectly on Harry's face, and he knew that Harry had felt it too. Draco didn't have time to consider whether or not his father had noticed his reaction to touching Harry. The incredible feelings from the contact were quickly overtaken by the familiar pull of an activated portkey. There was the sensation of invisible hooks grabbing them behind their navels, and the rushing of their feet leaving the floor, as the portkey sent them hurtling into the epicenter of it all, straight into the serpent's lair. Harry found himself deposited flat on his back, on a stone floor almost the same as the one he'd just left. Next to him, he could hear Draco moving, and he'd barely pushed himself to his knees when he found himself staring at the tip of Draco's wand again. The other boy was glaring at him coldly, brandishing his wand at him as though holding a dangerous animal at bay. A quick glance around told Harry that they were alone in the dungeon. To his side, an empty cell was waiting, door open, a key resting in the lock. The only sound was the echo of dripping water from some dark corner of the passageway. In the momentary privacy, Harry allowed himself a sigh, and a few seconds to breathe. He turned back to Draco, letting a multitude of thoughts swirl through his mind. What the hell had just happened back there? Strange, electric, it had flooded through him like a rush of icy water, bringing him alert and awake, making his body tingle and his breath catch, and he was certain Draco had felt the same thing. He'd seen it in the look of pure surprise written clearly across Malfoy's face as they locked eyes. Now, however, there was no sign of it anywhere in his captor's demeanor. He could almost fool himself into thinking it had only been an illusion, but his instinct told him he knew better than that. He knew it had been real, and he was sure Malfoy knew as well. Settling back against his heels, he said with deceptive casualness, "I wonder where the party is." "Shut up, Potter." Draco's voice had resumed its usual cold drawl, much to Harry's surprise. Not that he should have expected anything different, but Draco motioned tersely with his wand towards the cell. "Get up, on your feet, and no fast moves. I'd be just as happy to stun you and toss you in there myself." There was no doubt that the warning was real. Harry raised an inquisitive eyebrow as he rose to his feet, never taking his eyes off Draco. The Slytherin was a little enigma in his own right, Harry decided. Just when it seemed that there had been a real change in the person Harry had always known as Malfoy, his father had arrived, and every precisely trained behavioral pattern had fallen back into place. Well, perhaps not all of it. The Malfoy that Harry used to know had always appeared genuine, had never seemed like an act until now. And it had probably been quite authentic until that point, but apparently the seeds of doubt had been sown. Malfoy didn't even keep his friends close. But if Harry's hunch was correct, he'd just let his enemy get closer. Probably too close. Under the skin close. The look on Draco's face when their hands had touched had proven beyond a doubt exactly what was an act and what was real. In that instant, Draco's eyes had betrayed him. "Malfoy, I didn't give you permission to speak," he snarled. "Just get into the bloody cell. Now." He jabbed towards Harry with his wand, as though to underline his command more strongly, but in reality it was a nervous movement, designed to cover the fear that seemed to be pulling at his vocal cords. Draco didn't have the luxury of considering the emotions and thoughts churning in his mind at the moment. He was desperately trying to bury them below the far more immediate situation. True, the room was empty save for them, but instead of putting Draco at ease, it had ignited every carefully trained nerve he possessed with alertness and caution. He couldn't be sure, but he suspected that he might be under surveillance. That wouldn't have been a problem normally. He would have assumed his practiced, confident poise, been his usual haughty and self-righteous self. At one time, he would have properly enjoyed holding Potter at one point, making both idle and not so idle threats. In the very least, he could have put on a proper show for the Dark Lord, or whoever else might have been watching. However, that wasn't so easy at the moment. His subconscious kept poking through the cracks in his fear, drawing him back to the instant his hand had connected with Harry's. The strange sensation that he'd felt when he'd touched Harry before had magnified, filling his consciousness. There had been a thrill in the human touch, a guilty sort of joy. He was dwelling on it, couldn't shake the ghost of the feeling from his body. It was almost as though a subtle connection had been forged between them, cementing their new understanding into something else, something he couldn't exactly define, something that left him edgy and unbalanced. Something that should never exist between them. No, he told himself staunchly. He hadn't felt that, he hadn't. His loyalty to his father and the Dark Lord was true. It had to be. He had no other choice. Right now, whether he wanted to do it or not, he had a job to do. Voldemort had given him an assignment, and even if it felt like a secluded, throwaway task, nothing escaped the Dark Lord's eye. Not even one's innermost emotions. Until now, there had been nothing to fear from that. Potter had just changed everything. Harry responded to Draco's prodding, his expression still inquisitive, turning to walk unhurriedly towards the cell. Draco's thoughts ricocheted back and forth from Harry to the Dark Lord, to his father, to his duty, and back to Harry, leaving him slightly dizzy. Each of Harry's painstakingly slow step caused Draco's heart to thud a little louder as seconds seemed to stretch out. Any longer and his frantic nerves would reach a level of panic he wouldn't be able to hide. Someone would suspect something, though he wasn't quite sure what. Faster, damn you, he poked Harry in the back with his wand. Stop procrastinating. It hadn't stung. Draco hadn't used a charm to make it sting, but Harry snapped around as though it had, and glowered in irritation. Draco found himself beginning to feel sorry, until he saw Harry's glare fade away as the boy searched into his eyes. It made Draco feel terribly vulnerable, as though all his layers of protection had been peeled back. Harry seemed able to do that to him with uncanny ease. After only a split second, Harry gave an almost imperceptible nod, and resumed walking towards the cell. Draco hesitated, momentarily stunned. Quickly, wiped the surprise from his face, hiding the surge of hope he felt. If that nod meant what he thought it meant, then Harry was actually going to cooperate with him. Willingly. But why on earth would Harry do such a thing? Perhaps, whatever Draco had felt when their hands had touched hadn't been his imagination, and Harry had felt it, too. Tucking away this thought for later, Draco trailed Harry closely to the door of the cell, feeling nervous still, but not so much as before. As Harry passed through the door, without really realizing he was doing it, Draco let his hand brush along the small of his back, as though ushering him forwards. His fingertips graced the fabric, pressed against the too thin back underneath, and he realized that he didn't particularly feel like locking Harry in. Harry felt the slight pressure against the small of his back, not a push, just a touch. He spun around again as a different sort of surprise shot through him. Draco's touch had conveyed a sort of protectiveness, and a peculiar solidarity. It wasn't what he would have ever expected from Draco Malfoy, but then, nothing lately had happened the way he'd expected. The door swung shut between them, but Harry continued to stare at Draco until he was forced to look back. The face was still Malfoy, cold, impassive, arrogant. But unlike before, the cold concrete of Draco's irises sparked at him like polished silver, the eyes of a person who had finally woken from a long dreamless night. For the first time, they spoke directly to Harry, flashing with confusion and apology. Underneath that, there was still the fear. Draco inclined his own head just a fraction of a centimeter, a sign of respect. It was all he could do without completely letting himself crumble. He was beginning to falter, betrayed by the mixed-up thoughts which continued to dance unbidden through his subconscious. Here, right under Voldemort's nose, was the worst place he could lose his grip. Finally, he turned the key in the lock, maintaining as much of his outward dignity as he could. To any onlooker, nothing unusual had occurred between the two teenage boys in the dungeon. No blaring emotions, no subtle undertones. Draco could only hope that he could maintain those appearances, at least until this whole matter was taken out of his hands. Before he'd even put the key in his pocket, the dungeon door flew open with a crash. Draco whipped around, suspecting, with a wave of terror, that Voldemort had arrived, but instead his father hurried into the passageway, breathing hard. Lucius took a quick appraisal of the scene, noting with satisfaction that Harry was now securely locked in the cell. His breathing slowed slightly as he composed himself and turned formally to Draco. "Excellent, Draco, excellent," he said in a rush. Draco could see that Lucius was still in a highly agitated state, but instead of asking, he waited for his father to reveal the reasons for that anxiety. "The ministry officials arrived at the front gate just as I emerged from the south passage," Lucius explained. "We shouldn't have waited so long, but what's done is done. Your mother will be able to claim ignorance and should be able to maintain the manor. They may do a full raid, but any questionable items can be attributed to me." He shot a harsh, meaningful glare over his shoulder at Harry. "It's not as though my public image could be tarnished any further." Harry leaned casually against the side of the cell. "I suppose you're going to try to blame me for the fact that you finally got caught, and your shining public image was destroyed." Lucius's face contorted as though he were feeling constipated. "For once, Potter, I'm going to agree with you." "Good," Harry said, his eyes sparking devilishly. "Because I wouldn't want to share credit for that accomplishment with anyone else." For the second time that day, Draco found himself trying hard not to laugh at Potter's antics in front of his father. Thankfully, he stifled it before Lucius turned back to him. "Draco, I must leave immediately. I expect you to maintain your dignity." He paused, letting the many implications of that last word percolate, "while I am gone." Draco nodded once, and then asked tentatively, "Father?" Lucius inclined his head, permitting Draco to speak. "Where is everyone? The headquarters feels deserted." Flattening his lips, Lucius spoke tensely. "Very observant, Draco. You're correct, of course. We have to ensure that we keep the ministry distracted enough to prevent them from finding Potter until we can make use of him. Tonight in particular, while moving him, the Dark Lord planned a series of attacks to keep them occupied." Over his father's shoulder, Draco saw Harry stand up a bit straighter, green eyes darkening over as worry lined his features. Lucius kept talking. "I must go and join them." "Stay here, do your duty." He turned sharply to leave, shoes clacking loudly on the stone floor. Just before he was about to turn the corridor, however, he paused and glanced over his shoulder at Draco. "The Dark Lord has expressed a wish to speak with you privately upon his return." The tension and anxiety in his voice were palpable, and his final words echoed ominously. "Mind that you are ready." With that, he was gone. Draco felt his knees start to buckle as the echo of his father's words faded from the depths of the passageway, continuing to reverberate round in his mind. The Dark Lord himself wanted to speak to him. Not in passing, as he had done before, but privately. Once, that would have been the highest honor Draco could have imagined, short of his father's undying approval. Now, however, there seemed to be a new factor in the equation. Draco had prepared himself over the years for his inevitable meeting with Voldemort. His father had assured him that no others of his generation would serve the Dark Lord so well. He was a Malfoy. Now, Draco had been the one to catch Potter, effectively bringing himself into the ring of Voldemort's followers, and putting him in a very enviable position by the estimation of most Death Eaters. A few days ago, his own assessment of the situation would have been the same. Not so anymore. For the first time in his life, he found himself questioning everything. Himself, his family name, Voldemort. Draco was guilty of doubting everything he knew and everything on which he'd been relying, just as he was about to face trial by Voldemort. As a Death Eater, life, power, and survival are based on certain truths. Misplace a single one, and the rest of the defense crumbles. He would be judged, possibly very harshly. Voldemort had a common tendency to make himself judge, jury, and, whenever he deemed fit, executioner. He wasn't ready for this now, suddenly unprepared. If Voldemort knew his doubt, if Voldemort suspected his wavering loyalty and weaknesses, there would be nothing he could do to defend himself. The Dark Lord does not give second chances. Draco wrestled back the bleak feelings, trying to will some fortitude into his shaking legs, and being only partially successful. He had always thought he was strong enough to face this, but now, although he wanted to be unafraid, it was all too much. Then again, he was the same age as Harry, who was facing his own encounter with Voldemort, and Harry's fate was much more certain. For Draco, this was what he'd always wanted, the path he'd accepted and chosen from his father. Harry had never had any choices. It almost seemed unfair. Knowing that the headquarters were deserted and that no eyes were following him, Draco finally turned to look into the cell. Harry was no longer standing against the wall, smirking as he had been before. Instead, he was scrunched up on the floor against the wall, with his arms wrapped around his knees, his face upturned in a tight, pained expression, eyes closed. His own fears temporarily pushed aside in favor of his curiosity, Draco opened his mouth to ask what was wrong, but stopped himself, taking an opportunity to silently observe Potter's face. Harry's skin was still too pale, almost as pale as Draco's, but appeared more so under the stark contrast of the black fringe falling carelessly across his forehead, partially hiding his scar. There were streaks of dirt along his jawline and across his nose, and his cheek had a nasty abrasion. He would have seemed nothing more than an innocent child, rather than a man who had faced death more times than anyone should, save for his expression. Under his cheeks, his jaw was tightly clenched, lips thin and sallow, and dark circles ringed his eyes. He'd been worn ragged, but despite his blatant exhaustion, the emotional pain that was obviously eating him alive, the hell he'd been through in the past few years, even more the past few days, he wasn't crying, wasn't admitting defeat. Draco, who wasn't even Voldemort's target, felt ready to crumble at the prospect of meeting the Dark Lord alone. Harry, on the contrary, was holding strong. It was that display of quiet strength that forced Draco to recognize a strange beauty and elegance he hadn't imagined possible, especially in the form of this awkward-looking boy. It was magnetic, and Draco wondered what he would have been like if he'd fallen into the company of that kind of strength long ago. Now that he had seen it so clearly, could he ever force himself to forget? Could he still humble himself, as he'd always been trained to Voldemort's cold power, and continue to loathe the strength he'd seen in Harry Potter? Finally, he permitted himself to vocalize his curiosity, and perhaps even a bit of concern. Keeping his voice as level as possible, he asked, "What's wrong? Scar hurting?" Harry opened one eye, and then closed it again before answering. "No, it's not the scar, although the damn thing does keep prickling. Gets annoying after a while." Harry fell silent again, showing no signs that he was going to answer further without prompting. Draco knew that he wouldn't be satisfied until he got an answer. Conceding to his need to know, he crossed over to the cell, pushed his face against the bars, and demanded through them, "So then, what is it?" This time no trace of a green iris peeked through eyelids. Instead, Harry pressed his face against his knees as he replied softly, "Whatever Voldemort is doing tonight. Whatever he's doing to distract the Ministry. If all the Death Eaters have gone with him, it must be huge. I wonder how many people, innocent people, are going to die tonight. How many already have?" Biting his lip, Draco considered this carefully whether there was any answer he could give Harry, before musing aloud, "It's not like it should really matter to you. They're not touching Hogwarts yet. I mean, you probably don't even know any of them." Harry's voice became even quieter, but the force behind it grew. "They're innocent human beings. Yes, it does matter to me." Harry's words dug at him, and Draco realized he was almost beginning to feel sorry for the night's victims when he realized his foolishness. He suddenly remembered exactly why the Gryffindor was so bloody annoying. With everything else weighing on the back of his mind, he didn't want another sermon. He had issues enough of his own to deal with. "Are you going to give me another one of your sanctimonious lectures, Potter? I don't need to hear it right now. What's the matter, Malfoy?" Potter's voice was barely above a whisper now, but there was a definite tone of sadistic amusement under it. "Don't like hearing about the nastier things that Voldemort and his Death Eaters do. Does the harsh reality of bloodshed make you queasy? All those innocent people, dying needlessly, messing up your carpets. Your own father has likely killed his fair share. The sting in that last jab only served to incite Draco even further. They're just muggles, mudbloods, and muggle lovers, he said defiantly. They're hardly human. Harry didn't move, didn't speak, but his eyes came open and answered for him, slicing into Draco, burning through him with a sharp definition. Draco could rant and hurl insults to a blank wall all day. He did it regularly enough with Crabbe and Goyle to be well practiced in that skill. Even in his sleep-deprived state of exhaustion, he could have easily held his own in a verbal spar with Potter. He was sure of it, had the boy just kept his eyes closed. Every single time, those bloody piercing eyes had thrown him off. He couldn't hold up under Potter's scrutiny. His words didn't seem to have enough push to force their way past the barricades. He almost let himself take back the comment, but he couldn't. Not here. Not in the Dark Lord's own dungeons. Every little blow Potter struck was another nail in Draco's coffin, another chink in his armor against Voldemort. Every time Potter went one up on him, it left him weaker, less capable, feeling strangely hollow. If Draco met Voldemort under those conditions, and that meeting was coming soon, he didn't want to think about what might happen. Anger. That's what he needed. To be hard, cold, with no traces of weakness, compassion, or any other soft, human emotion which would allow Voldemort to rip him apart. He needed to clear his head, to think the way he'd always been trained. He'd humored his curiosity enough, now it was time to work. Respect aside, Draco wouldn't let himself change his long-held beliefs because of Potter's sanctimonious lectures. Potter was not going to win this round. How dare he? Draco thought to himself. Perfect bloody Potter. Does he think that just because I haven't made his every breathing moment into pure misery that he suddenly has some sort of control over me? I've let him have more control than I ever should have. Potter may be powerful, but damned if I'm going to let him have that much power over me. I won't let him. He will not destroy me. Spurred by his own thoughts, Draco latched on to the weak thread of familiar heated competitiveness, everything that had once defined his relations with Potter. This had all meant nothing. Anything he'd let himself believe about letting his guard down in the name of curiosity had been a bloody farce. His father was right, he never should have looked into Potter's eyes. It was a mistake, a slip, a near-fatal flaw in his quest to get into Potter's head. He'd almost forgotten himself, and that was unforgivable. It was time to reclaim his position in this power struggle, and close himself to the uncertainties that were eating away at him. His pride, his heritage, he was a Malfoy and damn, he was going to let Potter know it. The game was still on. Potter, stop looking at me like that. The command dripped with spite. You with your mudblood and muggle-loving best friends, gah. Your type are all alike. All idealistic, think you're always right, don't you? Think you can make me feel guilty over a mob of mudbloods? Harry merely stared at him darkly, causing Draco's stomach to jump through itself yet again. He didn't like the emotions in that glare, especially after the other looks Potter had given him over the past few days and hours, but he couldn't let it shake him. Besides, he added some venom to the spite. Whether or not I brought you here, it's you the Dark Lord wants, it's you those people are dying for tonight. If it weren't for you, none of this would ever have happened. Harry didn't move, his icy glare still freezing Draco in place. The silence seemed stifling, choking, broken only by the frantic thrumming of Draco's heartbeat in his ears. Potter, people dying, Lucius's temporary imprisonment in Azkaban, and Draco's fear and doubts. Everything was wrong because of Potter. Jutting his chin out, Draco made one final stab. It's all your fault. Harry sighed deeply and closed his eyes for a moment before gazing at Draco again. He looked like a wise-aged man who had become tired of listening to the idiocy of a young apprentice, and tired of arguing. It's my fault, he said, and the sick irony bleeding from that statement caused Draco to take a small step backwards. Of course, it's my fault. Soon, Voldemort will kill me, but those people will keep on dying, and it will still be my fault. Be sure to put that on my epithet. It was Harry Potter's fault. It's your wish come true, Malfoy. Everything you ever wanted, wrapped up in one neat little package. I'll be dead, the Mudbloods will be dead, and you'll be Voldemort's little pet. Glory, power, lifetime of servitude, all for you. Harry's voice lowered dangerously, tension mounting behind each word. Just remember, when you're standing over your very first victim as Voldemort's faithful Death Eater, and you're staring down the length of your wand at that Muggle or Mudblood, listening to the beautiful screams of pain until you finally decide to finish him or her with a nice, neat, Avada Kedavra, just remember that it's all my fault. Draco stood mutely, transfixed by the picture Harry had just painted, which was playing itself out in his mind like a poorly developed wizard photograph. A rebuttal, Draco could have taken that, could have fueled his artificial anger, could have continued the verbal spar. This, however, wasn't a rebuttal. Thrown off guard, that which Draco had always believed to be the most eloquent tongue in Hogwarts, his own, had finally run out of steam. Harry hadn't risen to Draco's game. He'd stepped right over it. Clenching his teeth, Draco reached up and grasped two of the bars and leaned his forehead in the grove between them. The cold metal against his temples soothed the headache he'd just realized was starting to throb there. Scared, Malfoy? The question was so different from the one Draco had thrown out before the duel all those years ago. It held none of the same rancor, none of the spite. That fact took Draco more by surprise than the fact that it had been asked at all, though he couldn't quite see where Harry was taking the conversation. Of what? He tried to sound confident, and was completely unsuccessful. Voldemort, I saw you freeze up when your father said Voldemort wanted to talk to you. You did. The question came out in as a squeak. Draco was unaccustomed to showing his emotions. He was even less accustomed to people noticing them. A spark of amusement flashed across Harry's face. It's a fairly normal reaction, judging by the fact that maybe a dozen wizards in the world are willing to even say his name. Most people are pretty scared. You're not, Draco said, more quickly than he meant to. Scared, I mean. Harry shrugged nonchalantly. In a way yes, in a way no. Well, you're used to it at least. Malfoy, you never get used to getting up close and personal with your own mortality. Draco laughed bitterly. A new thrill every time, is it? Something like that. Watching the other boy, his face pressed close to the bars, an unwelcome thought fell into Draco's head. I almost understand. Do you really? Harry asked, not hiding his amusement at the bold claim. How is that? Facing. You know who, Draco said softly. Harry gave a snort. A heart-to-heart discussion with Voldemort may not be anyone's idea of a good time, Malfoy, but you're his servant, not his target. He doesn't want you dead. He couldn't care less. Draco looked at him bleakly. That's just it, Potter. You were right about that. He doesn't care, and I don't matter to him. Nobody does in the end. He's not much more cordial to his followers than his enemies. Who knows? He might decide I'm not worthy. Harry's couldn't quite understand why Draco was volunteering this information. What was Draco saying? And why? Do you want me to feel sorry for you or something? No, Potter. He sighed deeply. I don't. Harry studied him carefully. Blonde hair no longer perfectly smooth, tired circles underneath his eyes, the bars of the cell furrowing indentations into his cheeks. Draco's knuckles were white spots on fingers clenched tightly around the bars, as though he were trapped on the inside, looking out. You're as much of a prisoner as I am. Draco felt his throat tighten, nervous again. How is that, Potter? You can't see it. Harry tilted his head sideways into a classic pose of curiosity. Draco pulled his face back from the bars as though stung. I'm nobody's prisoner. A corner of Harry's mouth pulled up in perverse amusement. It was a fascinating twist to see this particular table turned. At the same time, however, he wanted Malfoy to understand this snippet of fact, as if somehow, it actually made a difference. Perhaps it did. Oh, there are different types of prisons, Malfoy, but they're prisons just the same. And just what kind of prison am I in, Potter? Explain it to me, because thankfully my mind doesn't work like a Gryffindor's. Harry shook his head incredulously. I've told you before, just not in so many words. It's the choices you make, Malfoy. Those are your own personal bars and shackles. Draco's mouth opened slightly and hung there for a moment before he spat back, not that again, Potter. You asked, and I gave you an honest answer. which is more than you might deserve," Harry said with a shrug. The conversations of these past few days were running circles in Draco's head, and his underlying exhaustion wasn't making this any easier. Draco's frustration with this train of thought reached a peak. He let go of the bars and stomped his foot irritably. "And I already told you, this isn't my choice. This is just what I have to do. It's my name, my heritage. Isn't it what you want? Yes. No. What the hell are you doing? Stop trying to trip me up." This wasn't funny anymore. Why did his words always seem to fall out at the wrong angle around Harry? What happened to all the retorts he'd saved over the years? Why was the razor edge of his wit suddenly as dull as the broad side of a cauldron? Harry shrugged nonchalantly, inciting Draco even further. "Listen here, Potter. This is exactly what I want. Who wouldn't want to be on the winning team? Who wouldn't want more power than anyone could possibly imagine?" He jabbed one thumb at his own chest. "It's what I want." Green eyes flicked from Draco to the floor, then back to Draco. Harry spoke in a soft, almost caring tone. "Then why are you so scared?" The look in Harry's eyes, one of almost gentle honesty, the suddenness with which his own fear was turned back on him and the truth behind the simple question, it all shot through Draco, shaking him to the core. Biting his lower lip, he spun around and slammed his back against the bars of the cell. He wrapped his arms tightly across his chest, furling his fingers into the folds of his shirt, and squeezed his eyes closed against the hot pain pressing behind them, hoping against futile hope that Potter hadn't seen the look on his face. After a moment spent trying to compose himself, he opened his eyes and took a shuddering breath. "Because, Potter," he said as evenly as possible, still facing away, "sometimes, when you want to play for the winning team, the price you pay for failure is very, very high." His voice broke again, and once more he closed his eyes, not daring to move, much less turn back around. This was embarrassment beyond anything he'd ever experienced before, and there was plenty to compare. The only thing he had left to his credit was that actual tears hadn't leaked past his eyelids yet. Harry listened to the calm, measured words, but Draco's shoulders quivered, and his breathing was uneven. The boy was actually upset, crying, even if Harry couldn't see the tears. "Don't listen to it, Harry," he told himself. "This is Draco Malfoy. He handed you over to Voldemort. He's as rotten as they come. People like him don't even have a heart to break." Harry sighed. "People without hearts don't cry. Malfoy, what the hell was he going to do? Comfort the bastard?" Civil conversation was perfectly acceptable when no emotions were really involved, but now, like this. Sure, he'd already accepted that Malfoy wasn't a completely inhuman git, but emotional support. To reach out a hand to him. Harry looked down at his right hand, the one he'd used to touch the portkey, the one that had brushed against Draco's hand. He could almost feel the ghost sensation of Draco's fingers against his, those hands, warm, smooth, utterly human. In that instant something in his underlying perception of the other boy changed. They'd shared the same fear, the same electric connection, and with that the sense of being totally alone had vanished completely, even in the face of being thrown into Voldemort's personal cage. It wasn't something you could forget or ignore easily. Like it or not, he and Draco were together in this. Draco still hadn't moved and his shoulders hadn't stopped shaking either. What with all the things Draco had done, said, and wished upon him over the years, Harry had sworn that he would love nothing more than to see Draco have it all come back to haunt him. Harry had always imagined it would be welcome day to see Draco finally break down and cry with misery. However, he knew what it was like to face Voldemort. Having seen that unexpected spark of humanity, having seen Draco underneath the familiar facade he knew as Malfoy, he could no longer wish an unpleasant fate upon him. Harry stood and approached Draco cautiously. If Malfoy sensed him approaching, he didn't show it. Stopping just short of the bars, Harry searched for something to say, but came up empty. Draco heard the approaching footsteps and felt Harry's breath behind him. Furious embarrassment flushed hot across his cheeks. "I suppose you think this is absolutely wonderful, Potter." His voice was choked and halting. "Decided to come and get a closer look so you can laugh at me. Go ahead, Potter. Laugh your bloody ass off." Harry frowned at Draco's words. He watched as the blonde head tipped forward, exposing a slender and now shockingly vulnerable neckline. Loose strands of hair brushed against the nape of Draco's neck, sliver blonde on pale, everything shaking with the unsteady motion of his breath. The frown faded to sympathetic melancholy. "No, Malfoy, I'm not laughing." Surprised by the tone of Harry's voice, Draco's head raised a little, and he almost stared to turn around. The words weren't mocking, not laughing. It almost sounded as though Potter cared. No, that wasn't possible, he was simply imagining it. Then, in a way that Draco couldn't possibly deny, the impossible happened. A warm pressure settled on Draco's right shoulder, sending a heated shiver down his spine. His breath caught as the hairs on his neck stood on end. Potter had just reached through the bars and had laid a hand on his shoulder. Draco stood rigid in surprise, a dozen possible reactions screaming through his head. "Potter is touching me, slap him, step away, tell him off, laugh at his oversensitive Gryffindor ass, insult him, be utterly disgusted that he touched me." Yet Draco couldn't do any of those things, first because he was too stunned to move, but even as he overcame the surprise, he was interrupted by a thought he didn't think was really his own. "But you're not disgusted, are you?" The little voice echoed through his head one more, louder than it had been the other times, and continued of its own accord. "He touched you before, or more specifically, you touched him. Admit it, you're glad of the touch right now. Grateful." "No, that can't be." The little voice didn't listen, it just kept going merrily on. "And you're grateful because it's the most human thing you've ever felt, the most startling, the most vivid. You've always been drawn to the conflict with him because it made you feel alive. No, now, you've actually touched him, let yourself be human, and you can't live in your little vacuum anymore. You know each other, in a way you've never even let yourself know your friends. The game is up, Draco. It's too late to play ignorance. The game is up." Draco was hardly aware that he'd moved at all until the fingertips of his left hand brushed along the fabric covering his right shoulder, searching for that human touch they had felt both a few minutes and an entire lifetime ago. Without knowing exactly why, he found himself acutely aware of just how much he needed to feel it again. It was forbidden fruit, friendship with the enemy, where the lines defining friend and foe had blurred beyond recognition. Finally, he felt the warmth of Harry's hand brush against his own, and immediately, Harry recoiled. For a fleeting instant, Draco found himself afraid that the sudden sense of comfort he'd found had just been an illusion. Dejected, he was about to let his hand drop in an attempt to save himself from further embarrassment when he was stopped short by warm, dry fingers encircling his own hand and gripping tightly. An emotion Draco couldn't recognize flooded through him, and a single choked gasp escaped his lips before his throat tightened. It was utter insanity. Harry Potter was holding his hand. He should have hated it, but at the same time, it seemed to be the only thing anchoring him to reality, whatever that was, and he was grateful. He stood still for a moment, his mind too numb to really consider what was happening, unwilling to break the contact, or unable. After a few heartbeats, although it might have been an hour for all it mattered, Draco realized his hand was shaking. So was the rest of him. He had to pull himself together, back to reality. With a shuddering breath, he withdrew his hand and slowly turned around. From a neutral face, two bright green eyes were blazing back at him curiously. Draco reached out and grasped one of the bars with his hand to steady himself, and lowered his eyes. "Are you okay?" Harry asked softly. Draco clenched his teeth. He couldn't answer that. He was too afraid of what he'd be forced to say, and for once, he didn't think he could lie if he wanted to. Instead, he stared at his hand, white-knuckled around the bar, following the lines of the hand to his wrist and the dark smudges that still encircled it, scars of his own punishment from long ago. He glanced from his own wrist to Harry's, hidden by the sleeve of the ragged jumper he wore, and then back to his own. For fear his voice would break again, he asked in a whisper, "The cuts on your wrists, from the shackles, did they heal yet?" "What?" Harry sounded surprised. "I asked if the wounds on your wrists had healed yet." Harry peered at him curiously for an instant, but instead of answering, he slowly wrapped his left hand around his right sleeve and pushed the cloth halfway up his forearm, then held out his arm for Draco to see. Draco bit back the sick feeling that was welling up in his stomach as he took in the image. Harry's wrist was encircled by a ring of painful-looking scabs, peeling at the edges, some oozing a little, obviously due to lack of proper care. The sores would leave a permanent bracelet of dingy brownish scars, a permanent reminder of the pain and humiliation Harry had endured, the punishment, chained to the wall, a prisoner of the Malfoy dungeons. Just like Draco. I could heal those for you, Draco said softly, not letting himself look up from Harry's wrist to his face. If you wanted me to. He watched as Harry clenched and opened his fist, as though testing to see if the hand attached to such a mangled wrist was still functioning properly. I think I'd rather you didn't. It'll leave a scar, you know. I know, Harry acknowledged. I'm pretty familiar with scars by now. Then why would you want to keep it? Harry dropped his hand to his side, and the sleeve fell down to hide the sores once again. To remind myself, I suppose. It's another ordeal I've come through, something I overcame. What doesn't kill me can only make me stronger, or that's how the saying goes. I don't know whether it's true. I guess there must be something in it, or why would so many people say it? Quote. Oh, the sentiment seemed a little masochistic to Draco, but who was he to say anything? He glanced down at his own wrist again, and wondered if that was so very different. Why did you want to know that, all of a sudden? Draco finally lifted his head, considering the question. He really had no idea why he wanted to tell Harry about his own wrists, his experience in the Malfoy dungeons, but there were a few possibilities. It might have been a bizarre competitive throwback, something to say, "Ha, I did it too, and I was younger, too," but that wasn't right at all. He might have pulled a stunt like that when he was 12 years old, but not now. Especially not now. Did he want sympathy? Absolutely not. He'd got past his need for such an emotion years ago, and the actual pain of the incident was just a memory. Draco Malfoy didn't need pity for the pain of the past. It was, perhaps, that he actually wanted something in common with Harry. A bond, a shared ordeal, an understanding. Maybe, all he wanted was for Harry to understand him, for whatever that was worth. Expressionless, Draco reached up with this free hand, delicately pinched the end of the sleeve between his thumb and forefinger, and pulled it back enough to reveal his own slender wrist. He held it up where Harry could see. If anything, the muted torchlight of the dungeons made the old scars even more noticeable. Harry took a step forwards and leaned across, examining the proffered wrist calmly, carefully. Draco turned his arm so that Harry could see the full circle of bruise-like markings. Those are. I got them the same way you did. Same place, same shackles. Harry's eyes shot up, startled, disbelieving. Draco gave him a solemn nod of confirmation. Why? Was all Harry could say. Draco shrugged. I got into trouble. Your father did this to you. It was a fair punishment. Draco snapped, more defensively than he'd intended. Then what did you do to deserve it? Draco dropped his hand back to the bar, gripping it again, his wrist still exposed. I wanted to bring something with me to Hogwarts to impress the other first years. I knew I'd be in Slytherin, and they're very impressed by power. He paused and took a deep breath before continuing. I snuck into my father's private study, looking for something suitable to take, and he caught me. Harry looked at him in alarm. This was before your first year. Draco's lip wrinkled up, but it was more a pained expression than a prideful one. So, you were only 11, and your father chained you up in a dungeon. It was only for one night. Draco shrugged off Harry's disbelief. Harry took a half step backwards, eyes going wide, not wanting to hear what Draco was saying. It didn't matter though. He'd already seen enough in Draco's eyes to know. The Malfoys might like to think they had class, but they were just as heartless as the Dursleys. Forcing submission, obedience. The Dursleys had never broken Harry, yet in a perverse play of psychology, the Malfoys had broken Draco. The thought of Draco as a captive in his own house, to his own family name, ASL**** to Voldemort, trained carefully, honed to sharp perfection, imprisoned by the echoes of his own upbringing, imprisoned by his own scars. And Harry understood. This was Malfoy. The boy was who he was, a product of his heritage, but new ideas were beginning to take root, wildflowers in a carefully cultivated field. He was a Malfoy, but he was also Draco, and past the deeply ingrained loathing he still held for Malfoy, Harry couldn't help but see him for what he was, who he was, and why. Willing participant though Draco was, he was yet another victim. Harry felt something squeeze inside his chest. For a moment, he mistook it for pity, but it wasn't. He blinked in surprise. By Merlin's beard, he was empathizing with Draco Malfoy. Only for one night, he echoed, staring at Draco blankly, searching for any hint that this was all a joke, even though he knew perfectly well that it wasn't. The Malfoy he knew would never admit any weakness, especially not as a joke. Harry realized it must actually be difficult for him to admit to this. It was a lesson I needed to learn, Draco said dryly. What kind of bloody lesson, Malfoy? Harry asked, suddenly angry, though not at Draco. What kind of lesson requires an 11-year-old boy to be chained to a dungeon wall overnight? It wasn't all that terrible, Draco protested, trying vainly to reclaim his ego. He pulled his hand back from the bar and absent-mindedly began rubbing his wrist. Father wanted me to learn some obedience. I had disobeyed him, and it was wrong. I had to learn to be worthy of my name, learn that I had to earn power, not take it. He wanted me to be strong. His voice trailed off. Harry regarded Draco with a pinched expression for a moment. Did he succeed? Draco felt his throat constrict again, and his failure to give a response prompted a knowing nod from Harry. Still rubbing his wrist, Draco turned away and said softly, "You know what the worst part was?" "What?" "Not long after my father left, I got this terrible itch right on the bridge of my nose. I couldn't reach far enough to scratch it all night." When he looked back up, Harry was smiling again, in a combination of amusement and empathy. Draco gave a small chuckle in return. "Why didn't you heal your scars with magic?" Harry asked simply. Blinking once, Draco realized he was still rubbing his wrist and quickly pulled his hands apart and grabbed the bar once again, this time with his other hand, needing something to do with his hands to prevent himself from resuming the nervous motion. "Same reason as you, I think. To remind myself, so that I would never forget." He looked through the bars, glancing at the famous mark on Harry's forehead, then into his stunning green eyes. "I guess scars really are powerful reminders," Harry replied with a neutral snort. Draco glanced down, inexplicably embarrassed. He'd never spoken about these things with anybody, but here he was, telling his most personal secrets to his sworn enemy. "But he's not your enemy anymore, is he?" Draco blinked in response to his errant thought. "No, I guess not." When Draco blinked again, he was shocked to find two thick tears spilling down his cheeks, finally escaping after he'd tried so hard to hold them back. He was about to turn away again when a now familiar jolt worked its way up his arm as Harry reached through the bars and wrapped his fingers around Draco's wrist. The silent tears turned into a grunt of protest. He tried to pull his hand away, but Harry held it fast, before drawing Draco's hand through the bars just a few centimeters. Draco was surprised to find that he didn't feel the immediate urge to pull back again. Harry turned Draco's hand over softly, almost tenderly, and pushed the sleeve away from the circle of dark smudges around the wrist. Holding Draco's palm with one hand, Harry ran two of his fingers lightly along the blemished skin, tracing the old scars. He overturned Draco's hand, exposing the sensitive underside of the wrist, and his fingers came to a rest over his pulse point. Draco could feel his own artery beating against Harry's fingertips. He also felt startlingly vulnerable. Like this, Harry could do any number of violent things to him, but Draco knew with a disarming certainty that cruelty wasn't what Harry had in mind. It was as though Harry was deciding for himself if Draco did, indeed, have a heart. Of course, Draco knew that he did, for that heart happened to be thundering in his chest, and Draco was equally certain Harry felt the elevated pulse. When he appeared to have reached his conclusion, he gave Draco's hand a single tight squeeze and released it. Draco didn't move, hand still held out before him, still feeling the lingering touch across his wrist. He tried to stave off the cold hollowness that was seeping through him again, the familiar emptiness that had been his only companion within the walls he had built around himself. The walls had crumbled. It was a deadly error. He had allowed himself to feel. His protection, which had been growing progressively thinner in Harry's presence, was gone. All the years of careful training, torn down by a single touch, and he was about to go face to face with the Dark Lord. Still frozen in place, he asked in a raspy, raw whisper, "Why did you do that?" He glanced back up at Potter's pensive expression, and repeated, harsher this time, "Why?" Harry shrugged, but it wasn't a casual movement. Looking as though tears were going to spill from his own eyes, even though they were perfectly dry, he said softly, "I had to. I don't know why, I just had to see." Draco was caught between the tremendous pulling urge to give himself over to the release he felt in allowing himself to be human, to speak openly, to touch, and the fear that was welling up in the back of his mind like icy black water. For Merlin's sake, he was in Voldemort's headquarters. To be weak here was to forfeit your life, and Potter was right. He was scared. Terrified. Withdrawing his hand suddenly, he pulled it tightly to his chest, hugging it close to him, and stood as straight as he could against the terror thundering through his veins. He looked at Harry despairingly. "Don't you ever do that again." "What? I only thought." Quote, "Well, you thought wrong, Potter." He howled. "You have no idea what you just did." Harry took a step back, visibly stunned. "What do you mean, what I just did?" "What you did. You just ruined everything." "How did I ruin anything?" "For someone who you stabbed, captured, and handed over to Voldemort, I'd say that I've been inhumanly kind to you. I was trying to help you. From what I could tell, we're both up against Voldemort, and you're scared stiff. I happen to know what that's like. Obviously you don't. You have no idea what it's like for me right now. Fine, Malfoy. Next time you're at the point of tears, remind me to be a heartless bastard to you. Apparently that's how you people function around here." Draco stomped his foot in frustration, hot emotions pulsing behind his eyes again. "That's exactly what I need. You just don't get it." "Well, Malfoy. Explain it to me then, because for once, you're right. I don't get it." Draco turned his head to the side, trying desperately to pull a coherent thought the haze that seemed to be permeating his mind, before giving the calmest response he could muster. 5 days ago, Potter, when I was planning all this, I was ready. I could have faced Voldemort. Detached, cold, calculating, that's how you've got to be around him. Raw anger is the only emotion you can allow yourself, because it covers your fear, allows you to hate. That's what I was trained for. I was barely ready, and only because I had taught myself not to feel, but I could have done it. That's what it's all about, Potter. Controlling your fear, controlling your emotions. The Dark Lord can look right through your eyes and into your soul. Did you know that?" Harry cringed inwardly, but said nothing. "If your walls break down, if he sees your fear, then you're not worthy. If you're not worthy, you get discarded. I hope I don't need to explain that to you." "Not at all. I think I can work it out for myself," Harry said bluntly. "I just figured a little bit of support might not hurt. That's exactly what's going to kill me here, Potter. You really don't get it, do you?" Draco squashed the palm of his hand into his face in frustration. There was no reason not to just spill everything out. He barely had the strength to hold it in any way, even if he'd wanted to. It was time to be honest, with himself as much as with Potter. He beeped in a slow breath through his shaking fingers before pulling his hands away. "I've been taught to stand on my own, not to feel anything. You're the only person who could pull emotion out of me that I couldn't stop, but as long as that was anger, I was still safe. You just broke down the only defense that I had, Potter. In 3 bloody days, you destroyed me." Harry's jaw hung loosely as he listened to Draco's ranting. Draco barely noticed the ease with which he was giving away so much himself through his words. It felt good to let it all pour out. His thoughts boiled freely to the surface, coming hot and fast. "As long as you were pushing at me, I could still hate you. But no, you had to go and turn into a human being on me. Had to become real. You even decided to be nice. All of a sudden, you forced me to actually feel. I have no defense against that. Now, I've got nothing, no walls, no safeties, nothing to defend me against the Dark Lord." He laughed bitterly. "It's almost ironic. I bring you here to your death, and you just as effectively kill me." Harry inhaled sharply in amazement at the sudden openness Draco was displaying, the painful honesty. "You're not dead yet, Malfoy." Draco snorted. Close enough. And isn't that what you always wanted to see anyway? Harry's eye twitched. No, Malfoy, he said finally. That's not what I want. Draco appeared doubtful. Even though I did this to you, he said, indicating the cell, the dungeons around them. Harry considered the haunted look in Draco's eyes. Draco's skin was paler than usual. The cold sweat starting to break out on his forehead and the dark circles under his eyes were all proof that Draco was drained, emotionally and physically. The faint trembling in his pale pink lips, the strange shaking in his stance, further demonstrated this fact. When was the last time the boy had slept? No, Harry responded with a firm gentleness. Because no human being deserves to have to deal with this, Malfoy. And you're human, too. Draco felt his knees connect with the floor as his legs finally gave way beneath him. He knelt still for a moment, numb to the world around him, not feeling, not hearing, not seeing. If he were to do any of those things, he'd be human again, and he dreaded that beyond all else. Humans are frail. They bleed, they break, they scar, they die. I don't want to die. Not here. Not like this. I don't want to die. I understand that. Neither do I. Harry's voice broke through the haze. Draco hadn't been aware that he'd spoken aloud. He realized just how exhausted he really was, starting to lose control of his faculties, even becoming a bit hysterical. Blinking a couple of times as though that would clear the fog that was pervading his brain, he pulled his head up against the leaden weight that seemed to have settled over him. He gazed blearily through the bars to where Potter was now kneeling just across from him, watched as Harry wrapped a small hand around one of the bars between them. The edges of the scabs on his wrist were still visible under the cuff of his sleeve. Draco stared at it for a while, then back up at Harry's face, which was examining him with something like concern. It was then Draco realized the edges of Harry's features were blurry. In fact, everything was melting together like a watercolor painting left out in the rain. He only vaguely remembered that it had been hours since he'd taken his sleepless night's potion, and the tiny part of his brain that was still functioning logically berated him for his forgetfulness. Not that it mattered, of course. It was too late anyway. Feeling his upper body tilt forward as his sense of balance faded, Draco's hand snapped up and grasped a bar for support, brushing against Harry's hand. He could feel the heat radiating off of it and the tiny jolt that broke through the spreading numbness, and it gave him a moment's strength, just enough to whisper, "Thank you." Then, he was sagging forward against the bars, his exhaustion finally overtaking him. He felt a hand grip his own, and the last thing he heard before he passed out was his name. Malfoy, Malfoy, Draco, Malfoy. A familiar voice called harshly in his ear as something poked him in the back. Go away, he thought. I'm so tired, so very tired. Leave me alone. Malfoy, wake up. You've been asleep for hours. Arg. The urgency and pain in the voice finally pulled Draco out of his blissfully dreamless sleep, and he realized with a start where he was, slouched against the bars of Potter's cell on the floor. Asleep on the job, in the Dark Lord's headquarters. With a surge of pure terror, he leapt to his feet, teetering unsteadily for a moment. He scanned the dungeon rapidly, caught up in the irrational fear that someone had arrived and caught him sleeping on the floor. Instead, the room was empty, and he was still alone with Potter. Furious that another human frailty had put his life at risk, he took out his anger on the only target available. Potter, you dumb git, how the hell could you have? Quote. Draco suddenly fell silent when he realized that Harry was still on his knees. Only now, he was rubbing his forehead with his hands. Draco knew that could only mean one thing. He's back. Still rubbing. Harry nodded confirmation. He's back. Draco felt his eyes go wide. Why did you let me sleep like that? Harry dropped his hand and squinted through the stinging pain. You needed the sleep. But what if he'd come back, and decided to come down here? Draco stammered, still edgy. I knew I'd realize the instant Voldemort returned. I reckoned I'd be nice for once and let you get some rest. A flash of warm gratitude welled up in Draco only an instant before the fear grasped him again. His sleep-numbed brain was still struggling to awaken, and irrationality quickly joined his fear. That means he's coming for me soon. How the hell am I going to do this? He'll take one look at me, and he'll know. He'll know I'm not strong enough. Oh Merlin. Harry watched as Draco began to pace the small section of corridor frantically, and a look of regret ghosted across his features. Draco stopped pacing suddenly and swung round to stare at Harry. I told you, don't look at me like that. You'll only make it worse. That is, unless you really are trying to kill me, which I wouldn't put past you. Harry appeared to consider this, then his entire expression changed. He pulled himself to his feet. His eyes narrowed maliciously behind his glasses and his mouth screwed up in a devious smirk. Who cares, Malfoy? You're just a slimy Slytherin git anyway. A little snake, bowing and scraping at the feet of the biggest snake of all. What the hell? Draco was completely taken aback by the abrupt change of attitude in his captive, not quite awake enough to keep pace with the sudden shift in conversation. Yeah, Malfoy, that's it. Just shivering in your boots now, aren't you? That's right, his cowering little snake on a leash. A short leash at that. What the hell is the matter with you? Hey, the matter with me? Absolutely nothing. Remember, I'm Voldemort's prime target, but you're the one who's scared witless. Bugger you. You pathetic little scar-head. Scar-head, is that the best you can do, ferret boy? Maybe Voldemort would like a ferret to go with his pet rat. Do you remember how to bounce, Malfoy? Draco sputtered for a moment at the memory, feeling the furious embarrassment from the incident as fresh as a new wound, and remembering how Potter had been the cause of it, before blurting out, you arrogant bastard. That's, arrogant bastard who lived, to you, ferret boy. Harry was beginning to look very pleased with himself. I've gone 4 rounds with Voldemort and I'm still kicking. What will be your title after your little visit with Voldemort? Malfoy, the cowering ferret who didn't quite make it. That sounds good. Draco clenched his fists as he glared at Harry, the boy's casual demeanor infuriating him even more. You sodding little self-righteous freak. After everything I did for you, you know something, you can forget it. You know who could slice you open and leave you to bleed to death for all I care. I'll watch and I'll laugh. Not if Voldemort has already done you in, you won't. You're so pitiful, Malfoy. You really are. Everything spilled over. Seething, every muscle along his neck bulging unnaturally, Draco had finally had enough. You. Are you angry or something, Malfoy? Harry taunted, looking strangely satisfied. Bloody hell, I'm angry, not scared, are you, you spineless coward? I'm never scared. The response was automatic, something Draco had repeated to himself so many times through his youth. He felt nothing but the familiar old sense of rage flooding through his veins. Hot, burning, pushing out everything else. He glared at Harry, mentally cursing the boy for his stupidity, his lack of gratitude, his obnoxious manners. He felt angry, he felt powerful, he felt. Still wincing slightly against the pain in his forehead, Harry nodded once in approval. Good, then stay that way, you stupid prat. Draco only had a split second to register what Harry had actually done before he heard the dungeon door crash open and Lucius Malfoy enter the passageway in a fury. Draco turned to greet his father with a respectful nod, and everything fell automatically into place. All his old practiced mannerisms, from his facial expressions to his posture, flowed as smoothly as the lines of a flawless sculpture that had been years in the making. This particular piece of art had been carved from his cold anger, which Potter had taken from him and just as easily returned to its place. In 3 days, without magic, Harry had torn Draco apart and rebuilt him. Still, underneath it all the architecture held a hidden element that hadn't existed before. Or, perhaps, Draco had just never been aware of it until now. Lucius cast Harry a quick sneer before rounding on to his son. There was no warm greeting, merely business as usual. The raids last night were largely successful, Draco, so the Dark Lord should be in a fairly moderate mood. He's waiting for you in the main hall. Draco began to feel the icy tide of fear washing over him again, but just as quickly latched onto his residual anger like a lifeline. He bobbed his head in a short bow and answered, "Yes, father." A flicker of worry and parental affection briefly graced Lucius' eyes, but it was quickly buried. "You will succeed, Draco. Remember your training. The Dark Lord demands subservience, but he does not allow weakness in his followers. When he walks, follow behind him. 2 steps back and to his left, until he invites you to walk next to him. Keep your eyes down until he tells you to look at him. He will question you, and when he does, bear in mind that everything and everyone is secondary to your obedience to him. Unable or unwilling to speak for fear of letting his emotions crack through, Draco merely bowed his head once more. Very well, then, Lucius said with a casualness that belied the situation. I'm relieving you of guard duty until you return. And in spoken, if you return, hung in the air, an ever-present worry when in Voldemort's company. Now, he said, inclining his head towards the exit, the Dark Lord is waiting. Draco took one last look at his father's face, searching for any further signs of concern and worry, but there was nothing. Only the aristocratic facade, the trademark Malfoy sneer. As he turned to leave, however, he caught a quick glimpse of Harry, who was watching him intently, sending silent encouragement when Lucius had appeared for all the world not to care. He couldn't afford to make any actual gesture, but Draco was sure that Harry caught the gratitude he felt. If Voldemort could see what Draco was thinking through his eyes, for some reason, he was most certain that Harry could, too. Where both of those ideas had once terrified him, the latter no longer did. The former, well, he was about to find out. Without another glance, Draco turned and exited the dungeons, letting the door fall with a heavy bang. The stone stairs were just a bit too large for a comfortable stride, and lit by sconces placed too far apart for Draco's liking. As he climbed, he considered exactly what Harry had just done for him. It brought new meaning to the concept, cruel to be kind. Harry had been listening to what Draco had said. Listening and understanding. Draco could still feel the flush of anger in his cheeks, and his pulse was still elevated from that heated row. He carefully nursed that angry fire, trying to turn it back on its source, Potter. He had to find enough fuel to keep it going, but the more he thought of the strange kindness Harry had shown, the more incapable of the feeling he became. He turned his thoughts away from Harry, and focused on the hollow sound of his footsteps echoing in the empty stairwell, trying to pull his thoughts away from Potter. Footsteps. Hollow, empty, like his life, or more specifically, the way his life had been. Hollow, the way he'd been raised to be, devoid of any real human sentiment. All the things he'd been denied growing up, his harsh training, his lessons, echoing in his brain like footsteps in the corridor. The way he'd been sharpened and honed with one purpose, one goal in life, to be the perfect servant to Voldemort. Born, raised, and trained into SL******. Cowering in fear, he hated it with a passion. The burning anger returned, hot, but faceless. Empty, hollow fury. He reached the top of the staircase and surveyed the hall spread out before him. A high ceiling, lit mostly by daylight filtering through tall, narrow windows. No amenities, no decoration or ornaments. Cold, heartless, purely functional and grand in size only. It was the perfect palace for the Dark Lord. Wooden doors lined either side of the entrance hall, but at the far end was one door which stood larger than the others. This was it, and Draco was ready as he ever would be. He didn't actually notice that he was walking towards the door, more he saw it loom larger and larger until he was at last moving through it. Standing just 5 meters away, appearing as terrible as Draco's memory of him, was Voldemort. Draco took 2 smooth steps into the room and immediately dropped to one knee, staring at the floor in front of him. To approach any closer would be inappropriate for an uninitiated. "My lord," he said, in his best-groomed manners. Voldemort did not speak but instead closed the gap between himself and Draco. Once again, Draco found himself staring at the shiny toes of Voldemort's boots. He mentally willed an artificial sense of calmness into his body, keeping his mind silent but alert, like a predator. "Tell me, my young snake, are you a child or a man?" His mind turned a quick somersault over the unexpected question. Draco's first instinct was to answer that he was most certainly a man, but he caught himself. He couldn't make that claim without Voldemort's approval. Instead, he replied, "My lord, I am nothing but your humble servant, for you to name." Silence fell over the hall, and Draco began to fear that he had answered incorrectly. After a few dreadful moments, however, a harsh, short laugh escaped from Voldemort. Indeed, he said, very astute, young Malfoy. If only all my servants were as sharp and so accurate. But then, none of them brought me Harry Potter. Follow. With that, Voldemort stepped past Draco and swiftly walked from the room, washing Draco's face in a brush of cold air that smelled like the stones of a dungeon as he passed. Draco scrambled to his feet and quickly fell in step behind the Dark Lord, to the left, 2 strides back, as his father had instructed. He had no idea where Voldemort was leading him, but it wasn't his place to question. It is never the place for a servant to question the master. The 2 sets of footsteps echoed in perfect time through the entrance hall and down the deserted corridors, right up to the bottom of a spiraling staircase. Voldemort began to climb, and Draco, swallowing his growing unease, could only continue to follow blindly. Malfoy, are you prepared to sacrifice anything to gain power? Another double-edged question. In the name of serving you, my lord, anything. The words sounded fake to Draco's ears, as though he couldn't believe they had come from his own mouth. One more reaction that had been programmed into his mind since early childhood. Really now, the challenge hung in the air as they continued to climb. Draco swallowed. Yes, my lord, you are an ambitious little snake, young Malfoy, but perhaps too young. One of my most loyal servants was barely your age when he joined the ranks of my followers though. Based on your father's assurances that you were well suited to both the task and the merits of the Malfoy name, I permitted you an opportunity. In response to that chance, you brought me Harry Potter. The Dark Lord seemed to be musing more to himself than to Draco. Your ambition could take you far, perhaps to the top ranks amongst the Death Eaters, but such power has its price. Draco knew that nothing came without a price, that everything had to be earned. The idea was nothing new to him, but still he listened intently as they continued their ascent, feeling he would be ready for this challenge. Are you willing to kill, Malfoy? At your command and without hesitation. Draco answered automatically. They reached a small landing, and with frightening suddenness Voldemort spun in his place, rounding on Draco so fast that it was all the boy could do to stop before colliding with the Dark Lord. He sank to one knee, quickly bowing his head. At my command, Voldemort said slowly, rolling each word around in his mouth as though he were tasting a sip of fine wine, and without hesitation. Draco had been prepared to answer that question for years. But now, to actually have said it, it sounded different. Voldemort's glare pressed on the top of his head, and Draco struggled to keep his mind blank. Without hesitation, Voldemort echoed again. Tell me, what if you needed to kill or displace a less worthy follower in order to rise in the ranks? Draco froze at this question. What do you mean, my lord? Voldemort laughed, a short, cruel laugh. A Death Eater does not gain influence by my word alone. Surely you were aware of that. Yes, my lord, Draco answered automatically. Good, I will have none but the best as my followers, and only the best of those are worthy of climbing the ranks. A true Death Eater would never let himself be led by an inferior. Yes, my lord, and if you are capable of defeating someone, you are superior. Simple logic, of course. How do you rank, Malfoy? How much power are you willing to claim? With a performance such as the one you gave me when you captured Potter, I would expect you to live up to your family name. Your father shows his cunning to me through his dealings with others, and he ranks quite favorably. However, it is always good to see fresh blood, if it is proved worthy. Draco didn't like where this was going. Not one bit. How much do you crave power, young Malfoy? Are you a true Slytherin? Will you do what it takes? Are you even willing to displace your father? Draco felt his guts freeze. Surely he couldn't be expected to. There would never be a reason to. His father was as loyal as anyone. Why would Voldemort suggest such a thing? It was unthinkable, killing his own father. The very suggestion made him feel as though he was a rooster being put to a cockfight for the amusement of the master, and he hated it. The Dark Lord certainly noticed Draco's hesitation. Malfoy, there is no place for sentiment in someone who wishes to follow. You either serve me single-mindedly, or you do not serve me at all. Do not tell me that you are sentimental over your father. No, my lord, Draco said quickly. Are you certain? Draco thought about this carefully. Now would be the wrong time to lie. However, it didn't feel like a lie. I am certain, my lord. An expectant pause hung uncomfortably between them. Are you loyal to him? Well, certainly, thought Draco, though of course he couldn't say that. His loyalty was to Voldemort, and Voldemort alone. His father had said so, which was exactly the key to the answer. Bowing his head even lower, Draco replied, my loyalty to my father extends only so far as he instructed me to give my loyalty, first and foremost, to you, my lord. Draco listened to the sound of his own breathing, which seemed unnaturally loud in his ears as he waited for some sign that the Dark Lord approved. A valuable lesson to learn. Your father seems to have trained you well. Thus, if I commanded it, could you kill him? Yes, my lord. Voldemort must have approved, for as he took one step back, he said shortly, walk beside me. Draco should have felt honored to be invited to walk alongside the Dark Lord, but instead, he felt like a dog being made to heel. He vaguely wondered what he should do if Voldemort instructed him to bark like a dog as well. It was in silence that they reached the top of the long staircase, opening into what was obviously a lookout tower, with one window at each of the cardinal directions. It was still early morning, Draco could see, and the nighttime mists had still not burned away completely from the forest that spread around them in all directions. Instinctively, Draco checked his directional bearings by the angle of the sun. His father had taught him that, just another facet of his training. It was yet another reminder that for his entire life, he'd been training for conflict of one sort or another. Voldemort approached the south window and looked out. Look, Malfoy. It wasn't an invitation, but a command. Draco stepped to the window. It was a spectacular view of a wooded valley surrounded by high mountains, but the Dark Lord does not waste his time admiring the scenery with prospective Death Eaters, so what was he meant to be looking at? Just over 100 miles to the south lies the first victory I shall have in my conquest of the wizarding world. Draco's heart gave a little leap. Hogwarts. His mind quickly flashed to the familiar memories of his warm bed, the dungeons, the daily routine. They were so close to Hogwarts. Voldemort must have noticed his homesick expression, and his words hissed warningly. You, of course, do not feel any undue sentiment towards Hogwarts, do you, Malfoy? Not a question, but a threat. Look at me. Draco rapidly calmed his mind, put on his best neutral mask. This was not the time to panic. Still, nothing could have quite prepared him to meet those hideous red eyes. Like Harry's, they ripped through him, and tore him apart. Unlike Harry's, there was no humanity behind them, no passion, no truth. The sibilant voice grated against his ears again. Tell me, Malfoy, does Hogwarts hold any meaning for you? Do not lie. He'll know. You can't lie. Draco's own mental advice wrapped around his thoughts. My lord, Hogwarts is familiar to me, nothing more. I see. Voldemort's eyes narrowed to angular red slits and Draco had to look away again. Voldemort laughed at his obvious nervousness. Ah yes, familiar. He spoke with a twisted sort of nostalgia. Hogwarts is familiar to me as well, remember. I spent 7 years there, surrounded by mudblood filth. Forced to be contaminated by wizards who pretended to care for the future of magic, as they polluted it with their mere presence. Malfoy, Voldemort's voice was once again sharp and direct, I am not fully convinced that you have no sentiment towards Hogwarts. You shall have to prove that your loyalty is unerring. You will lead one prong of the attack. Yes, my lord, Draco said blankly, trying not to actually think about what Voldemort had just said. You should be pleased to have this honor, Malfoy. As the school crumbles, you will see where power lies. You shall taste the power of absolute control over life and death, and fear. To control a person's fear is to own him completely. You will feel that power over those who are rightfully your inferiors, mudbloods, halfbloods and muggles. A Death Eater knows how to gain power through fear. You, Malfoy, will learn this as well. He paused, and Draco felt himself sweating beneath his collar. This sounded so familiar, so familiar. Potter. Harry had already told him this. Every last bit of it. Power through fear. Empty power. Not caring, only taking. He knew, damn him. He knew. A Death Eater also knows when to fear, Malfoy. Not the pitiful cowering you will elicit from the mudbloods, but proper respect for your superiors, for your life. Your glory hangs on the threads of your fear. You have the potential to become one of my most valuable servants, but remember your place. Forfeit your life. Do not forget who is master. You are master, my lord. Draco said quickly as he bent his head and shoulders forward in a deep bow, but his mind was reeling. Nothing but a servant, a pawn, in the Dark Lord's game. A week ago, this thought would never have so much as occurred to him. Now, it was all he could think about. It all made so much horrible sense. He gritted his teeth, still staring at the floor. He was fearful, yes, but a strange hurt was growing in his chest, pain. Dispelled by the words of Voldemort himself, Draco's beliefs, the tenements on which he based his whole life, were flying away from him. With no convictions, no underlying beliefs, the only things grounding him to reality were the quivering threads of his fear. Then something much more tangible pulled him back to reality faster than he could blink. The sharp bite of honed steel pressed into the soft hollow at the base of his neck, not breaking flesh, but just barely. Draco felt his heart stop in his chest. Voldemort's long fingers played along the handle of the dagger he held, and his voice hissed maliciously. Am I master, young Malfoy? Truly, do you cower in fear like a child in front of me, unworthy to call me master, or do you bow to me in humble fear and respect like a proper servant? Fighting to still his trembling, and trying harder still to quell the immediate instinct to jumping back from the dagger at his throat, Draco gave the only answer he could muster. I wish for nothing but to serve you, my lord. To serve me, Malfoy, is to serve with a single purpose. To hesitate on my command is to invite a fate worse than death. Right now, with the edge of the dagger beginning to take purchase in his sensitive flesh, Draco didn't want to consider a fate worse than death, but he was sure that the Dark Lord could think of something. Can you follow any order, Malfoy? Would you do anything on my command? Without hesitation. I must know that you are worthy. I must know that you are capable. Are you truly loyal? My life is yours, my lord, to destroy if you choose. Ah, but what if I gave that choice to you? Choices. Choices. The shock that ripped through Draco at this statement almost pulled his attention back from the blade until Voldemort shifted his grip, causing the sharp metal to dig a little deeper. If this was a choice, it was a dreadful set of options. But then, it was his own choices that had led him to this point in the first place. I will not move this blade, Malfoy. However, were I to command you to impale yourself on the dagger in my hand, could you do it? Service to me is absolute. Unquestioning. Draco felt his stomach drop, and a numbness seemed to overtake him. He couldn't get his lips to move, couldn't reply. He swallowed once, trying to force his dry throat to function, to give the expected response, but it was no use. There was only one way he could give his reply. Taking a deep breath, Draco leaned forward just a fraction of a centimeter. He stifled his reaction as the blade finally broke skin, and he felt a warm trickle of blood trail down his chest. He stopped and waited for any sign from Voldemort that he had passed this test. Right now, with the tip of a knife burrowed into his flesh, at the hands of Voldemort, failure could only mean one thing. He waited several agonizing seconds. The sharp sting at his throat was nothing compared to the icy fear wrenching at his heart in his chest, the sick feeling in the pit of his stomach. Then, the blade was withdrawn. Very well, young Malfoy. You do indeed have the makings of a Death Eater, but your full loyalty must still be proven. Be certain where you stand, Malfoy. Now, you may return to your guard post. And that was that. No ceremonious goodbye, nothing to mark his success in surviving this meeting with Voldemort. The Dark Lord turned back to the window, summarily dismissing him. Yes, my lord. Draco wasn't certain how he actually got to his feet, dazed as he was. He'd only just become aware that he'd even moved when he found that he was almost at the bottom of the staircase. There was no sound behind him, no sign that Voldemort had followed. No indication there was another living soul in the place, and Draco certainly felt isolated enough. His legs were shaking beneath him. After the flood of emotions, this felt like an aftershock. With that, along with the sick feel of blood still oozing down his chest, he found that he couldn't manage to stagger the rest of the way to the dungeons. Not now, not like this. He needed to collect himself. Brushing his hand along the wall to keep his balance, he half stumbled, half ran along the corridor until he reached the first room with an open, unlocked door, and ducked inside. A quick spell locked it behind him. Alone in the deserted room, Draco finally lost his nerve. He leaned his head back against the wall and slowly slid to the ground as his legs gave out, shaking miserably. His breathing was harsh and ragged, but still, he wouldn't cry out loud, nor would he let tears escape him. He didn't deserve to be allowed to cry. His own decisions, his own choices, had brought him here. It was nobody's burden but his own, and he deserved the torment he'd earned. It was his choice, to live his life in servitude to a man who wanted nothing more than his fear. Draco reached up to his neck and ran his fingers against the painful puncture wound, then down through the slippery trail of blood that was still oozing down his chest, dabbling his fingers in the crimson liquid. He pulled his hand away and held it out in front of him, the pads of his fingers coated in thick spots of his own partially dried, clotting blood. With a morbid fascination, he rubbed his thumb and forefinger together, watching as the blood dried completely and formed sticky little clumps. The flecks of blood fell to the floor, just as Harry's blood had fallen from his father's fingers. Harry's blood on Draco's dagger, Draco's blood on Voldemort's dagger, except Harry never had a choice. Draco choked back his gasps and sobs as he realized he had freely given his own blood to Voldemort. He was given a choice. Voldemort had said so. Even Harry had said he had a choice. Draco had just never seen the choice for himself until it was too late. He hadn't been ready for it. Inevitably, the need for an immediate decision had come. His father would have said he'd made the strong decision. The honorable choice. Lucius Malfoy would have been proud to see his son just then. However, Draco knew better. Strength hadn't been his motive. The only thing that had pulled him forward onto the blade had been fear. Puppet on a string, dance for the Dark Prince, you foolish jester. You're a pawn, Draco. You've been played your entire life. Brainwashed to be the perfect SL**** to the Dark Lord. Bow down to your master, Draco. Grovel like a house elf. Cower in fear. Sacrifice your own life at his mere whim. You can't say no. It's too late for that. The choice isn't yours anymore. You made your decision already. The voices in his head taunted mercilessly. You never even would have realized the mess you were in if your sworn rival hadn't knocked some sense into you. Potter. It was Potter he had to blame for putting ideas like this in his head. Without Potter to turn things upside down, inside out, and through himself, he would have been more than content to be Voldemort's circus performer. Damn Potter, with his chivalry. Damn him for being right. Damn him for every single glorious piece of misery to which he had subjected Draco. And then it dawned on him. Harry was still alone in the dungeons with his father. Draco felt a little more blood drain from his face. Oh shit. Not knowing quite why the idea of Harry being trapped with his father scared him so much, or considering why on earth he was worried about the boy in the first place, Draco unlocked the door without a second thought and found himself racing towards the dungeons. His heartbeats drowned out even the sounds of his footsteps thundering down the corridor. He skidded slightly as he took a sharp right turn to the dungeon staircase, bolted down the stairs, and almost slammed into the door at the bottom. Heart pounding, he threw the latch and hauled the heavy wooden door open. Somehow, Draco had expected screaming, arguing, or even howls of pain to greet him, but the passage was eerily silent. He pulled the door shut behind him and held his breath, listening, waiting, his feet frozen in place. Then he caught it, a choked gasp, the sound of someone straining through some sort of hideous pain. Harry. He tore down the passage, taking the turn that led to Harry's cell. His feet and his breath came to a dead stop as he caught a full view of the scene laid out before him. Harry was on the floor, face down, writhing, gasping for breath, obviously the victim of the Cruciatus curse, and Lucius's wand was still trained on him. Harry's eyes were squeezed tightly shut, and as before, his mouth was wide open, gasping for air, but not screaming. Lucius finally noticed Draco's arrival and lowered his wand. Harry's rigid body collapsed limp against the floor, as the curse was removed, and Lucius turned towards Draco. A delighted sneer was written boldly across his face. Draco. You've returned in time for a bit of fun. It is good that you have returned, of course. He eyed the smear of blood at Draco's collar. You obviously met the Dark Lord's approval. I expected no less. Potter seemed to insinuate that you might not. Then the little bastard had the audacity to suggest that I had no concern for your welfare. I felt it necessary to remind him of his manners. A wicked smile that was all teeth spread along Lucius's face. Draco flicked his gaze towards Harry casually, appearing to scoff at him. In reality, he was checking to see how much damage his father had inflicted. He saw Harry's arm move, and his dark head turned to the side as a groan escaped him. At least he's conscious, Draco thought with relief. Out loud, he answered, I'm sure you've taught him a most valuable lesson, father. He needs teaching. Quote. At this, Lucius's face pulled itself up into another very unpleasant sort of smile. Certainly, Draco. However, the boy wasn't insulting me. His first insult was directed at you. Perhaps you should have the honor of completing his lesson. Draco stared at his father in disbelief. It was only through force of will that he kept his mouth from falling open. Think fast, Draco. Think fast. Father, I've never used an unforgivable curse. What if I am unable to work it? Draco, his father said patronizingly, you'll need to use these curses soon enough. What better time to practice? There was no escaping this, Draco realized. If he didn't do it, his father would suspect disloyalty. If he outwardly refused, he would die anyway, and so would Harry. For some reason, he hadn't really considered the fact that it mattered to him what Harry's fate would be, but somehow, he knew it did. He also knew he didn't want to hurt Harry. He felt guilty enough already. If he used the Cruciatus, he could apologize later, explain why he'd done it. And then it would all be alright. A poor excuse to be sure, but it had to be enough. There was no other option. All he had to do was not think about what he was doing. He just couldn't allow himself to see the human being at the other end of his wand. To work an unforgivable, he needed to feel anger, detached hollow rage. He couldn't allow himself to feel whatever it was he seemed to be feeling for the boy lying face down in the cell. He braced himself and dug around inside for the last scraps of rage left in him from his encounter with Voldemort. Yes, father, Draco finally answered, praying that his voice sounded cold and harsh, because to his own ears, he sounded scared as hell. His fingers found his wand in his robe pocket. Next to his own wand, Draco's hand brushed against another piece of polished wood he'd placed there, Harry's wand. When one wizard conquers another, the winner goes the wand of the defeated party, a sign that one has power over the other. Technically, Draco owned Harry. It was his right to torture him. It was also his right to free him. However, in front of his father, if he ever wanted any sort of option of doing the latter, or any options at all come to think of it, he had no choice about the former. Draco took 2 steps towards the bars of the cell as he aimed his wand at Harry. His eyes flicked from his father to Harry's prone form. The boy was still beeping softly as the after effects of the curse slowly wore off. Don't think about it, Draco. Just don't think about it. God, Potter, don't look up. Please, just don't look up. As if in a silent answer to Draco's thoughts, Harry's head finally came up. His glasses were once again scratched and smudged, sitting haphazardly on the end of his nose. Harry opened his eyes blearily and peered up above the rims at Draco. Draco stared down the length of his wand into Harry's eyes, and something in him snapped. He couldn't do it, Draco. The father's voice came from behind him. Do not tell me that you have been so taxed by your visit with the Dark Lord that you are unable to accomplish such a simple task. The disapproval and impatience in the words were blatant. No, father, Draco responded automatically, but all his attention was on Harry. Those vivid green eyes were silently begging him, pleading with him, not to make him go through the curse again. So tired, so battered and bruised, but not beaten. Even after all that, Harry still hadn't given up. Despite everything, he was trusting Draco not to hurt him. He had actually placed his trust in Draco. It was written clearly in his eyes, which stayed locked solidly with Draco's, not wavering in the slightest, even as the rest of his body trembled. I'm not sure, Draco, his father lectured. You seem disturbed. To have passed the Dark Lord's tests, you must be stronger than this. I did not raise my son to be weak. I am strong, father, Draco said with as much conviction as he could muster, which in his estimation wasn't much. Then prove it, Lucius snarled. Draco forced his grip tightly around his wand, and closed his eyes against the emotions that threatened to rip him apart. Anger. He needed anger, hatred, but he couldn't feel them, not towards Harry. Not anymore. He searched for something that infuriated him, but he couldn't pull his thoughts past the hideous situation into which he'd been heartlessly thrown. Only a few days ago, he couldn't have imagined anything better. To have passed the Dark Lord's approval, to have captured Harry Potter, to have his father actually be proud of him, it was everything he'd ever wanted. Now it seemed different. Thrown there by his father, caged there by Voldemort, forced into the bidding of a master who wanted the fear of his followers and enemies alike. A master who had held him at knife point, threatening his life over his loyalty. A lifetime of being fed nothing but cold, heartless fear, just to make him the perfect tool to torture and kill. And there, Draco found his anger. Eyes still closed, he opened his mouth to begin the curse, but somewhere in the middle of the word, Crucio. His eyes opened of their own accord, and he caught one last look at Harry's eyes before the curse hit. There was no fear there, no cowering. Instead, Draco saw the most shocking look of utter betrayal. And then the curse struck him. Harry flipped onto his back as though struck by a physical blow. First, he curled up on himself as though he could shy away from the pain, but there was no escape. His arms flailed and his body twitched violently. His mouth opened, but instead of the silent straining, broken only by the occasional gasp, a bone-chilling scream ripped through the dungeons, and through Draco. Draco pulled his wand away, breaking the curse, mortified and sickened by what he'd done. His unfortunate victim was still lying on his back, sprawled, chest heaving. Draco almost thought he could see Harry's ribs through his shirt. He shifted his attention to Harry's face, the teeth bared between pale lips, hair sticking to his sweaty forehead, and something new, one tear rolling down each cheek. Lucius stepped close behind Draco, and quickly, Draco prayed to whatever powers would listen that what he had already done would be enough. He could never do that again, no matter what he tried. Lucius mused aloud. You didn't hold the curse for very long, but you did manage to make him cry out. He lowered his voice. Even the Dark Lord didn't pull a scream from him. Draco blinked. Lucius continued. You must have used a very powerful curse to succeed in that, sufficient, for your first attempt. Yes, Father, Draco replied blankly. Voldemort hadn't caused Harry to scream, nor had his father. But he had, and Draco knew why. Physical pain alone wasn't enough to break Harry. Draco, on the other hand, had struck a much deeper kind of injury. In the cell, Harry beeped once, clutched his stomach, and turned over onto his side. Draco looked away quickly. He couldn't watch this and maintain the pretense in front of his father. He met Lucius' gaze, and his father favored him with a brief smile. You will serve the Dark Lord well, Draco. Now, I must return to my master. He paused briefly, then smiled again. Congratulations. Draco stood still as he listened to his father's footsteps retreating down the passageway. He waited for the dungeon door to swing shut before he dared to look back towards the cell. Harry hadn't moved. He was still lying on his side, facing away from the bars. In one swift motion, Draco rushed to the bars of the cell and dropped to his knees as close to Harry as possible. Potter, are you okay? God, Potter, please. One of Harry's legs shifted, and the answer came back to him in a terribly hoarse voice. Off, Malfoy. Potter, please listen. After what had just happened with Voldemort, he needed Harry to listen to him. He needed someone to understand, and Harry was the only person who might understand. Without him, Draco was alone. I didn't mean to do it. I had no choice. I'm sorry. With a sudden burst of motion, Harry pushed himself upright and glared at Draco with a vehemence that hadn't been there before. I told you, Malfoy, he growled, don't you ever tell me you're sorry unless you can prove it. But I know how the unforgivables work. You have to really want to hurt someone for them to work. Despite the vehemence in his voice, Harry's body was still shaking terribly, probably going into shock, and Draco's concern peaked. "But I didn't want to hurt you," Draco cried, frustration and panic beginning to mount. "Bugger, Malfoy, do you really expect me to believe a pile of crap like that?" Harry's words were pure anger, but Draco began to hear the underlying pain breaking through, and that bothered him much more than the anger. "Who do you want to hurt, Malfoy?" "Voldemort. You're his little pet, his little puppet. I can't believe I tried to help you. Please listen to me." Draco was almost begging now. "Harry, quote, don't," Harry hissed, shooting him a glare of raw loathing. "Don't you ever use my given name. You haven't earned it." Draco mouthed wordlessly, trapped by the anger in Harry's eyes. He wanted to explain what was happening, wanted Potter to hear him, but it didn't matter. His words would mean nothing. Harry had trusted him, even though there was no substantial reason for that trust, and Draco had betrayed him. Now the only way he could prove anything was by his actions alone, but what actions could he possibly take? Was there anything he could do? With a sigh of defeat, he just dropped his head. "Right, Potter." The only response was a disgusted grunt. Harry turned away from him and shuffled slowly across the floor to the wall, settling down with his back turned squarely to Draco, dealing with his pain in isolation. It was a familiar sight to Draco by now, but after everything that had happened, it hurt in a way that was completely foreign to him. He averted his eyes from Harry, grasped one of the cell bars, and hauled himself heavily to his feet. How was it possible to simultaneously feel crushed between a rock and a hard place, and also as though he were teetering precariously on a tightrope with nothing to grasp? What would his father think? After years of raising Draco to the very finest Malfoy traditions, to be powerful, to uphold certain ideals, how would Lucius Malfoy react to the idea that his son was having second thoughts? No, these were not second thoughts. These reservations were far beyond second thoughts. Draco may be sworn to serve Voldemort, but he couldn't do that anymore. It was impossible. After everything he'd seen and felt, he couldn't continue the life he had lived before. The sickening twist of fear in his gut whenever he thought of Voldemort confirmed that. However, far more strange and shocking was the pain he felt in his chest when he thought of Harry. Voldemort was powerful, but Harry had something else, and Draco knew that underneath it all, Harry's approval would have meant much more than Voldemort's. Once again, Draco reached up to the base of his neck and felt the point where the dried blood had encrusted the wound there. It was the mark of Voldemort's approval. It was also the mark of a kind of existence that, hopeless as it was, he would be destined to have as Voldemort's servant. Finally, he turned away from the bars and made his way to the chair Biddy had brought him. Shivering in the cold dungeon air, he wrapped the quilt tightly around his shoulders. His mind drifted involuntarily to the boy sitting on the floor of the cell, and he shivered harder. Alone and imprisoned, Harry was less of Voldemort's tool than he was, and he was stronger. Now, Draco understood exactly what Harry had meant. The choices he made, the prison he'd built for himself, his chains and his servitude. It was no mental game that Harry was trying to play on him. It was cold, sharp, and real, like the dagger Voldemort had held to his throat. He wouldn't live in fear, could not continue to be a pawn. He couldn't continue to be the way he had been before. Then, what could he do? My place is of the sun and this place is of the dark. I do not feel the romance, I do not catch the spark. By grace, my sight grows stronger. And I will not be a pawn. For the Prince of Darkness. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.